What's up? Ghost Fictions is here and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku decided to leave and married Lady Nagant. After the great battle against Shigaraki and All for One. Deku was devastated by what had happened, burdened by the guilt of the large number of injured left by the confrontation. Not being able to defeat his enemy and not being able to protect his own had left him dejected, so he made the drastic decision to leave UA and try to hunt down the villains on his own. His soul and spirit were broken and he couldn't bear the weight of being the most powerful hero. In this moment of crisis, a ghost from Izuku's past would appear to him, coming to lend him a hand and rescue his heart from sadness. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Izuku of course is a male, this time, no changes in the genders. Well, with that out, let's get into the story. I think I should tell Class A my secret, which is why I'm writing this letter. I inherited my quirk from All Might. It's too long a story to tell here, but the important thing is that Shigaraki and All for One are after me now, and if I stay, I'll only put them in danger. That's why I have to leave UA. I'm glad I joined the Hero Academy and that I met you all. Thank you so much, goodbye. That was the farewell Izuku Midoriya, now known as the Hero Deku. Left behind. The letter he wrote with trembling hands and a broken heart. He had forged a brotherhood with his classmates in Class A bond that couldn't be broken with words, but could be torn apart by silence. Leaving them was the only way to protect them from Shigaraki, Tamura and All for One. He knew that clearly. But that decision didn't separate him from his friends. It tore him away from himself. His soul began to crack and his face, once full of hope, no longer had room for a smile. Standing on the edge of a rain-slicked building, she gazed at a city that had recently shone brightly, but now lay in chaos. It was there that she shed her last tear, promising herself it would be just that. Her last. Society needed a symbol. Not a happy one, but a resolute one. And if it couldn't bring peace, then it would bring fear. He wasn't All Might, he never had been. He didn't understand how his master could smile even in the midst of pain. But if he couldn't offer hope, he would offer something that would work just as well. Fear. He hid his sorrow behind a mask, replacing it with a hard, implacable expression, capable of striking fear into anyone who dared to think of doing harm. Thus began his crusade. For weeks he had acted as a lone vigilante, facing enemies that would once have pushed him to his limits. Now they were just another obstacle. He had forgotten rest, hygiene, joy. His body was weakening, but his determination burned brighter than ever. His only link to the real world was Yogi Toshinori. All Might. The only one who fed him when he could, who still called him by his name, who tried to hold him up when everything else failed. Without him, Izuku would have completely succumbed to darkness. And then, on a rainy evening, something changed. Everything changed. While talking to All Might on a secure phone, receiving a report on his former comrades and the possible location of Shigaraki, a strangely colored projectile pierced the device, shattering it and burying it in a nearby wall. Instinctively, Midoriya braced himself. Then he heard a voice. Feminine, cold, serene, yet deadly. Young man in green. You're coming with me. Don't cause any trouble. I'm not going to kill you. So don't be afraid. The sniper said calmly. The memory of a warning from Hawks flashed through his mind. Neither Shigaraki nor All for One can steal one for all from you. And without the doctor, their options are limited. They need to capture you alive. They raided Tartarus, and there they searched for someone. Someone capable. Most villains aren't. Except for. Are you talking about? Lady Nagant. Former public safety hero. She's our top priority. If she crosses your path before we do. Run. Out of his thoughts, Deku observed the projectile. Dark blue with pink details. It's her. He murmured. It's Lady Nagant. Without communication, without any way to warn others, he knew his disappearance would cause alarm. The heroes would come for him. But if they faced him without knowing who their enemy was, they would be at a great disadvantage. He had to act. He had to stop her before it was too late. The rain was pouring down. The sound of his boots splashing through the puddles mingled with the distant whiz of gunfire. Izuku moved between buildings with the agility and power his new abilities granted him. Lady Nagant followed him from a distance, firing with unparalleled accuracy. They both understood that this was no ordinary fight. He knew her beforehand. He had read about her in hero records, newspapers, news reports. And she knew it as soon as her second shot was blocked. 2 shots. And he's still standing. Now I understand why All for One wants him so much. The sniper thought. She remembered her encounter with that monster. All for One had sought her out, her of all people, among all the escapees from Tartarus. Her revulsion for the heroic world was absolute and she had no intention of getting involved again. But All for One knew how to persuade. With words. With power. He offered her a new quirk. airwalk. And with it, a mission. He had to hunt down the new symbol of peace. As she invoked that dark pact, Midoriya thought about how to counterattack. He only had one chance. She has deadly aim at a distance, but she's not so effective at close range. If I zigzag enough, I can close the distance. I have to catch her, make her talk, and get any information she has on All for One. The hunter was about to become the hunted. But without warning, a shot struck him mid-leap. It wasn't a serious wound, but the impact was enough to leave him bewildered. How could it have hit him from so far away? Even with superhuman aim, his erratic, swift, and strategic movements would have been enough to deflect any ordinary shot. For a split second, he considered the possibility that he had a partner. But his newly acquired hazard sensor detected no additional presence. It was just the two of them. The most obvious answer to what he wanted to admit. All for One had given him a new quirk. He must have given him one that compensates for his poor mobility. Midoriya reasoned, gritting his teeth. He can change his trajectory in midair, that changes everything. As long as distance remained a factor, she would have the advantage. She had to turn the situation around as soon as possible. Midoriya dived towards the ground and, as he descended, activated one of his new quirks, generating a dense cloud of smoke that enveloped several meters around him. He knew what he was doing. He had a tactic in mind, a war strategy with which to neutralize the sniper. The moment he landed, smoke began to engulf almost the entire area. He then activated his third quirk. Fajin. He began performing squats at a frenetic pace, accumulating kinetic energy in his legs for an explosive burst of power. Hey ninth, calm down. The six carrier's consciousness manifested, its voice firm but worried. You know that the denser the smoke, the more exhausted you'll become. And when you emerge, she'll be waiting for you. I'm not trying to escape. I just need time. Midoriya retorted, accelerating his movements in fury. The third carrier, observing from inside, instantly understood the play. I see what you're trying to do. But you're not ready yet. You can't control so many gifts at once. You're forcing something you're not ready for. Deku thought about his training with Endeavor, about everything he'd learned, but also about all the times he'd felt stuck. It was true, he hadn't yet mastered every quirk. But he understood something. He didn't need to use them all perfectly. He just needed an opening. A lapse in concentration. A moment. In this fight, tactics weren't on his side, so he would rely on his raw power. It's too late to back down. I'll bring out the third one and use the handkerchief. Without hesitation, he tore off Gran Torino's cape, his old battered mask, and several pieces of cloth he was carrying. With the help of the black whip, he threw them in different directions, like decoys. Nagant fired immediately, falling into the trap. She realized too late. He was also using multiple done at the same time. Even so, she was confident that when the smoke cleared, she'd get her perfect shot. All power has its limits. And Deku knew it. That's why, while she was repositioning her aim, he had already moved to another building, following the trail of bullets that had hit his decoys. With a roar of power, Midoriya hurtled through the floors of a building like a human projectile, tearing through concrete and metal until he found her. He grabbed her arm tightly. Your rifle is useless here. He shouted, barely containing his rage. You're going to tell me everything you know about All for One. But Lady Nagant remained unfazed. She looked at him arrogantly, her eyes burning with an unquenchable fire. Do you think you won? She said, calm and deadly. I was trained to face something worse than your faded idea of justice. In one swift motion, he struck him in the face with the barrel of his weapon and shot him point blank, forcing him to retreat. Deku used the seventh holder's quirk, Float, to regain his footing and maintain his position. But she gave him no respite. She seized the opportunity and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Izuku did his best to dodge them, but several bullets grazed his body. With each passing second, the pressure intensified. Then Nagant spoke. His voice was firm, but laden with something deeper. Pain. You're one of those who's been brainwashed by society and the grandiloquence of heroes. He said, firing with precision as he spoke. You wouldn't understand. This society. It's a farce. His words resonated deeply. Not in his body, but in Midoriya's soul. Here, reputation matters more than true justice. Image matters more than security. I lived it, I saw it with my own eyes. He continued, recalling the grim days in public security amidst the gunshots. Deku already knew something of her story. An elite heroine who had murdered other heroes and, according to rumors, even the commission chairman. It had seemed unthinkable to him. But now, having experienced firsthand the limitations and flaws of the system, he better understood why someone would fall into such despair. That's why I switched sides. She shouted, pausing her shooting for a moment, as if she needed to vent. I obeyed, I've obeyed my whole life. They told me to kill. And I killed. Innocent people. People who weren't a threat but a problem for the balance they wanted to maintain. Her voice trembled with rage and pain. She was letting out what she had been bottling up for years. Do you know what it's like to be admired by a child? And not be able to reciprocate because your hands are stained with blood. Not the blood of villains, but the blood of innocents you killed simply because someone else ordered it. That changes a person, you understand. I'm tired of living a lie. I'm tired of smiling while the system stabbed me in the back. Each word was a shot more accurate than those fired from his arm. Nagant's cathartic speech reaffirmed something Izuku already knew. The world wasn't fair. He'd experienced it firsthand. The difference was that he'd always had someone supporting him. In a way, Lady resembled Shigaraki. He was certain that tomorrow wouldn't be the way he is if he'd had the same opportunities as him. Perhaps the former hero's case was the same. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to hug her and sit down and talk with her. He understood her pain, because people like Nagant or Shigaraki were a mirror, a reflection of himself. Or at least of what he could have been if he hadn't been so lucky. Unfortunately, it wasn't the time. He had to defeat her. But his objective had changed. He no longer wanted to subdue her, now he wanted to save her. Just as she, years before, had done for him. Don't you realize this society is grey? Deku exclaimed in response to Nagant's pained speech. It's good and evil that give it nuance. He said as he dodged bullets, using his black whip to close the distance to the sniper once more. Why doesn't he give up? What does he intend to do? The villain thought, taken aback by the young man's words. This gesture did not go unnoticed by Izuku. I won't give up, I have to save the others. She declared, closing the distance decisively. I know firsthand that if you're ever in trouble, you'll want someone to save you. And I'll be that someone. I'll save you, Lady Nagant. Those words surprised her, making her realize that the boy had an iron will. If she wanted to subdue him, she would have to push him to the limit. And then, she made her next decision. If he's so keen on saving others, I don't think his conscience will rest easy if he lets a civilian die. He thought as he pointed his weapon at Kai Chisaki, whom he had left on a secluded rooftop. He was his enemy. I wonder how far he's willing to go. He surmised with a malicious smile. She recalled her first encounter with Chisaki. She had helped him escape Tartarus because she believed it would be useful to him. And so it was. When All For One revealed the name of his target, Chisaki, lost in thought, reacted by babbling about his confrontation with Izuku Midoriya months earlier. Nagant thought that would make him a perfect weakness. If she let him die, she would emotionally break the hero. And if she tried to save him, she would have the upper hand again. Then save that wretch. Nagant exclaimed, pointing at Kai. Come on, hero. If you think you can save them all, rescue him from me. He said coldly. He wasn't doing it for pleasure, but it was part of the game. Izuku didn't hesitate. No matter what Chisaki had done to Eri, she shouldn't die like that. Not when she was trying to prove a point. He propelled himself forward with his black whip, changing direction and gathering even more kinetic energy. He combined the power of his full cowl, the strength of the Fajin, and his unwavering determination. Everyone in my generation knows that All Might is faster than any bullet. He thought as he streaked across the sky like a green lightning bolt. My One For All hasn't reached that level yet. But with all this power, it can definitely get there. Nagant, true to her code, missed the bullet by just millimeters. Enough to remain a danger, but not lethal. She didn't want to contradict her own words. There wouldn't be any more unnecessary bloodshed, not on her hands. What she didn't expect was that Deku would manage to outwit her. That boy, against all odds, reached Kai and brought him to safety. She was stunned. She hadn't believed Izuku's will and power were so great. Not since All Might had I seen a hero so real, so pure. But he was different. Midoriya had his limitations, he knew the shadows, he had felt them close. And yet, he still shone. Of course I'll save him. And I won't hesitate for a second. Deku thought, using his black whip, his flight, preparing a kind of human slingshot that would give him even greater momentum. If only you knew. If you understood that I'm still standing because I can save both of you. All of you. Because I have faith in you. Then he launched himself with everything he had, shouting. Manchester Smash. The speed was so great it was barely perceptible to the human eye. Nagant barely managed to react, dodging Deku's powerful kick, which wasn't meant to damage her, but to disable her weapon. The attack shattered several parts of her gun's barrel, leaving it defenseless. Then, Izuku spoke the exact words that finally broke her hardened heart. If you had wanted to finish me off from the start, you would have shot me in the hip or the spine. But you didn't. He said in a calm but firm voice, cornering the former heroine. And I also noticed that the bullet wasn't going to kill Chisaki, so you changed its trajectory to avoid hurting him. Right. Nagant knew she was defeated. Not because of that incredible strength, but because of an even greater conviction. She let her body fall into the void, hoping the hero couldn't reach her. But she was wrong. Izuku changed course once again, launching himself towards her with renewed momentum, taking her hand. You know the darkness better than anyone. so you know where to shine your light. Please, join us and fight on our side. Deku shouted, holding the woman tightly. That broke her inside. That hand she had been so afraid to extend to the children because it was stained with blood, was taken without hesitation by a boy who, with bloody gloves, didn't look at his past, only at his pain. He wanted to save her. Not as a hero, but as a human being. And seeing the sparkle in those green eyes up close, that pure and determined gaze reminded him of someone. Someone he had known many years before. In her first year as a hero with the Public Safety Commission, Nagant dreamed of making a real difference in the world. But at the same time, she was a down-to-earth girl who understood the basic principles of heroism. That's why, despite her busy schedule, she never missed an opportunity to patrol and connect with people, helping them with their daily tasks and everyday problems. More than major operations to catch villains, it was interacting with the community that truly made her feel heroic. During one of those routine patrols, a small child's cries caught her attention. The sniper left her team to go and help him. "What's wrong, little one? Why are you crying?" asked the young heroine, barely 15 years old, in a soft voice. She crouched down to the boy's level to create a closer connection. The little boy, of average height for his age, had striking green hair, freckles on his cheeks, and cute red sneakers. "I can't find my mom," the boy said, as he tried to wipe his tears with his sleeve. "Don't worry, everything's fine now. I'm going to help you find her." Nagant replied with a genuine smile that conveyed confidence. "Are you serious?" the little boy asked shyly, still doubtful. "Of course, that's what heroes do, don't you think?" the young woman said happily, offering him her hand. Izuku had never been so close to a heroine. Seeing a figure who radiated warmth and confidence, so similar to his idol All Might, was an immense joy. He took her hand without a second thought, and together they began walking through the streets, searching for his mother. "And tell me, what's your name?" Nagant asked, trying to distract him and make the moment more bearable. "Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya," he replied timidly. The heroine's figure seemed imposing to him. "How old are you, Izuku?" 5. he said with a little more ease. "I see," she replied, not quite sure how to have a conversation with a child that age. They walked quite a way. Various shop windows caught their eye, and although the little boy's situation was worrying, the walk itself felt pleasant. There was a slightly awkward silence, as they both wanted to talk but didn't know how to break the ice. "Luckily, when you're 5, you don't have too many inhibitions. What is your name, miss?" he asked politely, looking up at her. "My name is Lady Nagant. Or well, at least that's the one I use as a heroine." "Nagant. Nagant. Nagant," the boy repeated aloud, thoughtfully, which caught the young woman's attention. "What's wrong, don't you like my name?" she asked curiously, fearing it might sound strange to a child. "No, no, no, no," he exclaimed, embarrassed. "Actually, it's very nice," he added with a smile. "The thing is, I really like heroes, but I've never heard his name before. That's because I'm not a hero like the others," she replied mysteriously, piquing his curiosity. "I'm not like All Might, Endeavor, or any of the heroes you probably know. But you're amazing. And you always have a smile," exclaimed the little boy. "To me, you're so much like All Might. To me, you're my hero." The comparison left her speechless. The thought that, for a child, she could be his hero was a reward more valuable than any medal. And she had achieved it with an act as simple as comforting a lost child. That gave her the confidence to open up more, and the conversation flowed naturally as they continued searching for the boy's mother, although frankly, she had already faded into the background. "So you like heroes? You must want to be one when you grow up, am I right?" "Yes, of course," he exclaimed excitedly, but suddenly he lowered his head and stopped. "But I don't have a quirk. The doctor said I can't be a hero. Even my mom thinks I won't be able to do it." As she said that, the tears started flowing again. "Hey, calm down," Nagant said, bending down again to wipe his tears. "I can't imagine how hard it must be not to have a quirk. But you can be a hero too," he affirmed firmly, with a smile that radiated hope. "Do you really believe that?" he asked, incredulous. No one had ever told him that before. "Of course," he said. "I have faith in you. To be a hero, you don't need enormous power. You just need an equally big heart, one that wants to protect others." His eyes held an unmistakable gleam, a sparkle only those who still believe possess. Then, Izuku hugged her tightly, crying uncontrollably, but this time from emotion. Officially, Lady Nagant was the first person who believed in him. That confidence was enough to ignite the flame that, years later, would lead him to apply to UA, even without a quirk. Although that story was yet to unfold. The embrace startled her. She hadn't expected it. It was a beautiful moment, but also unsettling. She thought about the life that awaited that child. A life where the possibilities were off limits because of his natural condition. What if she, too, hadn't had a special gift? What would have become of her without her talent? Without her perfect aim. She didn't want to imagine it. All she could do was smile, tighten her embrace, and vow to herself that as long as there were children like Izuku Midoriya, she would continue to believe in heroism. Although he didn't know it at that moment, Nagant had fired his first accurate shot, straight to the heart of a future symbol. They parted ways and continued their search for Izuku's mother. As they walked, they amused themselves by looking at shop windows. The boy, of course, was only drawn to those stores filled with hero merchandise. Figures, posters, costumes. It was like a stroll through a dream. They walked through several streets until a woman with green hair, visibly desperate, caught their attention. "Mom!" Izuku shouted, letting go of Nagant's hand to run towards her. "Izuku!" exclaimed the woman, running towards her son as well. They melted into a desperate, almost instinctive embrace. They clung to each other, burying their faces in each other's necks. A little over an hour had passed, which isn't much in real time, but for them it was an eternity. Anything could have happened to the little boy if he hadn't been lucky enough to cross paths with a true heroine. "Forgive me for losing you, son. I swear it won't happen again," a young Izuku Midoriya said through tears. "It was my fault, Mom. I let go of your hand." Izuku replied, sounding regretful, but he quickly regained his composure. "I was very lucky. I ran into a very kind young lady," he said, pointing to where Nagant had been, but she was no longer there. In the midst of the emotional reunion, Nagant's pager vibrated, indicating that she should rejoin her team. She would have liked to say goodbye to the boy and meet his mother, but the moment was too intimate to interrupt. Besides, she had been separated from the rest of the patrol for quite some time and didn't want to risk a reprimand. "Which young lady are you talking about, son?" Inko asked, looking around. I was there, I swear." Izuku insisted, surprised at not seeing her. "She had really pretty colored hair and she was so kind. She even told me I could be a hero," he added, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Inko still doubted what her son was saying, but she chose to believe him. Deep down, she was grateful to this heroine she would have liked to meet. He must have had to leave. "You know, heroes are always busy," she said, searching for an explanation. "It's such a shame I couldn't thank him for taking care of you," she added as she lifted him into her arms. "Yes. I really wanted to thank her. She's my hero," Izuku said with a smile. But at the same time, he regretted not having said goodbye to the girl who, without knowing it, had left an indelible mark on him. "It's time to go home. How about I make your favorite dish for dinner?" "Yes, Katsudon," he exclaimed excitedly, savoring the delicious pork chops in his mind. On their way home, Izuku watched the sunset from his mother's shoulders. He couldn't stop thinking about that heroine, his heroine. When he got home, he searched online, with the limited resources of a 5-year-old, but found nothing. Little by little, that memory faded amidst the bullying at school, the daily routine, and the passing years. But something remained intact. Those words. "You too can be a hero." That phrase would mark him forever, and 10 years later, his greatest idol would repeat the exact same words, offering him the opportunity of a lifetime. It was then that the sparkle returned to his eyes, the same sparkle that had been born thanks to a very special young heroine. On the other hand, Nagant was not so lucky. She never had her hero. The sparkle in her eyes slowly faded, consumed by a job that grew increasingly cruel, and which also made her ruthless. Each mission, each objective, each buried secret dismantled piece by piece what had once been a pure and innocent heart. Each time she had to get her hands dirty, each time she obeyed without question, she felt her faith in heroes erode. And with it, the memory of that little boy who, one day, called her his hero faded as well. With so many losses on his shoulders, with his hand stained and a completely distorted view of the world, he thought it was impossible to ever be what, at least for that child, he once was. When Deku caught up with Nagant in midair and looked into her eyes, she recognized that glimmer. That same hope she never expected to see again. Izuku was looking at her just as he had the first time. It was true that she had been tasked with killing him, but she hadn't taken any of the opportunities she'd had. That showed her that, deep in her heart, that innocence and that thirst for justice he had witnessed so many years before still resided. All the information Deku had read about Nagant, her crimes, murders, betrayals, hadn't changed his opinion of her. He knew she wouldn't do something like that, or at least not without a good reason. He knew that heroes were sometimes forced to do terrible things. And even more so her, having been a member of the Public Safety Commission. He knew Hawks, he knew the assignments he was given. That's why he knew he had to give Nagant a chance. And when she confided in him, he understood everything. He grasped the hell that woman had been through, and he was prepared to go to any lengths to save her. Because what kind of hero would he be if he wasn't there for someone who had believed in him? He couldn't allow it. That's why, when he took her hand, he squeezed it firmly and spoke the right words, the ones that pierced her soul and broke her trance. "You've always been my hero, and that's never going to change," Deku exclaimed, with unwavering conviction. A storm of thoughts raged through Lady Nagant's mind. She wanted to say so many things to the boy who had become a man. Even more than that, a great hero. Her hero. She wanted to ask for forgiveness. She wanted to confess everything she had done. She wanted to hear Izuku's story, how he obtained his power, what had led him to this point, why his suit was so worn and bloodstained, and what connection he had with All for One. But she didn't know where to begin. And something inside told her she didn't have much time. So she opted for the most concise, the most honest approach. "You're a true hero. My hero. I hope to see you in the afterlife," he said, smiling as his skin cracked and an unsettling glow emanated from the fissures created by a quirk he didn't recognize. Deku didn't understand what was happening either. Before his hazard sensor could alert him, the glow intensified. Nagant closed her eyes, resigned but at peace. And suddenly, a huge explosion erupted from within her, leaving her unrecognizable. The explosion also reached Deku. It wasn't strong enough to knock him out, but combined with the exhaustion from using multiple quirks simultaneously, it left him severely weakened. He didn't have the energy to reach her again. "Nagant," was all he could shout in desperation. Fortunately, Hawks appeared just in time and managed to catch her in his arms. He too was weakened, both by the wounds Dabi had inflicted and by the rain, which was weakening his small feathers. Even so, he managed to slow her fall, though not enough for a safe landing. Then Endeavor entered the scene. "All Might warned us," he said as he descended alongside Izuku. "Kai Chisaki is here." Deku replied immediately. "He might have valuable information." Endeavor nodded and immediately flew toward the villain. Meanwhile, Deku unleashed his black whip, trying to grab onto any surface to further slow his fall. "Hawks. She didn't explode of her own volition," Deku exclaimed. "All for One gave her a quirk, I'm sure it was his plan B if she failed." The number 2 was surprised by the clarity of the analysis, but even more so by the young man's faith. "This boy. He's not just brilliant, he has a heart of gold," he said to himself. "Lady Nagant. I'm Hawks, your successor," he said to the sniper, trying to keep her conscious. "How could you let yourself be deceived by All for One? I know you. And if you fought this kid, you already know. It's too soon to give up." She raised her voice, hoping to rekindle whatever spark still remained within her. "Please. Tell us everything you know. Don't let him use you. You're the hero, Lady Nagant, right?" Izuku's heart had already softened. But now, Hawk's presence raised new questions for him. "My successor. He works for public safety." Lady wondered, confused. "You must have been forced to do horrible things too." She slowly opened her eyes and studied the faces of both heroes. "How can they keep such bright eyes?" she thought, bewildered. It made sense that the boy was an idealist, but someone from the system. Someone with hands as stained as Hawk's. In this world, where chaos obscures everything. How can they? A flash of clarity pierced her. "I had to take the target to a mansion in the Hibori forest before 2 months had passed," he said with difficulty. They managed to land. It was rough, but not rough enough to cause further injury. Hawks laid Nagant down on the ground, giving him some peace. He spoke with several people. "Besides me," he finished his confession. "Tell me, successor. My heart couldn't bear the work. You. How can you make that face?" Hawks remained silent. The question shook him. He had never considered it before. But, with Deku by his side, he realized the truth. I'm very optimistic," he replied, with a melancholic smile. I see, whispered Lady Nagant before vanishing. "Deku. Were there more?" Endeavor asked, returning with Chisaki in custody. The former leader of the High Heiseikai was completely out of control. He ignored the heroes. He muttered incoherently, repeating things about his old man and how much he wanted to apologize. Deku instantly understood which threat to pull. "Chisaki, do you remember Eri?" he asked in a voice that was more somber than usual. "Eri. Yes. Her gift. Could rewind the old man and..." he stammered but was interrupted. "If you can redirect that urge to apologize towards Eri, I'll fulfill the promise I made to you, Lady Nagant," Deku stated with a cold stare. At that moment All Might appeared in his vehicle, stopping near the group. "Young Midoriya. Are you alright?" he asked worriedly. "All Might," Izuku whispered, still processing everything. "We've captured Lady Nagant and Kai Chisaki. Call an ambulance, the girl needs urgent attention," Endeavor ordered. "Midoriya should also go to the hospital," Ox added. And he was right. Deku was exhausted. Completely drained, but he didn't want to rest. He felt his blood boil. Fury consumed him. It was the same feeling he'd had when Shigaraki injured Gran Torino and Bakugo. He'd had her in his grasp, her. His hero. He'd finally found her, and All for One had snatched her away. That enraged him like nothing he'd ever known. All Might called an ambulance, and they were able to give Lady Nagant first aid. Her condition was critical, but there was hope. Izuku was also treated, though his injuries were much less severe. Just a few scratches from the bullets, in addition to the enormous physical and mental strain of the past few days. However, the true damage wasn't visible. It was deeper, more silent. It was in his eyes. During the drive to the hospital, Deku remained silent. His eyes weren't looking out of the vehicle, but inward, at himself. It was as if Nagant's face had unlocked a dormant memory. A day he thought he'd forgotten, but which now appeared with absolute clarity. And with it, the guilt. He felt responsible. During the battle, he had spoken with strength, with hope, with determination. He had promised her he could save her. That he was there for that. He believed it. And yet, the claws of all for one. Those same claws that forced him away from his friends, that tore him from his youth and his innocence. Had also reached the heroine of his childhood. His first symbol of hope. The first person who believed in him. Who saved him. And now, after all. At what cost? It was then that Endeavor's deep voice broke through the young man's mental fog. "Hey, kid," he said in a dry, but not cold, tone. "I know what you're thinking. But believe me. You can't save everyone. Not everyone has the power to do it." He spoke from a place of pain, from an experience that still burned within him. His recent conflict with his own son, the exposure of his mistakes. All of that weighed more heavily than his fire. "But All Might gave me this power precisely for that," Deku replied, looking at his own hands as if they had failed him. "I held her. I had her in my hands. And I couldn't save her. It's like with Eri." His voice cracked slightly. That scene still hurt him, the one where he had let go of Eri when she needed him most. All Might, who until then had remained silent, intervened gently. "You're right. But what did you do then? You didn't give up. You pushed past your limits and offered him your hand again, didn't you?" His teacher's words resonated with him. He knew him better than anyone. Midoriya slowly raised his face, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. It was fragile, but real. "You're right. I think we managed to save everyone here." "You saved them," Endeavor corrected, honestly. "We didn't arrive in time. But at least we're not in the way." Hawks joked, casting a sarcastic glance at Chisaki. "Unlike others. Speaking of which, what do you plan to do with him?" All Might asked, more seriously. "We have to take him to prison," Deku replied firmly. "He has a lot to reflect on, and even more to apologize for. Not just to Eri. To everyone." The young man's gaze ignited with fire. Not with hatred, but with justice. He had learned to look at his enemies with different eyes, but that didn't mean he forgot what they had done. As soon as they arrived at the hospital, they took Lady Nagant out on a stretcher and rushed her straight to the emergency room. Deku was seen later, not as urgently, but with a somewhat skeptical approach from the doctors. His clothes were torn, his face was covered in grime, and he looked like someone who hadn't been a child for a long time. Hawks and Endeavor left to take Chisaki to a secure prison, while All Might stayed by Izuku's side. Once his wounds were healed, they left the clinic, and the fallen symbol tried to convince him to go home, eat something, and rest. But Midoriya gently shook his head. "I can't, All Might. She has no one to take care of her." Toshinori looked at him tenderly. He knew him too well. "Wow. You're so much like me," she said with a nostalgic smile. "I understand. I can see she means something to you. I don't know what, but it's personal, isn't it?" Izuku lowered his head for a moment, surprised by his teacher's precision. "Yes. It is. When I have time, I'll tell you everything. It's a long story. For now, go home. I promise I'll be fine. I don't know when the roles between us reversed," All Might said, almost with tears in his eyes. "But it's been a privilege watching you grow up, son. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you here, sir." Izuku replied, already moved. After that brief farewell, Deku sat alone in the waiting room. He tried to reflect on what he had learned in the fight, on how his new quirks had responded in battle. But his mind only had room for one image. Nagant. His eyes, his words. The contrast between that woman with a hard face and empty gaze and the young heroine who had once inspired him was painful. But in those final moments, he had seen something more. A light. A buried truth. The same one he saw when she told him, with that broken smile. "You are a true hero, my hero. I hope to see you in the afterlife." That phrase echoed incessantly in her mind. Had she recognized him? Did she know it was him? Had she known all along? Perhaps she hadn't said it clearly, but Izuku wanted to believe she had. That the same heroine who had once saved him had sensed his presence even before knowing his name. At that moment, a couple of doctors emerged from the room where Nagant was hospitalized. Izuku jumped up and went straight to them. "Doctor," he called, his voice filled with anxiety. "Do you have any news about Nagant?" "She's out of danger now, kid," the doctor replied with a tired but sincere smile. "We'll move her to another room to recover. You'll be able to talk to her soon." Izuku took a deep breath with genuine relief. Thank you very much, doctor. He followed the stretcher carrying Nagant. It was a different wing of the hospital, somewhat quieter. The nurses, a man and a woman, noticed him. The man seemed uncomfortable, distrustful. But the woman observed him closely and understood that he wasn't a stalker, nor a fanatic. He was simply someone who cared. Heroic things. She thought, unaware of how literal that phrase was. Once settled in the room, Nagant was connected to life support, given IV fluids, stabilizers, and various monitors. When the patients left, they found the young guard there, sitting in front of the door. He said nothing. His head was bowed, his fists on his knees, and his expression was a mixture of weariness, hope, and something else. Something you only feel when you're with someone who was once a beacon in the darkness. And who, despite everything, still shines in your heart. Hey, how long do you plan to stay there? The nurse asked the young man sitting in front of the room. At least until she wakes up. Deku replied, his face visibly distressed. He knew Lady Nagant was out of danger, but how long she would remain unconscious was a mystery that kept him on edge. Don't you think you'd be more comfortable in there? She said, gesturing to the room with a kind smile. At least it's not as cold as it is out here. Can I really do this? She asked in surprise, her eyes opening as if they had just given her back an unexpected hope. Yes. Normally only one family member stays with the patients, but you're the only one who's asked about her. She said sincerely, with a hint of admiration. I suppose it wouldn't be bad if you stayed. Thank you very much, miss, said Deku with a renewed warmth in his voice. The young guard entered the room, carefully closing the door behind him. The woman who, until a few hours ago, had been his enemy, now lay asleep before him, vulnerable, human. He sat down beside her, and for the first time in days, he let his guard down, at least a little. I don't know if you can hear this, but I need to say it. Deku began, gently taking her hand. I never imagined I'd find you again. I heard about what happened with the director of public safety and your arrest in Tartarus. But none of that changed how I feel about you, not one bit. You were always my hero, the first one I ever had. The one who saved me when no one else would. Her voice trembled at times, filled with pent-up emotion. I know you probably don't know who I am. But I'm a boy you rescued a long time ago. And now, when I felt it was you who needed saving, I knew I wanted to be that person for you. I know you deserve a second chance, and I'm going to make sure you get it. No matter what it takes. Izuku put on his mask, preparing to leave. However, just as he was about to turn around, a very faint voice stopped him. Izuku. Nagant whispered, with effort, as he lightly squeezed his hand. The young man opened his eyes, incredulous. Don't strain yourself, please. He asked tenderly, surprised by her waking up. And even more so by the fact that she called him by his name. Can I touch it? She asked, looking at her gloved hand. Okay. She said, slowly removing her glove. Are you sure? You're the first person to reach out to me in years. She said, touching his bare skin with amazement and nostalgia. His fingers traced the boy's scarred hand. It was strong, but tired. It no longer belonged to a child, but to someone who had fought too many battles. What happened to that frightened child I found that day? She asked, her voice tinged with a sweet melancholy. She's gone. Deku replied heavily, without really looking at her. I have to go. Please get well soon. I need you. Wait. I need you. Nagant said, stopping him again, his eyes fixed on his. Please, stay. I can't. He replied, his voice breaking with doubt. Is your burden so heavy that it doesn't allow you to rest, not even for a moment? She asked, as if the reproach came from the deepest affection. Izuku didn't answer, he just lowered his head. His duties, his crusade, everything demanded he keep moving without rest. But her hand still held his. Then don't see it as rest. Stay and keep an old friend company. She said with a gentle smile. After all, no one will come to see me. She added with a muffled laugh, heavy with truth and sadness. Come on, take that thing off. She said, pointing to her mask. Deku sighed. He knew he had to leave, but he also knew he had something more to say, and something more to hear. So he relented. He removed his mask, the Gran Torino cape, and the other glove, then sat down beside him again. Nagant smiled. A brief silence fell. She was still disoriented. He didn't know how to begin. She spoke first. So. Your gifts are amazing. When did you get them? My gifts. Deku repeated, reflecting. He couldn't reflect on everything. He had to be prudent. It was true that I didn't have any. But someone offered me theirs. And that led to the others. Was it all for one who gave them to you? Is that why he's hunting you? She asked, clearly intrigued. Didn't he say anything to you? No. You know how they are. Always hiding things, using people. She replied with a sigh. I understand. No, it wasn't because of that. And so, Izuku began to narrate his story. He recounted what happened at the USJ, the training camp, the Battle of Kamino, the war, and his recent fight against Shigaraki. He was honest, though he carefully avoided mentioning One for All and who it came from. I see. So you made him angry? She said, with a half smile. I think so. Although look where that's gotten me. He has you here. With me. The woman replied, to the boy's surprise. It's not the best situation, nor the best reunion, but at least I have something to thank the damned All for One for. What thing? He put me in the right place at the right time to be saved by a true hero. She said, her gaze oscillating between sadness, amazement, and hope. Nagant. Deku whispered, moved. But she could no longer respond. Exhaustion, the medication, the effort to stay awake. It all overcame her again. She slowly closed her eyes, still clutching the young man's hand. He watched her in silence. Her face, now calm, was a far cry from the one he had seen in battle. It no longer reflected hatred or pain, but something deeper. Relief. And for the first time in days, Izuku felt the same. He had found her. He had been able to speak with her. He had been recognized. The full weight of the past and the present surrounded him, but at that moment, standing in front of the hospital bed, nothing was more important than that instant. Perhaps, he thought as he watched her sleep, if it was possible to save her, maybe there was hope for him too. But that would be another day. That night, his hand still in hers, Izuku Midoriya, the young man who carried the weight of the world, allowed himself to close his eyes and rest. In a hospital room like any other, a winged hero, whose feathers no longer shone as brightly as before, slowly drew back the curtain, letting in the first rays of morning sunlight. On those cloudy, gray days, it wasn't common to see the sun peek out, but this time it seemed to want to shine precisely where it should. Hawks knew exactly why. Light flooded the room, and its warmth, combined with the presence of the number 2 hero, caused Lady Nagant to begin opening her eyes, with some difficulty. Hawks moved with familiarity, silently tidying the room, while the woman blinked, trying to focus her vision. It was the same room where she had slept, but something was different. Izuku wasn't there. There was no trace left of the green-haired boy. His suit had vanished along with him, and judging by the brightness of the day, he seemed to have left even before dawn. However, something did catch Nagant's eye. On the table beside his bed lay a bouquet of flowers. Crocuses. Beside them, a note written in a firm hand. Get well soon, my lady. The former heroine's heart skipped a beat. It had been a very, very long time since she'd received such a gesture. Her face flushed a light blush as she murmured softly. Izuku. Wow, I had no idea he was like that. Sometimes he's so cold he doesn't give that impression. Hawks remarked with a mischievous smile. What are you taking about? The kind who bring flowers and leave little notes. Very classic. He said, scratching the back of his neck, amused. Where is he? Nagant asked, immediately worried. He met with us very early. We went to the place you told us about. Hawks replied, his tone becoming more serious as he recalled what had happened. In Hibori Forest, just outside the mansion indicated by the former sniper, a team of the strongest available heroes had gathered. Deku, Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, and others of the caliber of Edshot, Kamui Woods, and Mount Lady. They were all ready to enter, but before they could take a single step, Midoriya walked ahead with a slow, almost solemn gait. Once inside, they found nothing. The mansion was completely empty. However, upon inspecting the place, they activated a device that projected a holographic recording. The voice and figure of All for One appeared amidst flashes of light. Did you enjoy your conversation with Lady Nagant, Izuku Midoriya? If you're watching this, you already know why. The villain said in his usual mocking tone, clapping derisively. I love anticipating everything. People like you can't help but help people like her. Deku clenched his fists. I didn't force her to do anything, she chose. All for One continued, savoring every word. They call those who stumble human. Society claims to celebrate individualism, gifts. But it's so controlling. Those who don't fit in are discarded. It's always been this way. Democracy, socialism. It doesn't matter, the problem is deeper. It's the instinct to live in community. Izuku frowned. Those were the same words he had heard hundreds of times in manipulative and tyrannical speeches. You chose a path fraught with thorns. Every battle will wear down your heart. And you'll never see the end. The holographic figure declared, before raising its hand. In prison, I thought of you constantly. All Might no longer interests me. Yuri next. And he pointed, just as the symbol of peace once did. The parallel was clear, a hurtful mockery. As the recording ended, the device exploded violently, but the heroes managed to avoid the damage. After the scare, Deku separated from the group to go find All Might. The rest stayed in a makeshift storage area, discussing the implications. It's impossible. Hawks declared. Nagant is so critically ill that even the doctors don't understand how she's still alive. Besides, Deku insists she was honest. She says she doesn't know anything else. trust her. Edshot murmured. Funny, considering she tried to kill him less than 24 hours ago. And yet, he clings to life. Kamui, Woods interjected. Could it be that now he has a reason to do so? Discussing this won't get us anywhere. Endeavor interrupted, as curt as ever. We have other, more pressing problems. The number one hero explained how more and more colleagues were retiring. The situation was critical. The staff shortage was causing the media to turn on Izuku, putting more pressure on him every day. They were no longer in a stage of control, but of survival. And Deku knew it. That's why he continued wandering the streets, alone, trying to restore an order that was crumbling. But the heroes feared that the weight of it all would eventually break him. They even admitted their own inadequacy. An elite team unable to find a single clue, while Deku, on his own, had already located Nagant and the information he possessed. But the young man who had once wept upon receiving his power was now almost unrecognizable. He treated the villains with coldness, and one by one they fell. All Might tried to follow him in his car, but the situation couldn't last long. Within days, Deku began to grow impatient with the lack of results. Young Midoriya, you haven't eaten anything. All Might reprimanded him, holding a container of katsudon. You don't need to follow me. Izuku said, without even looking at him. I already control your power almost completely. I'll be fine. All Might watched him sadly. He doesn't want to involve me. He's carrying the weight of the symbol. The weight I myself placed on him. He had sworn to train him, to protect him, but now seeing him walk away just to avoid putting him in danger, tore him apart inside. He knew what that burden did, and he knew Midoriya was facing it without complaint. All because of mistakes made by others, in another time. Built that wasn't his, but that he, as always, was willing to take on. They say it appears without making a sound. I heard that he has several gifts. Isn't that what All for One does? Could he be one of them? But they say it helps people. Rumor has it he's covered in wounds, blood and mud. He doesn't look like a hero. That's what was circulating through the devastated streets. Rumors. Voices amidst the uncertainty about the vigilante who had emerged from the darkness. One name began to make its way through the fear. Deku. The young man walked among the rubble, under opaque sky that seemed to reflect the weight he carried. It wasn't his will that was breaking. That remained intact, stronger than ever. But his body was beginning to give way. His gait was clumsy, his muscles numb, his wounds poorly healed. And yet, he carried on. I thought about Endeavor's words. About whether all of this, his sacrifice, his isolation, had been the right choice. There's been a change of plans, Deku. Endeavor had told him. At this rate, you won't last. A decision will be made soon regarding when the foreign heroes will arrive. With more people, we'll have more options. You're the key. We can't afford to lose you now. I can still go on. I'm fine. The villains aren't organized. I have to take advantage of that. I have to keep going. All Might. Hawks. Endeavor. Even the former wielders of One for All. They all wanted to protect him, but Midoriya no longer allowed anyone to stand in his way. He knew he was the target of All for One and Shigaraki. That he alone was achieving more than the entire team combined. He was the spearhead, and he couldn't be stopped. Within the dreamlike realm of One for All, the former bearers debated what they saw from within. The boy is missing something, murmured the second bearer. If only he had that something to complete him. Meanwhile, out on the streets, Deku carried on. Stumbling through every battle, winning every encounter, but losing a little more of himself in the process. It wasn't just the blows. It was the way people stared. The fear. The rejection. The whispers that he was no longer a hero, but something darker. All for One. What are you planning? She thought, her eyes burning with suppressed fury. Where are you? I must stop Shigaraki. The League. I won't let them touch anyone else. I must complete One for All. So that everyone can live in peace, so that the world can return to normal. So that we can smile again. A will of steel, almost inhuman. But his body could no longer keep up. His legs trembled. His vision blurred. Exhaustion began to overwhelm him. And then he found it. Impatience. Loss of control. The desire to isolate oneself. Extreme exhaustion. The voice was unfamiliar, but repugnant in its certainty. Just as he said. The man with a crooked smile stepped forward through the mist. The only thing that matters is the numbers. If I give you a ride, I'll be on the run. He said mockingly, raising his hands. Deku recognized him. It was Dictator, one of the criminals who had escaped from Tartarus. Another pawn of All for One. His quirk. Dictatorship, the ability to mentally control others as if they were puppets. You want to fight? The villain mocked. Well then. Fight these guys. With a simple gesture, a group of armed civilians turned on Deku, their bodies rigid, their eyes empty. The order was clear. Kill him. And yet, they screamed, begging through their tears that it wasn't his fault. They couldn't stop. They didn't want to hurt him. Midoriya understood them. He couldn't hurt them. He wasn't going to. But he had no way out. He was cornered. And then, when his strength seemed to be leaving him, he heard a sharp crack. AP shot. The precise explosion slammed into Dictator's head, instantly knocking him unconscious and freeing the civilians from his control. The dust settled, and through the smoke, a familiar figure emerged. Kaken. Deku whispered, incredulous. Kitsuki Bakugo, his great rival, was there to save him. Weeks ago, when Midoriya left UA, his classmates from Class A gathered in his dorm room, holding the letters he had left them. The atmosphere was heavy. None of our teachers are answering. Though Koyami said with a frown, standing next to Todoroki and Bakugo. Has All Might not returned either? Kyoka asked. No. They cancelled classes and stopped the promotion. Bakugo replied seriously. They're hiding something. Endeavor, Hawks, and All Might were with Deku at the hospital. Todoroki added. But he doesn't dare return to UA. So, who left the letter? It was All Might. They're together. We need to figure out how to contact him. Kirishima exclaimed. Endeavor graduated from here, right? Uraraka interjected, standing up with determination. Then let's get some answers. Guided by intuition and urgency, they went to Principal Nezu. Seeing their commitment, he didn't hesitate to summon the number 1 hero to his office. He set a trap for me, Director. Endeavor said as he arrived. After listening to them, I've come to the conclusion that it's time to talk. Nezu replied calmly. I always keep myself updated. Why did you ignore me? Todoroki asked bluntly. We agreed that we would go together to get to Iya. Your words already saved me, Shoto. Now. Not me. His son interrupted. What about Midoriya? Did you leave him alone too? And All Might as well? Bakugo intervened, with harshness and certainty. Yes, you did. Under normal circumstances, it's a good plan. But. Deku's out of his mind. He always says he's fine, but he never thinks about himself. That's why All Might became a symbol. That's why they won't stop. You can't leave them alone. Endeavor lowered his gaze. Hawks had told him so too. But they still couldn't do anything. Then, he pulled a small device from his pocket. Is that a GPS? Exclaimed Zero. Without hesitation, Mineta, Kaminari, and a couple of others rushed toward him. In seconds, they had the device in their hands. With Midoriya's whereabouts finally revealed, something ignited within the group. Doubt, anger, disappointment. But also determination. I didn't like that he didn't tell us about One for All. Todoroki admitted. Or that he thought a simple letter was enough. But. Class A is with him. Iida said firmly. We will fight alongside him. Even though One for All is an immense burden, Midoriya is our friend. And if he has chosen this path of thorns, then we will walk it with him. Going out now is dangerous. Endeavor said. There's no order. If he comes back. How you've grown, Enji. Nezu interjected, smiling. I figured you wouldn't want to turn the academy into a villain's target. That's why I authorized you to form a team. But now I know our only chance to win is with Midoriya. He can come back. A wave of relief swept through the group. But if Deku returns, the refugees will be in danger. Endeavor insisted. Some still consider us enemies. UA wasn't chosen as a refuge just because of its size. The principal replied confidently. We've reinforced its security barrier with technology we haven't even used yet. Here, he'll be safe. All Might also studied here. Bring him back, and we'll protect him. Class 1 was fully assembled in front of Deku, ensuring the capture of the villain dictator. They were all in formation, ready for any eventuality. Fugitive captured. Yayoi Rozu announced, satisfied. We got him, Bakugo. God of Explosions Dynamite. He corrected, in his usual tone. I'm sorry. Momo replied with a slight smile. With Dictator's defeat, the people he had manipulated began to regain control. They dispersed slowly, dazed, but relieved to see the heroes. However, among all those present, there was one who did not share that feeling. What are you doing here? Deku asked, his voice still raspy from the effort. We were worried about you. Uraraka replied firmly. I'm fine. You don't need to worry. He replied, putting his mask back on. Stay away. I'm happy for you. Bakugo said with a wry smile, clapping slowly. It's obvious you're the heir to One for All. And is that grimace you're making a smile or what? To be able to smile. To keep everyone safe. I need to go on alone. Izuku said softly. So please, step aside. Then move us aside, you cheap All Might copy. Kitsuki challenged him. Midoriya, we know you're not going to change. Iida said decisively. Come on, guys. The members of Class A answered the call and took their positions. Enya couldn't help but remember the one who had tried to avenge himself against the hero killer. He remembered his defeat. And also the one who had saved him. Stay away, this is none of your business. He had shouted at her then, devastated. If heroes ignored things that didn't concern them, we couldn't do anything. Deku had replied with a conviction that Iida now understood better. All Might One said. Getting involved where you're not wanted is the essence of a hero. Now the roles had been reversed. I know better than anyone how stubborn you are when you make a decision. Iida thought as he prepared to act. I heard you unlock the quirks of the 3rd and 6th holders. Bakugo said in his usual mocking tone. You're a monster, you damn nerd. Thanks for coming. Deku murmured before releasing a thick cloud of smoke, attempting to escape. But an explosion from Bakugo quickly dispelled the veil. Above, Midoriya floated, trying to stay clear. You think you're above everyone else just because you have power? Are the rest of us just extras then? Kitsuki shouted, his anger barely contained. A flock of pigeons suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Koda, the person in charge, raised his voice. You can come back, Midoriya. The principal said you could return, so stop running away. Koda, I'm sorry. Deku thought before launching his black whip to clear a path. But his advance was stopped by duct tape, cleverly placed by Zero. Your whip is scary, Midoriya. He said. You intimidate everyone with that thing. Izuku remembered his training with him, how Zero had been key to mastering that ability. Then, a wave of sound erupted behind him, echoing between the buildings. Midoriya. It might sound silly, but it really helped me a lot when you taught me how to organize myself for the cultural festival. Jiro exclaimed. Thanks to you, we all did our best. You were a part of my happiness. He couldn't even meet her gaze. Midoriya. Ejiro shouted, launching his tail to grab him. Remember the sports festival? I won't forget how angry you were when they manipulated my will. I won't let you end up like that again. If I stay, I'll put everyone in danger. Izuku said, his gaze grim. All for one. Will take everything from us. That's why I left. He broke free from Ejiro's grip just before being tackled by Tokoyami, powered by Dark Shadow. Push him, Dark Shadow. Ordered the Dark Hero. The shadow pushed him against an abandoned building. There, it held him firmly against a column while the others approached. They realized. Izuku had become too strong. Convincing him wouldn't be easy. Midoriya. Sato's voice called from below, amplified by Jiro's team. You may have great power, but we all share the same feelings. Like Koda said, listen to us too. If you don't come back, Eri will be so sad. Who will give her caramel apples? It doesn't matter. Izuku replied, without emotion. There's no need for me to give them to you. Just then, a hidden mechanism activated behind the column. It was a trap set by Yaoi Rozu. The restraints closed around Izuku, completely immobilizing him. At first, we wanted to follow you. Yamomo said, approaching. But now we use our gifts with a single mission. To stop you. A sleeping trap. Izuku thought, feeling the device on his head. He destroyed it with a blast of power. Leave me alone. Get away. A Kaminari appeared from behind and put an arm around his shoulders. No. Midoriya, one for all may be important. But there's something bigger now. Even if we don't share the same tastes, you're our friend. We'll stop you, even if we have to force it. I already told you. Izuku began to reply, before being interrupted by Shoji, whose arms wrapped tightly around him. They were reinforced with Yaoi Rozu's electrical tape. When they attacked the camp you said. Not even All Might scares us when we're righteous. Remember. Shoji reminded him in a firm voice. This place is dark. I like it. Tokoyami murmured before giving the order. Dark Shadow, now. The shadow completely enveloped Midoriya in a special, restrained, and tactical movement. Using Dark Shadow's offensive force as a defense. Was your idea. Tokoyami added, his deep voice echoing through the ruins. Midoriya. They all shouted in unison. What are we to you? Are we just people to be saved? Shoji retorted, his voice strong but calm. Let's give you a bath, okay? Kaminari added, in his nonchalant tone, though his eyes betrayed his concern. Please, stay back. Deku shouted, unleashing a burst of power that scattered the team like leaves in the wind. He rose into the air, panting. His mask, a symbol of his life as a vigilante, detached and fell away. His face was fully revealed. Pale, exhausted, broken. His eyes were empty, devoid of light. I know you don't mean any harm. She said, her voice breaking, almost a whisper. So, I'm asking you. Please stay away. I'm fine. But a wall of ice emerged in front of him, halting his advance. What a face. Todoroki said from atop an icy platform. Does responsibility prevent you from crying anymore? Her gaze is serious, but not harsh. Then share it with us. Asui appeared beside him. Midoriya. I care about you. You, who tremble with fear, who cry when you suffer. You're my friend. If you're going to become a hero like the ones in comics, we won't let you go alone. Izuku held his breath and charged his power. The ice began to crack. He didn't want to listen. He couldn't allow himself to. If you want to protect UA, you can do it without leaving. Let us fight alongside you. Todoroki exclaimed. I can't. Midoriya shouted. This fight is between one for all and all for one. They can't keep up with us. He unleashed his energy with force and escaped the ice. He was flying again until he was stopped by a chain of sticky spheres. I never admired your power. Mineta said, hanging from the chain. I always admired your actions. Even when you were trembling with fear, you always found a way to save everyone. Midoriya pushed him away with the black whip. He readied it like a slingshot. He activated his Fajin. 45% of one for all. Like when he caught Lady Nagant. But this time it wasn't to save someone. It was to escape from everyone. He leaped, dodging Uraraka. But that was just a signal to his classmates. From the ground, a combination of acid, ice, fire, darkness, and zero gravity shot up like a projectile. In midair, Bakugo channeled a massive explosion to propel himself further. Let's go. Roared Class 1A from below. When Bakugo could no longer advance, he turned around and left everything in Iida's hands. You're next. He shouted. Iida activated his Recipro Burst. It was his last card. The wind whistled around him as he managed to hit it. No. Let me go. Midoriya pleaded, his voice growing increasingly fragile. I won't let go. Iida replied firmly. Ingenium will go anywhere to take the hand of those who are lost. Remember. A hero has to be a meddler. The words echoed like a relic from the past. Like a beacon. Midoriya could no longer resist. Uraraka defied gravity, and the two began to fall. Iida tried to shield him, but the impact would be brutal. Until Kirishima appeared, hardening his body just in time to catch them. Midoriya. There was a story that really stuck with me. The one about someone who ran to save a friend. That was you, wasn't it? The Redeed said, his voice hoarse. It doesn't matter if you're special or not. I think the Midoriya of that day is the answer. Deku, clutching Kirishima, couldn't answer. He was just trembling. The rest of the class gathered. They were exhausted, bruised, but present. Midoriya. Let's stay together. I don't want anyone else to disappear. Mina said gently. Let's all go back to the classroom. Izuku stood up slowly. His head was down. I'd like to. But I'm scared. There are a lot of people at UA. I don't want to cause them any trouble. I can't go on living like this. He advanced, but someone got in his way. Do you remember what I told you when Shigaraki pierced me? Bakugo asked. No. Don't try to win on your own. She looked at him, without irony this time. But there was more. When my body moved on its own and I took the plunge, I knew I had to tell you. Her voice lowered, almost trembling. I always looked down on you because you didn't have a quirk, because I thought you should be behind me. But you were always ahead. I hated it. I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to admit it. That's why I pushed you away. That's why I bothered you. I tried to rise above it by denying it. But I always lost. I entered UA thinking I was strong, but every day I understood your strength better. And my weakness. Bakugo bowed in a sincere reverence, his fists clenched. I know this doesn't fix anything. But Izuku. I'm so sorry. Your journey as the successor of One for All is an ideal in itself, but even ideals stumble. There are walls that will be difficult even for you to climb. And when that happens, we'll be there. To help you, to lift you up. Deku could no longer hold back. He was crying openly, his body swaying. Bakugo caught him before he fell. I can't. You saw it. Shigaraki is on another level. And together with All for One. They're unstoppable. You guys couldn't counter that. I'm not even sure I could handle both of them. Suddenly, a new voice emerged, firm and feminine. Wow. You really are stubborn. Lady Nagant appeared from the rubble, alongside Lemillion and Eri. Everyone tensed instantly. What's she doing here? Bakugo asked, confused. He's my backup. Mirio explained, with a slight smile. I thought of someone Midoriya would actually listen to. Silence fell. The three newcomers approached slowly. Everyone was bewildered by the presence of a villain. After Hawk's explanation, Nagant still had questions about the boy he had proclaimed as his true hero. And how on earth did you think of leaving him alone? He's just a boy. Nagant exclaimed, visibly upset. And what did you expect me to do, gag him? Hawks replied sarcastically. I think you've already experienced firsthand that when he sets his mind to something, he's willing to go to any lengths. The blonde explained, making Nagant recall his confrontation with Izuku. You're right. He's crazy. She said, managing a smile as she thought about the glint in those green eyes. But I still believe you could have done more to protect him, especially now that, because of me, he'll be weaker. I feel terrible. She added, looking down, guilty for the harm she'd caused the boy. Wow, I'm sure you've never cared so much about anyone before. Hawks remarked, somewhat surprised. Is there a particular reason? He asked, trying to provoke her. No. Yes. I mean. It's none of your business, you bird brain. He spat aggressively, realizing he'd fallen into the hero's trap. Hawks wanted to get information out of him. Don't tell me if you don't want to, but I spoke with him. I noticed he trusts you a lot. Hawks said in a more relaxed tone. Besides, I've never seen him work so hard to save someone from the other side. Whatever the story is between you two, it's clear he cares about you. And from what I can see, you care about him too. Why are you telling me all this? What do you want to achieve? Nagant asked, completely cornered by his words. Nothing. I just wanted to see if his faith in you was justified. Now I know it was. Hawk said, surprising the former heroine. By the way, the flowers are very pretty. You should thank him for that. And everything else. Next time you see him, of course. Do you think he'll come back? Maybe. But knowing you, you might go to him first. Lady Nagant was bewildered. That bird had read her completely. Was it so obvious that Deku stirred up sensitive chords from her past? This wasn't the time to dwell on that. She had to find a way out of there. Fortunately, her ticket out was walking through the hospital entrance in the form of a little girl, accompanied by one of the greatest heroes of the moment. I was told Midoriya was here. They're handling all of this with a lot of secrecy. Lemillion commented, carefully observing the place. Is he in danger? Asked Little Eri, worried about one of her heroes. No, he's strong. Mirio replied with a smile. But if he is, that's what we're here for, isn't it? Yes. Eri affirmed with determination. Well, it seems we have a future heroine on our hands. Mirio thought, smiling proudly. First she managed to give me back my quirk. And now this. He recalled, remembering the conversation that led them both to leave UA. Mirio was taking care of Eri as usual, accompanied by Nagant. The three of them were laughing like a happy little family until someone burst into the room with unusual energy. At least for him. And a worried expression. Guys, Midoriya is in the hospital. The Maki urgently announced. What? They all shouted in unison. How is she? What happened to her? Nagant asked, anxious and distressed. I don't know. I only heard the director talking to Snipe. I think he faced a villain. Damn it, I'll go see how she is. Tagata said, standing up, but a small hand stopped him by taking his. If you go, I'll go. Eri said decisively. This isn't a place for you, Eri. Besides, I have to leave soon. It's best if I look after you and I get there and back quickly. Nagant explained gently. It doesn't matter. Eri replied firmly. Last time I was able to help him defeat Chisaki. Maybe I can't do the same, but if he's hurt, I can help him. Like I did with you. She added, looking at the blonde man. He's my hero too. And he saved me. Now it's my turn to take care of him. These words moved the three older children, who finally agreed and let Eri accompany them to the hospital. She's growing up so fast. I wish she didn't have to get involved in this. Mirio thought. But it will make her stronger. She'll definitely be someone very important in the future. His thoughts were interrupted by Eri's voice. Isn't that Deku's friend? He asked, pointing at Hawks, who was walking down the hall. He is. He must know something about Midoriya. Lemillion said, and approached the winged hero. Mirio, Eri. You came for Deku, right? Hawks asked upon seeing them. Yes. We heard you were here. Are you okay? Tagata asked, clearly worried. He was here earlier, but don't worry, it wasn't because he was hurt. Hawks clarified, eliciting a look of relief and bewilderment from both of them. He just came to keep someone company. He added, recalling the flowers Izuku had left for his new friend. To whom? Eri asked, not fully understanding. It's about. Hawks hesitated for a second, but he knew he could trust them. Lady Nagant. Lady Nagant. Lemillion exclaimed so loudly that it startled her in her room. Isn't she supposed to be a villain? He questioned, still dismayed by the revelation. It's a long story. If you want, I can tell you later. Or better yet, ask Deku. You're his friend, after all. I know, but I don't know where it is. And this? I don't understand what's going on. I know it's confusing. Everything's been turned upside down these past few days. I'm sorry I can't tell you more. You'd really be a huge help right now, but we can't leave UA unprotected. I understand. I just hope they find him soon. We will. Hawk said, walking away with a smile. So what do we do now, Mirio? Eri asked. I have an idea. Tagata replied, looking at the door through which Hawks had exited. They both thought the same thing. Behind that door was a dangerous criminal, but if Deku had been there, they could infer two things. 1. They fought, and he wasn't exactly the loser. And 2. He trusted her. Hawks didn't say it outright, but it was obvious. That's why the young people decided to go in. There, they found Lady Nagant almost completely covered in bandages. From her expression, it seemed she had been expecting them. A tense silence filled the room until a small voice broke it. How do you know Midoriya? Are you his friend? Eri asked decisively, surprising Nagant. I don't think so. But it's clear you are. You have the same gleam in your eyes. The sniper replied. Her comment confused the duo, but it made them intuit more than she said. You appreciate it, don't you? Mirio insisted. A lot. Nagant simply said, lowering his gaze slightly. So how did you end up like this? Eri asked, still staring at her. Let's just say. It was all a misunderstanding. The former heroine murmured, recalling her confrontation with the green-eyed boy. But he didn't do this to you. Mirio insisted. Not at all. He's not like that. Lady sighed and then began to recount everything. From her escape from Tartarus and her encounter with All for One to the battle with Izuku and how he had shattered the foundations of her worldview and of heroes in general. I see. That's very much like him. Mirio said with a nostalgic smile. He wants to save everyone. I know. Ugh, I still have so many things I want to tell her. Nagant confessed. But I don't know where she is, and even if I did, I couldn't stand up even if I tried. But if you could, would you go look for him? Eri asked, a spark of determination in her eyes. Of course. She replied without hesitation. I have to save him. I owe it to him. She looked at his hand, the one he had taken firmly to rescue her. The same hand he extended to comfort her. Then wait here. We'll be back soon. Eri said, taking Mirio's hand and leaving the room, leaving Nagant bewildered. That girl. She looked so much like him. He thought, smiling to himself. I have no idea what she's planning, but if she's his friend, it's bound to be something big. Eri, what are you talking about? Mirio asked as they walked through the hallways. Did you notice how she was talking about Deku? He's important to her, she's going to want to help him. Yes, but even Hawks hasn't been able to find him. And I have to protect the academy, what can we do? Mirio asked, still incredulous. Not so much us. But we know a whole class of kids who can. Eri said with a determined smile. Mirio grasped the idea instantly. He admired the little girl's determination. They soon arrived at UA and headed straight for the Class A dorms, but upon entering, they found the rooms empty. A loud voice startled them from behind. Tagata. Eri. Iida shouted. Guys. Mirio greeted cheerfully, although his expression changed when he saw the whole class running towards him with intense looks. You knew about One for All. They exclaimed in unison. Enya and Bakugo stepped forward, visibly annoyed, and were about to physically confront him, but a small figure intervened. Wait. Eri shouted, raising her arms in front of her hero. Telling you about his power was Deku's decision. If he didn't, it was because he wanted to protect us all. Don't blame Mirio for keeping his friend secret. The little girl's words resonated deeply with everyone. Gradually, the faces in the class began to relax. We're sorry Tagata, we're all a bit tipsy. Iida apologized, lowering his head. It's okay, I understand. That's why we came. Mirio explained. Do you have any leads on Izuku? Yes. We got this from Endeavor. Shiro said, holding up the GPS device the hero had given them. Is that? Mirio asked, just before being interrupted. That's right, and we're going after him now. Yaoirozu declared. He's become very powerful, so we need a good plan. And all the help we can get. Will you join us? Of course. But I also have an ace up my sleeve. Well. Eri has it. He said, pointing to the little girl, surprising everyone. Really? What are you planning? Kirishima asked excitedly. I can't say. It's a surprise. Eri replied mischievously. TSK, what a nuisance of a girl. Bakugo grumbled, though without aggression. You prepare your plan. Mirio said seriously. Use your quirks, think about what you've been through with him, and use them. Speak from the heart. He'll feel it. And you? Todoroki asked. I'll go put on my suit and then I'll pick up reinforcements. See you on the battlefield. A reinforcement. Todoroki insisted. Yes. A guarantee that this will work. Lemillion said with a smile before grabbing Eri and running off. Wait, Tagata. Yam almost shouted, tossing a small communicator that Eri caught mid-air. It's to keep us in touch. Let us know when you have the backup. You guys are amazing. See you soon. Replied the blonde boy with his characteristic energy. While Class A was organizing and preparing for the mission, Mirio and Eri rushed back to the hospital. Upon arriving, they burst into the room with Eri still in tow. They took their time. Nagant said, hiding the anxiety in his voice. Do they know where Izuku is yet? No, but I'm in contact with those who are. We have to leave. They need help to stop him. Lemillion explained. Perfect. Help me with the bandages, I can barely manage. It won't be necessary. Mirio interjected, looking at Eri. The girl climbed down from his back and slowly approached the bed. She still distrusted the former heroine, but if Deku trusted her, then she would too. Promise me. Eri said firmly. Promise me you'll use your power for good. Promise me you'll save him. I'm not thinking about anything other than helping him. I promise you. Nagant said honestly. Eri placed her hands on the woman. She activated her quirk carefully. She hadn't fully mastered it yet, but she was confident. She'd done it with Mirio. She could do it with Nagant. Gradually, the sniper began to feel a change. When Eri withdrew her hands, Nagant sat up in one swift motion, surprised by the renewed strength she felt. She hurriedly removed the bandages, examining her hands. They were healed. Eri's quirk had worked. It had rewound her body too before the explosion, even before All for One implanted the airwalk. She had lost some of that power, but she had regained her freedom. Mirio offered him a small mirror from the nightstand. Nagant looked at himself and saw his entire face. Complete, just like before. What did you do? She asked, her voice trembling, unable to believe what she was seeing. That's his quirk. Mirio replied. It's a long story. Thank you, little one. Nagant said, with a smile that threatened to burst into tears. You're welcome. Now keep your promise. Eri asked solemnly. Mirio picked up the girl again and went to the window. Are you ready? Yes. But I need to go somewhere before I go after Izuku. Nagant replied, his expression now more determined. Before jumping, she took a flower from the bouquet on the table. The others didn't know who had left it, but she did. The three of them jumped out the window, climbing ledges and descending pipes until they reached the street, right under the astonished gaze of a nurse arriving with the food. They quickly made their way to an abandoned building. They climbed to the top floor, where Nagant had set up a makeshift base. There he had food, binoculars, a computer, and his old suit. The same one he'd worn when he worked for the Public Safety Commission. The suit stained with innocent blood. But now he would wear it for another purpose. To save a boy who still believed in heroes. Lady. Nagant. Izuku whispered, bewildered, with tears in his eyes as Bakugo held him. Look at you. What happened to the sparkle in your eyes? The sniper challenged her. I can't. Can't you smile? That's not you. He said firmly. The whole class was surprised, as it seemed they already knew each other. That's the problem with guys like you. Like All Might. They always think they have to save everyone, but they'd never accept being saved by someone else. He added as he slowly approached. Bakugo didn't trust him, but Lemillion gestured for him to step aside. Reluctantly, he did, leaving Deku kneeling in front of Nagant. But, she said, extending her hand toward Izuku. I already saved you once. And I know I can do it again. She affirmed, kneeling in front of him with the same warm smile as before. That gesture transported him back in time. He remembered that time when, as just a tearful child, that heroine appeared in her costume, her light, her smile. A figure who rescued him from fear. Much had changed since then. Now he was stronger than everyone around him, but Nagant's presence made him realize. Even the most powerful need a hero. Eri, Tagada, Kaina, the entire Class A. They were all there for him. He couldn't resist any longer. My heroine. He whispered, taking her hand before fading from exhaustion. Nagant caught him in his arms to keep him from falling. With a gesture, he called the others. For a moment, no one moved until the class representative stepped forward. Shoji followed, then Kirishima, and one by one, they all approached. Shoji carefully lifted him, wrapping his extra arms around him. Then, Todoroki contacted his father via the intercom. We got it. Shoto reported, still shocked. Good. Come as soon as possible. Endeavor ordered in a firm voice. A thick silence fell over the room. No one could process what had happened. Even more so when they saw Eri approaching, carried in Lemillion's arms, chatting with Nagant as if they were old friends. Thank you for convincing him, miss. Eri said with an innocent smile. Call me Kaina. Replied the former heroine. And what will you do now? Tagada asked. What I said. Save him. My plan hasn't changed. The conversation was interrupted by Todoroki's cold rationality. You don't have to come with us. We appreciate what you did, but you're still a fugitive. You don't have to remind me. Nagant replied with some regret. Where do you know Midoriya from? Koyami asked, approaching, followed by the others. And? Why did you come to help us? Yayoi Rozu added. It was a long time ago. She began. She told them how, in her early days as a hero, she found a crying child. She spent the entire afternoon with him until she found his mother. She spoke of her descent into darkness within public safety, of her dealings with All for One, and of how Izuku helped her return to the light. That calmed the group down a little. After all, he had saved Deku. That was enough for now. Now I remember you. Bakugo exclaimed. Dek. Izuku, he talked about you for weeks. Lady Nagant this, Lady Nagant that. He described you as the new All Might, but no one knew who you were. You really made an impression on him. Nagant smiled as he imagined that tender image of little Izuku. But you were a hero. Why did you do what you did? Todoroki asked, direct as always. Because. There are things you still don't understand about the heroic world. She replied honestly. You're good kids, and you'll be great heroes, but behind it all there are layers of corruption, bureaucracy, and self-interest. Society is fragile. Someone has to get their hands dirty to keep it standing. Silence filled the air. Nagant's words echoed with an unsettling harshness. Tokoyami was the one who finally spoke. "Hawks," she said firmly. "I saw him do something questionable. But it was necessary." "Are you talking about Yubegawara?" Bakugo anticipated, one of the few who had the nerve to read the full report of the battle at Jaku Hospital. "Yes. My teacher. Had to eliminate him." "Delete?" Jiru asked. "He had to kill him." Tsukiyomi confirmed, looking down. The impact was universal. Even Eri and Mirio were paralyzed, although the latter was already well aware of that hidden side of heroism. Nagant, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all. "See? He's now in the place I used to be. He's doing the work that used to be mine," Nagant explained. "But at least he eliminated a real villain, a real danger." "My father," Todoroki interjected, "has used his fire against Nomus and people like Shigaraki." "And weren't the Nomus people?" Kaina replied. That struck a chord with Shoto, who remembered how he mutilated one of those beasts to save All Might. But that doesn't make him a murderer. It makes him a hero. One who understands what he must do to protect. Endeavor, on the other end of the intercom, listened to everything in silence. "But heroes shouldn't kill," Mineta murmured. "I know, and I always hated that UA instilled that idea," Nagant explained. "All Might changed the paradigm. Do you know what this country was like before him? There was only chaos and violence, and heroes could only fight by matching the villain's cruel methods. But then he came along with his I'm here plus ultra and all that stuff that only works if you're a god like him. The rest of us, we're mortals. Heroes like Endeavor or Hawks have lethal abilities, and that doesn't make them any less of a hero. Sometimes, saving one life means taking another. Unfortunately, society prefers martyrs to realists." Each one was reflecting. Tokoyami, especially, remembered Dabi's words and Hawk's secret. Then he raised his voice. "It shocked me to learn that Hawks murdered someone, but he did it for a reason." "That's right," Bakugo added. "If that deranged twice had survived and joined Shigaraki at the hospital, with his ability, they could have created copies of him. Each one with that almost infinite power. We wouldn't have been able to do anything. It would have been a massacre." "I don't condone death," Tsukiyomi interjected, "but I admire my master. He has the will to do whatever it takes to protect others. In that respect, even villains are admirable. They stop at nothing. I believe a hero can be like that too, and that shouldn't make them any less of a hero." His speech resonated deeply. The world was crueler than they had imagined, and the Battle of Jaku had given them a taste of that. Midoriya had been a victim of all the brutality that reality could offer. He had the power, but what if he hadn't? The villains wouldn't have hesitated to kill him. That's when they arrived with Endeavor, who sought to restore order. "How's Deku?" "That's fine. He's just exhausted," Kaina replied, looking at him resolutely. "I understand. We'll escort you all to UA," he said, looking at Kaina firmly. "Thank you. For earlier," Hawks added, approaching. "I know what I did wasn't right, and I dream about Yubegawara every night. I deeply regret what I did, but thank you for understanding." Everyone boarded the transport. The atmosphere was tense. Happiness, confusion, doubt. No one knew what to think. It was Iida who tried to break the ice. "The important thing is that we rescued Midoriya. And that someone like Lady Nagant, despite her past, came to save him. I made mistakes too, I let anger consume me, but I had people who gave me another chance and pulled me out of that abyss." She looked at Todoroki. "We should do the same, Miss Kaina," she said, extending her hand. "My best friend trusts you. Lemillion trusts you. Eri trusts you. And so do I." Kaina hesitated, but before deciding, Uraraka spoke. "Deku always sees the best in people. He saw it in all of us. I'm sure he sees it in you too. Midoriya meddles where he's not wanted," Todoroki remarked. "He did it to everyone here, and to you too. He gave us second chances. It would be unfair not to give you yours." "That's right," Sayu added. "If your goal is to save him, then you're one of us." "Yes." They all shouted in unison, including Mirio and Eri. But Yaoi Rozu made a logical point. Miss Kaina cannot enter the academy openly. She is still a fugitive in the eyes of the people. "I'll take care of that," Endeavor interrupted. "We'll use a side entrance. He'll spend the night in the dorm with you girls. We'll decide what to do tomorrow." "I thought you'd want to arrest me, hero," Nagant said suspiciously. "I am, and so are you," said number 1. "Deku believes it, so do I." "Dad," Shoto whispered, shocked by his father's attitude. "So it's official, she's staying with us," Mina shouted, lifting everyone's spirits. Upon arriving at the school, the vehicle stopped. Midoriya awoke to the sound of the movement. Seeing Nagant, he remembered that she had been his last sight before fainting. He asked Shoji to let him walk on his own. Once he was on his feet, he went straight to her. Lady Nagant, I kinda silenced him with a finger to her lips. I'll wait for you inside. I have a lot to tell you, she said with a gentle smile. He understood and went back to his friends. The class had trouble getting in. People were vehemently opposed to Deku's return to UA. They feared his presence would attract All for One again, potentially endangering everyone once more. But then, Uraraka gave a profound and moving speech. She spoke from the heart, tears welling in her eyes, reminding everyone how Izuku had saved them time and time again, without asking for anything in return. Little by little, people Deku had rescued in the past approached him. Some were crying, others were hugging him, and together they made a welcoming path for him to his hero academy. Once inside, the class split up. The girls went to greet their new guest, while the boys took Midoriya to take a refreshing bath. After all, his short but intense stint as a vigilante had left him ragged and covered in grime. Once clean and changed, they all gathered in the common room. How are you feeling, Midoriya? Asked Ida, always the attentive delegate. Very well. I think I really needed it. She replied with a weak but sincere smile. Don't doubt it. Kaminari added. I'm sorry about your suit, but it was in tatters. I know, don't worry. I'll go to the support class and ask them for a new one. Okay, we'll do it tomorrow. Zero said. For now, it's best to rest. Yes, but you have unfinished business. Todoroki interjected directly. All Might. Yes. We broke up a few days ago. And honestly, I treated him pretty badly. He just wanted to help me, just like you guys. I need to apologize. Izuku admitted, looking down. Don't worry about it, young Midoriya. Interrupted a familiar voice from the window. All Might. Exclaimed Deku, surprised. What are you doing here? Endeavor told me the class managed to bring you here. The former symbol of peace replied, entering the dormitory. I'm so sorry you felt like I was a burden. Next time, I won't interfere. Don't say that, All Might. Actually, the Katsudon you gave me was the only thing keeping me going. Without it, I was getting weaker than I could have imagined. I'm the one who regrets how I treated you. Today you made me realize I can't do it all alone. Thank you for being there for me. He finally said, bowing his head in apology. You're more like me than I'd like. All Might said with a smile, placing a hand on his shoulder. Rest, please. We'll start moving again tomorrow. Yes. See you tomorrow, All Might. Of course. Get some rest, boys. The hero said before leaving. Can we go to sleep now? Bakugo asked, visibly exhausted. Yes, I need to rest. Deku said as he headed to his room. But as he entered, a thought crossed his mind. Not yet. I have unfinished business. He thought of a certain woman with blue and pink hair. Meanwhile, in Mina's dorm, the girls had gathered for a girls' night in, and they invited Kaina as well. Although she wasn't thrilled at first, she loved feeling included. They spent the evening eating ice cream, doing each other's hair, and chatting. Most of the conversation revolved around Kaina, but not her life as a heroine, rather about her as a person. Her tastes, interests, and anecdotes. They wanted to get to know her, to connect with her. It was a perfect opportunity to clear their minds of the chaos that society was experiencing. And, as was inevitable, sooner or later the topic of Midoriya came up. What you did to convince him. It's clear you're very special to him. Jiru said with a mischievous smile. Yes, you knew exactly what to say. It's clear you know him well. Yaoi Rozu added. That's right. Kaina replied, lowering her gaze slightly. We haven't spent much time together, but when I confronted him, nothing had changed. Well, yes. Now he had a quirk, more than one. That was a surprise. She remarked with amusement, observing her own hand. But when he took my hand, it was as if no time had passed. As if nothing had changed. The sparkle in his eyes. It was the same as always. She sighed tenderly. The others watched her, fascinated. She spoke of Izuku with enthusiasm and an affection that couldn't be hidden. Of course, there was one among them who couldn't help but feel uncomfortable, though as always, she tried to ignore the feeling. Excuse me, girls. I have to go to the bathroom. Kaina said, starting to get up. I'll accompany you. Hagakure offered kindly. Just as she stood up, a small, delicate, and beautiful purple flower fell from her pants pocket. All eyes turned to it. Kaina immediately picked it up, trying to hide it, but a slight blush betrayed her. The avalanche of questions was imminent, so she decided to offer an explanation before the theories got out of hand. They gave it to me at the hospital. I think it's protocol or something like that, she said, clearly nervous. Of course, hospital. Mina replied, raising an eyebrow. Yes, protocol. Jiru repeated in a disbelieving tone. Kaina quickly left with Hagakure. Although she seemed nervous, she had survived. After the bath, they returned and continued talking for a while longer. The tension subsided, but none of them would forget what they had seen. When it was time, they all slept in the same room. There was enough space, so they settled in without any problems. However, among them all, there was one who couldn't sleep. The eldest, Kaina, had something she needed to do. She didn't know how to approach it, and besides, it was already very late. She assumed the boy would be asleep. She didn't want to wake him, so she decided to go outside for some fresh air. She leaned over the balcony, took a deep breath, and stood on the railing, intending to use her airwalk to climb to the roof. But just before she launched herself, she remembered. She no longer had a quirk. She was about to climb down, but she slipped and nearly fell into the void. Then a strong hand held her firmly. She looked up and saw those green eyes that moved her so deeply. "Izuku," she whispered, her heart racing. He was smiling. Izuku used his float quirk to lift Kaina up to the rooftop. Once there, they both landed softly. There was so much they wanted to say, but neither of them knew how to begin. All they did was sit down, barely a meter apart. The silence wasn't exactly awkward, but it was heavy with a subtle, latent tension. It was Kaina who finally broke the ice. "Your friends are great. Especially the one who was with the little girl. He's a great guy," she commented, referring to Mirio. "Yes, it is. I suppose it was he who asked Yuri to treat your wounds. I'm glad they did. Actually, I think it was the girl's idea." "Oh really?" "Yes. She was very determined to save you. She even made me promise that I would only use my power for good. It's clear you made an impact on her too." "That's a long story," Izuku replied, recalling everything that had happened with Chisaki. "But what did you say to her? I thought you weren't a hero anymore." "I don't know. But you said yes." "Honestly, I'm still not sure I'm ready to go back to that world. Endeavor said they'd discuss my future tomorrow. I'm waiting to hear about that. Are you anxious?" "Honestly, no. There's only one thing I want to do with my power now." "And what is it?" "Protect you, Izuku," she said, looking directly into his eyes. He blushed and looked away, somewhat nervous. "About that. Thank you for earlier. For coming to where I was and talking to me. Honestly, I didn't want to listen to anyone. But you were right. They just wanted to help you. And I don't judge you. I know what it feels like to think no one understands you. Although, thank goodness you showed up. At least you made me understand, even if it was through hard knocks." "Hey. I barely touched you," he protested, somewhat embarrassed. "Of course, and that's why you broke my sniper rifle, right?" she said, laughing softly. "In my defense, I had to stop you. You started shooting at me." "Touch," he murmured, looking up at the sky. "Thank you for earlier, really. What are you talking about? You saved me. You didn't have to. I tried to kill you, and you still did it." "That's not true. You know you didn't really try, even though you didn't know who he was. And besides, saving people, that's what heroes do. You know that very well. But no hero would have done what you did. You went far beyond anything I've ever seen anyone do for you. You made me feel special. You made me feel loved," she said, a slight smile playing on her lips, her cheeks flushed a soft blush. "Toter, Hawks, Endeavor, your friends, the little one. They all trusted me. They even welcomed me here. All because you did it in the first place. They said you saw something special in me. Even in something silly like this." She gently pulled the purple flower from her pocket. "Why? I just felt your room was very empty, kind of sad. I wanted to give you something to cheer you up. But the truth is, I don't know you very well, so I didn't know what to choose. The only thing I remembered was that afternoon when I was a child. We stood looking at a display case full of purple flowers. You clearly liked them. I decided to go with that. Although I didn't know if you still like them. I love them. But you remembered that. How? Why? Because you're special to me," Izuku said, now completely flushed, but looking at her with determination. "You're my hero. I know how important it is when someone thinks of you. And you did that for me. I just wanted to give you back a little of that." Kaina remained silent, observing her hand. "After what I did. I never wanted to offer my hand to anyone again. Every time I looked at it, all I saw was blood. But you took it without hesitation. You're the first one who didn't judge me, the first one who looked into my heart. You've always been a hero, that'll never change," you said. "You rescued me from my demons. You're special to me too, Izuku. You're my hero. I'll make sure I stay yours," she said, giving him a genuine smile. They both closed the distance between them. They felt more comfortable, lighter after speaking from the heart, although they knew there were still things left to say. "I'm Kaina Tsutsumi," she said, extending her hand as if they had just met. "Nice to meet you, Kaina. I'm Izuku Midoriya, though my friends call me Deku. Deku. I like it. What does that mean?" And so, they began a different kind of conversation, without heroes or villains. Just two people genuinely interested in getting to know each other. They owed each other a lot, but until now they'd had very little time together. Izuku told her about One for All, his recent experiences, his emotions. Kaina spoke about her life before becoming Lady Nagant, her hobbies, about who she truly was. They ended up lying on the rooftop, gazing at the stars. She pointed out constellations to him, and he marveled at her knowledge. It was then that Izuku had an idea. "Do you like music?" he asked, taking his phone out of his pocket. "I love it." "Then, pick a song," he said, offering her the device with its music app open. Kaina searched through her memories and found one that felt perfect for the moment. She played the melody and lay back down. Izuku recognized the song instantly. Surprised, he looked at her. She smiled at him. He lay down too, this time closer to her. Nagant noticed his approach, and without much thought, she reached out to touch his hand. First, she gently brushed the back of his hand. Izuku, somewhat taken aback, extended a finger in response. Then she made up her mind and intertwined her fingers with his. Her face was flushed, but her expression was firm. She turned to look at him, searching for his gaze, but he was still staring at the stars. His face was completely red. That made her laugh to herself. It was a very sweet moment. So she went back to gazing at the sky. When she realized it, Izuku had already fallen asleep, a smile plastered on his face. Using her experience and skill, Kaina carried him down from the roof with utmost care, without waking him. She found his dorm room thanks to an obvious All Might-themed sign that read Izuku. Upon entering, she was surprised by the number of items belonging to the symbol of peace, but far from finding it ridiculous, she found it endearing. With one hand she held the boy, and with the other she made the bed. She tucked him in, covered him up, and looked at him affectionately. She couldn't resist giving him a soft kiss on the cheek. "Sleep well, Izu. There are many people who need a hero," he whispered. He closed the door very carefully and returned to the room where the girls were, entering as discreetly as possible. The entire process was silently observed by Aoyama, who was eating his usual portion of cheese. He was surprised by the obvious affection the tough sniper felt for the green-haired boy, though it didn't seem unusual to him. Izuku had that effect on people. So he let it go, for now. The next morning, the sun streamed through the windows of the Class A dormitory. The girls woke up one by one, smiling as they recalled the strange but fun evening of the previous night. Meanwhile, on the boys' side, the usual early risers were already up and about. Kirishima, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Sato were in the kitchen, diligently preparing breakfast. This time, it wasn't just for their classmates. They were also thinking about their new guest. "Do you think he'll like the eggs like this?" Sato asked, while carefully stirring the mixture. "He spent years in prison." Todoroki replied in his serious tone. "Anything will taste like heaven to him. And if he doesn't like it, then he doesn't have to eat it." Bakugo roared, as usual. "Relax, buddy." Kirishima chimed in with a smile. "She helped us with Midoriya. The least we can do is treat her well." Meanwhile, Izuku, who was usually one of the first to wake up, was still fast asleep. The accumulated fatigue and the sleepless night talking with Kaina were finally taking their toll. The girls went down to the dining room and found that the boys had already finished serving. The dishes looked impeccable. Golden, fluffy omelets, crispy bacon strips, freshly brewed coffee, fresh orange juice, and pancakes drizzled with maple syrup. It was clear they had put a lot of effort into it. Little by little, everyone took their seats and collected their breakfast, but soon someone noticed an absence. "Where's Deku?" Uraraka asked, putting her plate down on the table. "He always wakes up early. He must be exhausted," Todoroki said. "Maybe someone should go wake him up so he can at least eat." "Then I'll go," Uraraka said, already heading off. "Wait," Kaina interrupted casually. "Let me do it." The woman headed straight for the elevator. The guys didn't bother to stop her, but the girls exchanged suspicious glances. There was something about the way she'd offered herself, something several of them had noticed the night before. Especially one, who, though she wouldn't admit it, was starting to feel jealous. Before Nagant could go upstairs, however, the bedroom door burst open. There stood Endeavor, Lemillion, and All Might, all three with tense, urgent faces. "I'll go open the door for them," said Iida with his characteristic seriousness. As soon as they crossed the threshold, Endeavor got straight to the point. "Nagant, we need you to get ready." "Where's Deku?" "He's still asleep," she replied, confused. "What's wrong?" "It's Shigaraki," All Might interjected gravely. "He faced Star and Stripe. The #1 hero of the United States." Kirishima asked, incredulous. "She's incredible. That was definitely a good opportunity to stop him. Why aren't they with her?" Bakugo blurted out, already anticipating the worst. "She died," All Might replied, his voice breaking. "Shigaraki defeated her." A heavy silence hung over the room. No one could believe it. Star and Stripe had been one of the pillars of hope. Their downfall hit them like a sledgehammer. But his sacrifice was not in vain. Endeavor continued. He left him on the brink of death. He bought us time. Then this is the time to act. Said Yamomo, already starting to plan. Exactly. That's why we need Nagant and Deku. The hero stated firmly. Star gave us, at most, a few weeks. If we find All for One before Shigaraki's body recovers, we can end this. I thought you'd want to lock me up again. Kinda murmured, still not believing it. You proved you're on our side. Lemillion said. And if that weren't enough, they should arrest me too for helping you escape. He added, scratching the back of his neck with a nervous smile. We had already made it clear that we would accompany Midoriya wherever he went. Todoroki said with determination, looking at his father. I know. That's why we're here. Tagada added. This time, no one's going to leave him alone. Hawks, Edshot, and your father will join us. Nijira and Tamaki too. And we want you, Nagant, with us. What about us? Bakugo exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. We want to fight too. And they will. All Might interjected. But first they must become stronger. This time it won't just be Shigaraki. There's also All for One, as strong as him, but smarter. Dabi, with flames as lethal as Endeavor's. Toga, with her unpredictable ability. The 6 high-end Nomu. And what remains of the Paranormal Liberation Front. That's why it's vital that you're ready. Endeavor added, raising his voice. You promised Deku you'd be by his side. Make it happen. The words ignited a spark in the students. Although not all of them could join him, they knew that helping also meant growing stronger themselves. Meanwhile, Nagant had already gone up to the dormitory floor. Stepping out of the elevator, he bumped into Aoyama, who was coming out of his room with a mischievous grin. Good morning, Miss Nagant, he said elegantly. Are you going to wake Midoriya? Yes. Why do you ask? She replied, somewhat uneasy. I suffered from insomnia last night. She explained, shrugging her shoulders. I found it. Interesting how you handled it. So delicately. Kaina's face lit up like a lamp. Did you see it? But how? Let's just say I have good eyesight. And hearing. He replied mischievously. Kaina instantly pushed him against a wall and covered his mouth, which was red to his ears. Don't say it so loud. She whispered, making sure no one else could hear. Okay, he said when he let go of her mouth. I won't say anything. As long as you answer one little thing for me. What thing? Do you like him? The question hit her like a hammer. Kaina wasn't one to be emotional. She'd never had room for feelings. But she couldn't deny it. Izuku made her feel different. Was it love? Gratitude? Hope? Of course not. He tried to reply, avoiding her gaze. It's none of your business. I figured. Aoyama said, walking toward the elevator. But if you're really interested, you should hurry. You're not the only one who's got her eye on him. And he left. Kaina froze. Her mind raced. The age difference. The other girls. The uncertainty of her own feelings. All of it gnawed at her. But when she thought of Izuku, of how he had looked at her, how he had saved her, how he had held her hand. Damn it. That weird kid can't be right. He muttered, leaning his forehead against the wall. That's when Izuku's bedroom door opened. The boy came out, rubbing his eyes, still sleepy. Oh, good morning Kaina, she greeted, with a warm smile. I slept like a log. And you? Oh okay too. She replied sadly. But. Endeavor, All Might and Mirio are downstairs. They say they need you. There's important news about All for One. The mention of the villain immediately changed Midoriya's expression. I understand. Let's go. They both stepped off the elevator. They were serious, aware of what was coming. But silently, they enjoyed each other's company. Nagant, however, had a thought he couldn't get out of his head. It's not true. It can't be. He's 10 years younger than me. I knew him when he was a child. I'm sick. Upon arriving, the heroes told them everything. Star and Stripe sacrifice. The little time gained. The urgency to move before it was too late. Then I have to make the most of the time Star gave us. Izuku said, his eyes downcast. I'll grab my suit and head out right away. You guys. We'll go with you. Kaina interrupted, taking a step forward. Hey. It was a mistake to leave you alone for so long. Endeavor added. This time, we won't allow it. We'll do things right. We're a team, remember? Mirio said, extending his hand with a smile that radiated hope. Izuku smiled and shook his friend's hand. After everything his class had done to bring him back, after everything Nagant had done for him, he couldn't refuse. He rushed to change, putting on his gym uniform, armbands, and the Gran Torino cape. Kaina also went to get her hero costume, not forgetting the flower Deku had given her. She tried not to think about it too much, but she liked carrying it with her wherever she went. Once ready, they met up with the rest of the team at an alternate exit of UA, where Tamaki and Nagant were already waiting for them, who were aware of Nagant's situation thanks to Mirio. "How are you, Midoriya? We were worried about you," said Nagant. "Yeah, buddy, don't play the vigilante again," Tamaki added. "It doesn't suit the future number one." He gave him a shy smile. "Thank you, guys." Izuku replied with his usual shy demeanor. "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you during the battle at the hospital. Especially you, Nagant. Shigaraki was my responsibility," he said, surprising everyone. She just smiled, touched by his attitude. "Don't apologize, we should have done more to help you too," she said, floating gently toward him. "It's not fair that you have to carry the whole burden alone." "Then we'll carry her together," Lemillion interjected, putting his fist between them. Nagant smiled, then bumped fists with Deku, followed by Tamaki. Hawks appeared from the side. All Might dragged Endeavor away, Genis did so with elegance. And only Nagant remained, somewhat apart from the group. "Come on, you're part of the team too," Tagada told him. "I can't. You are the heroes," Nagant replied, looking down and turning his back on them. Then Deku separated from the group, approached her, and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "You're mine," she said with a smile. Aina looked up and saw that gleam in his eyes, smiled, and nodded. He took her hand, and together they returned to the group, joining hands in a gesture of unity. Of acceptance. Everyone there carried their own problems, insecurities, inner demons. Many had to face them alone, but now they were a unit. Together they would be stronger. Together, they could handle anything. Once the team was formed, they were deployed to different points throughout the city. Although they were separated, they stayed as close to each other as possible. Deku and Endeavor patrolled on their own, being the fastest and most powerful, searching for villains who could give them clues about All for One. Hawks and Genis traveled together in a sports car, tracking down the looters. The big three, meanwhile, were busy rescuing straggling civilians and bringing them back to UA with All Might's help. Nagant, on the other hand, was positioned atop a strategic building, from where she could cover the entire team, and was repositioned by All Might as needed. They were organized in such a way that no villain could detect the rest of the team. The idea was clear. Midoriya was the bait. And it worked. As he walked through the deserted streets, 7 villains dressed in samurai-like attire surrounded him. "You're coming with us, kid," said the one who seemed to be the leader. "No," Izuku replied firmly. "You will come with me. And tell me everything you know about All for One. You make my job difficult, kid," the leader muttered as he drew his katana. The others mimicked him, each adopting a different stance. Only the leader stepped forward. "Defeat me in an honorable duel, Izuku Midoriya." "Sorry, but there's nothing honorable about this," Deku said, activating his black whip, ready to disarm him and knock him out with a smash. But just before the impact, a figure in a red cape intercepted the attacker. "Power!" Lemillion exclaimed, kneeing the villain in the liver. "Tagada!" exclaimed Izuku, pleasantly surprised. "We told you we'd be with you," Nagant added, unleashing a powerful wave that knocked down 2 enemies. Tamaki appeared silently, as usual, disarming 2 more with his octopus-like tentacles. Izuku smiled as he saw the 3 giants beside him. He then launched himself at the remaining 2, but it wasn't necessary. Nagant took them down with kinetic energy projectiles, non-lethal but accurate. With a team like that, Midoriya felt invincible. For the next few days, the heroes worked tirelessly, patrolling the entire territory, rescuing civilians, and capturing villains, though none of them yielded any useful information about All for One. At night, they refused to return to UA. They wanted to make the most of their time in the countryside, and the adults only allowed it because Nagant insisted on staying too. Every night, they looked for an unoccupied safe house to camp in. They lit a small fire, removed some of their clothing to be more comfortable, and sat down to share the food Tamaki got from stores and supermarkets. These were moments of rest, yes, but also of connection. "What do you want to do when this is over?" Nagant asked, looking at the flames. "When will this be over?" Mirio repeated thoughtfully. "I suppose even after defeating Shigaraki, there will still be people to help. I'm still a long way from reaching 1,000,000, so I'll keep at it. I will continue on my path," Deku said, looking at his hand. "To be a worthy successor of One for All. They're too serious." Tamaki interjected in his usual apathetic tone. "I just want to graduate," he concluded, provoking general laughter from the group. "You all are very curious," Nagant remarked with a laugh, capturing everyone's attention. "I know you're young and full of dreams. But being in prison gave me time to reflect. Did you ever imagine your lives without heroism?" The question made them think. For all of them, being a hero had been the center of their lives. "I spoke with Hawks once," Izuku said. "He told me he was fighting for a world where heroes had so little work they'd get bored. A world where we could live normal lives." "That's what I'm talking about," Nagant explained. "We won't eradicate crime or villains. But," living differently wouldn't be so bad. I lost my quirk for 6 months, Mirio shared. At first, I thought it would be hell, but taking care of Yuri, it wasn't so bad. In fact, I really enjoyed taking care of Yuri. I don't think I'd mind the idea of being a father. I want to travel the world, Nagant said, a spark in her eyes. Visit Florence, see the lily garden. The purgator hero Dante lives there. I'm dying to meet him, exclaimed Deku. Yes, she shouted. Have you seen his quirk? It's incredible. It is. Atonement gives him more power the more serious the sin he absolves. Izuku added, showing off his encyclopedic knowledge. Midoriya, have you ever thought about becoming a researcher or something? Tamaki asked, surprising the others. You know more about quirks than anyone. You could write books. That's a brilliant idea. Mirio chimed in. You could help a lot of people understand quirks better. That would be ideal. Deku agreed. To gather all that knowledge, to make an encyclopedia. I would buy it, exclaimed Nagant, floating with excitement. You could even help him write it, Nagant said with a half smile. That's right, Nagant exclaimed happily. Mirio and Izuku laughed, but Tamaki, ever observant, noticed a hint of annoyance behind Lady's comment. And you, Miss Nagant? What would you like to do? He asked, trying to ease the discomfort. Me? Kinda said, somewhat surprised. I think I want to travel too. But not like you, girl. She looked at Nagant. I want to buy a motorcycle, ride around, feel the wind on my skin. See sunsets, meet lots of people, try strange food. Be free. The group looked at her in surprise. It was clear she was a free spirit. I know it's not as ambitious as yours, but it's a big dream. It would be great to go with you, Deku said, blushing noticeably. Because of the whole discovering new quirks thing. He added sheepishly. You're right, we must stick together, said Mirio. Yes, you can't be alone. You're all crazy. Tamaki concluded, provoking laughter. Moments like that reminded them that, as long as they were together, there was hope. That a brighter tomorrow was possible. And that, as Midnight once said, sometimes protecting many people can be abstract, but taking care of those who matter most, that can give you the strength to keep going. The team continued their mission to capture All for One, defeating multiple villains and securing the civilians still wandering outside the shelters. As in previous operations, they were strategically separated, which created a window of opportunity that All for One didn't miss. The ultimate villain sensed the heroes were getting closer. Nagant followed Deku's movements through the sight of his rifle as usual, until a familiar voice made him turn around in alarm. So you came out too, Lady Nagant, said the voice. What are you doing here? She asked seriously. What's wrong, lady? Who is it? Deku asked when he heard her through the intercom. I can't talk now, was the last thing they heard before the connection was cut off. I'm going to help her. Endeavor exclaimed as he flew toward the sniper's position. Nagant faced Biros. The villain aimed her arrows, forcing her to take cover. Kinda jumped from the roof and hung from a ledge to enter through a window to the floor below. She was cut off and at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Endeavor was intercepted by an unexpected figure. Endeavor, this time you don't have your traumatized progeny to help you, do you? A strange voice said mockingly. You? Asked the hero, bewildered. What on earth are you doing here? Our mutual friend wants me to keep you busy. So we can capture that cheeky boy. Fleckturn declared, emerging from the shadows. Let's see if you last more than a minute, roared Endeavor, launching his attack with jet burn. Fleck activated his quirk and began reflecting the flames of the #1 hero. Endeavor knew he would need a strategy to overcome the religious fanatic. The students listened to Endeavor's argument over the intercom until it too was cut off. The big three tried to go to his or Nagant's aid, but a titan blocked their path. I will not let them near the master, Leviathan said imposingly. Midoriya, we have a problem here. Can you take care of Endeavor and the others? Mirio asked. I'm going as fast as I can, Deku replied, urgency vibrating in his voice. While the big three were dealing with Leviathan, Hawks and Genist were advancing in their sports car toward Nagant's position. But three figures intercepted them. What's wrong, heroes? Can't you talk to your little friends? The Serpenters mocked. HMPH. Do you remember Bakugo? Genist said with a wry smile. He told me about you guys. He sends his regards. You're not Endeavor. I won't let you finish me off. Ending shouted, activating his enhanced quirk. I won't let you near him. Hawks declared, spreading his sharp wings. Deku was the only one with the mobility to assist the others. He was using the black whip to propel himself at full speed between the buildings when a large piece of metal flew toward him. Thanks to the hazard sensor, he narrowly dodged it. You've improved, kid, said Wolfram, surrounded by floating metal pieces. But you're still far from being All Might. I don't have time for you, Deku growled, launching his attack. He dove into the metal and threw a punch, which Wolfram blocked with his own. surprised. "You're not the only one who's improved," he said arrogantly. "Let's see if I really don't deserve your attention." The entire team was at their limit. Isolated and facing enemies carefully chosen to exploit their weaknesses, they fell into a trap set by All for One. The villain couldn't allow this group of heroes to keep closing the gap. Nagant faced a battle of wits. Her rifle was useless at such close range, while her opponent used arrows, ideal for close combat. She had to use the environment to her advantage. The only thing she possessed that was more powerful than any weapon was her desire to protect her hero. Endeavor was engaged in a battle of endurance. He knew his opponent's quirk thanks to what Deku had told him. He knew he had to keep attacking until he wore him down. It was just a matter of time. Genist and Hawks were dealing with minor but dangerous villains. Their priority was to neutralize them quickly and without endangering civilians. Noticing that their quirks were ineffective against their respective opponents, they decided to switch opponents, seeking better synergy. Unable to knock Beerus down, Nagant retreated another floor. The place was under construction. Columns, tools scattered about, and poor visibility. He hung from the ceiling above the only available entrance. When Beerus entered, Kaina dropped down with surgical precision, disarming his opponent and turning the tide of the fight. Leviathan continued to hold off the big three. Nagire was exhausted, and Tamaki was feeling the effects of the blows. They devised a strategy. Lure the villain toward a water tank and drop him on top of it to weaken his fire quirk. While Mirio lured him, Nagire and Tamaki prepared to topple the structure. Deku still couldn't defeat Wolfram. Growing increasingly tired, he ended up trapped between metal plates that squeezed him with brutal force. "Why don't you give up, kid? You know you can't win," Wolfram said, this time without mockery. "I can't," Deku muttered, panting. Then Wolfram loosened his grip. Deku fell to his knees, exhausted. "Make things easy, kid. Surrender, and your friends won't suffer," the villain said calmly. "No. I already tried once. They showed me they don't want protection. They want to fight by my side," he said as he stood up, the pain in his body replaced by fire in his soul. "That's why I won't lose," he shouted, unleashing blue beams of pure energy. Wolfram looked at him with something that seemed like respect. He wasn't fighting for love of All for One, he was fighting for a promise of freedom. But seeing someone with real ties moved him deeply. That's why he couldn't give up. He still dreamed of being free. The battle had left numerous pieces of debris scattered about, which Deku began to use with his black whip to strike at the metal fragments protecting Wolfram. However, unlike before, it took the villain longer to recover his defense, so the strategy was clear. He had to strike so fast and so hard that Wolfram wouldn't have a chance to react. Then, he would use a fist-powered smash to finish him off. The exchange between Nagant and Beerus was fierce. Both were experts. The villain stood out for her technique. Lady, for her resourcefulness and aggression. Few blows landed. But in one of those openings, the hooded woman managed to land a kick to Nagant's face, sending her sprawling to the ground. "Is this the most dangerous woman in Japan?" the villain mocked. "What a disappointment. You'll see." Nagant replied from the ground, turning his back as if he were running away. He took advantage of the distraction to grab a handful of dust from the ground. The villain approached and stomped hard on her leg. Nagant feigned defeat. When Beerus bent down to finish her off, the sniper threw the powder in her eyes, momentarily blinding her. In an agile movement, she got back up and slammed her face into a wall, knocking her unconscious. Then, she unfolded a rifle, loaded a bullet, and aimed for her head. "That's it. Murderer. Kill me and end this." Beerus murmured, dazed and bleeding from her forehead. "Why do you work for All for One, mercenary?" Nagant asked, with the experience of someone who had already dealt with a demon. "Someone like you would never understand. You don't know what it's like to fight for someone." "Of course I know," Kaina replied, seeing herself reflected in her opponent. He didn't fire. Instead, he struck her with the barrel of his weapon, knocking her unconscious. He took a breath. The battle had been exhausting. And returned to the rooftop, where he scanned his comrades through his scope. The first one he spotted was the most visible. Endeavor, who was still fighting Fleck Turn. The villain could no longer withstand the hero's blows. His power had diminished, and like a shark smelling blood, Endeavor prepared to seize the opportunity. The temperature began to rise to unbearable levels. The enemy tried to retreat, but it was too late. Flash fire fist. Jet burn. Roared the hero, the blast hitting him squarely in the face. The villain fell unconscious, but Endeavor, despite being overheated, quickly descended to catch him and prevent him from dying from the fall. Panting, he stood up and ascended again. Deku was the priority. Genist, meanwhile, managed to subdue Ending, who was still trying to attack, but a blank round from Nagant knocked him out. Number 3 was relieved to have his ally. Hawks was facing the Serpenters, whose agility rivaled his own, but he also received backup when a shot hit one of them in the back. Hawks quickly finished him off while Nagant did the same to his twin sister. The three giants coordinated their efforts to drag the monster to a designated area. They threw a water tank at it, diminishing its flames. They were ready for a combined attack when Endeavor appeared, tackling the enemy and lifting it into the air. Prominence burn. He shouted, unleashing a scorching wave that knocked the villain out in midair. When he landed, his body showed signs of having reached its limit. Even so, he protected the UA students, who saw the enemy with multiple burns. Serious, but not fatal. They rushed to help him, but Endeavor had something more urgent. Deku. We have to help him. He said, exhausted, while Tamaki and Lemillion held him up. Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook the ground. Nagant's sight only registered smoke until he saw a silhouette. Izuku's black whip, out of control, monstrous. Moments earlier, Deku had been fighting Wolfram, who could barely maintain his shield of metallic asteroids. Izuku propelled himself forward with a black whip, destroying more and more projectiles, with 45% of one for all, and gathering energy with the Fajin. The villain could no longer keep up. Midoriya saw his opportunity. With one last burst of energy, he unleashed all his power. Manchester smash. He yelled, hitting the villain with a brutal kick that destroyed his defenses and threw him to the ground. Deku approached slowly. Give up. Please. Seriously. Wolfram said, struggling to breathe. I really hope you defeat All for One. I know you're not evil at heart. Deku insisted. Fight with us. Let's rid the world of All for One shadow. The villain stared at him, incredulous. Deku reminded him of All Might. He exuded kindness. For a moment, Wolfram wanted to believe. He extended his hand, but then his body began to glow. It was too late for him. The explosion hit him full force. Deku was thrown against a wall, still clinging to the villain's hand, but then he realized. There was almost nothing left of him. He ran to the epicenter, only to find blood and pieces of the enemy's helmet. Deku fell to his knees, weeping with rage, pounding the ground. His anger unleashed the black whip like never before. This time it was a monstrous force that tore him apart from the inside. Ah! He screamed, his pain unbearable. The consciousnesses of One for All tried to calm him, but to no avail. The closest heroes, Endeavor, Tamaki, and Nagire, heard the scream. We have to help him. Tamaki shouted. Yes. Nagire replied, flying purposefully towards the dark storm that was the black whip. Hawks used his feathers to carry Nagant, and together with Genist, they went to his aid. Nagire was dodging attacks with difficulty. Genist tried using the fibers of Deku's suit, but they didn't work. Then, when he managed to tighten his body, part of the whip headed toward him, creating a window of opportunity. Nagire flew towards Izuku. She hugged him tightly. Deku, please control yourself. She shouted desperately. He didn't respond. He clenched his teeth, suffering. Then, she slapped him, but that only enraged Black Whip further. Endeavor blocked a blow aimed at Tamaki, holding him back with difficulty. Lemillion and Sun Eater searched for solutions. Nagant had a quick idea and shouted it to Nagire. Desperate, the girl cupped Izuku's face in her hands. He looked at her, and for a second he blushed. Then she kissed him hard. The others were shocked. What was she planning? Izuku, completely taken aback, blushed even more. The black whip began to subside. Embarrassment accomplished what nothing else could. It brought him back to his senses. They floated, still suspended in the air. She pulled away, smiling. He was stunned. It was his first kiss, and although it wasn't what he'd imagined, he was incredibly grateful. You saved me. He said, red as a tomato. That's what we're here for, isn't it? She replied with a smile, also blushing. Oh no, you're hurt. Izuku exclaimed, noticing the marks on her body. I did it again. I hurt someone. Plop. Oh, Izuku. Did I hit you too hard? She asked, worried. The team, who were already approaching, burst into laughter. The scene was ridiculously adorable. One heroine on the team, however, was annoyed. Or rather, jealous, though she didn't quite understand why. She couldn't deny that Nagire's technique was effective, but the method made her deeply uncomfortable. After the fight, once Midoriya had calmed down, Endeavor summoned his driver and several reinforcements to ensure the villain's capture. Class A quickly arrived at the scene, accompanied by All Might. Everyone involved in the battle was receiving treatment for their injuries. Todoroki was helping cool his father down, and Bakugo was surprised to see the Serpenters again. The rest of the class, noticing that they already knew these villains, couldn't help but be amazed as they assisted the pros. Deku, meanwhile, stared at the crater left by Wolfram's explosion, lost in thought. Mirio noticed how dejected his friend was and thought about going over to comfort him, but Tamaki stopped him when he saw that someone else, someone more suitable, was already heading toward the green-haired boy. How are you? Nagant asked, looking sadly at the horrific scene. I couldn't save him. He gave me his hand, and again, I couldn't save him. It wasn't your fault. You did what you could. Anyone else would have eliminated him, but you. You extended a hand to him. But what good did it do? Maybe if she hadn't given it to me, I wouldn't be dead. Izuku said, with tears in his eyes. You can't know that. That guy messed with All for One. He tried to console him. Dealing with him is like making a deal with the devil. You never come out unscathed. That's why. I have to finish him off. Deku said, clenching his fist tightly as he looked up at the sky. So that no one else ever falls into his clutches again. But, although her words were full of determination, her face still showed sadness. That's the spirit. Nagant murmured gently. And seeing the boy lower his head, he approached and hugged him from behind. Izuku was surprised, but at the same time, he felt comforted. Thank you for being here, Kaina. I always will be. I'm sorry I couldn't do more to help you. Not all of us can fly. She added with a hint of jealousy that, as always, went completely unnoticed by Izuku. Your friends are here, how about we go join them? They broke apart from the hug and walked together toward the group where everyone was eager to see Deku. They had already attended to the big three, who asked that Izuku be given a moment, so everyone waited with curiosity. Even more so because no one could explain what had happened with Wolfram, since the heroes hadn't been informed. Upon arriving, Deku could tell his classmates were worried. How are you, Midoriya? We heard you had a tough battle. Iida asked. Are you hurt? You should let them take care of you. Sayu added. Who did you fight? Todoroki asked. My father mentioned he faced Fleckturn. I can't imagine what kind of monster you fought. Do you want cheese? Aoyama interjected, in his peculiar tone, a little out of place with the situation. Hahaha, I'm fine, guys. Deku replied, smiling at the cheese comment. I didn't fight any monsters. It was Wolfram. The guy we faced on Island. He began to explain. I'm not hurt, just a little tired. I had to give it my all. Go get some rest. Bakugo interrupted. You're exhausted. Tell us more later. Bakugo's attitude surprised everyone, but they all understood that it was best for Izuku to rest. So Iida and Kirishima helped him into an ambulance while the big three rejoined the class. He doesn't want to talk. Lady Nagant said. He faced a villain he didn't want to fight but was forced to by All for One. Just like. Kaminari began until Kaina interrupted him. Yes, like me. And yes, he also tried to save him. But he didn't succeed. What happened to the guy? Bakugo asked, already anticipating the answer. All for One made it explode from the inside. This time, the explosion was deadly. The boys were shocked, but at this point, they could expect anything from the villain. It was then that the big three finished explaining. I didn't see it, but I can imagine what happened. Tamaki said. When that guy exploded, Midoriya must have been furious. Yes, that's definitely how it was. It must have hurt him a lot not being able to save him. Mirio added. And then it went out of control. His black whip became very aggressive. The gyre finished, floating thoughtfully. Like in the battle against Shinso. Tokoyami commented. Emotions greatly affect quirks like that one. But if they didn't have someone like Shinso, how did they control him? Sayu asked. Nejire blushed slightly, remembering what she had done. Did someone rush to hug him? Mina joked, glancing sideways at Uraraka, who blushed instantly. Actually, yes. Nagant interjected, still upset by what she had witnessed. Did you run to save him, Miss Nagant? Iida asked, returning from dropping Deku off at the ambulance. No. I didn't. He pointed at Nejire. Everyone turned to look at the girl, surprised. So you hugged him? Mina asked, appearing beside her with a suggestive tone. He did it. Tagata confirmed. He even slapped him to see if he'd react, but it was useless. Then. He came up with something better. Something better? Hagaka repeated, curiously. Yes, what do you mean, something better? Mina pressed with a foxy smile. She kissed him. Nagant said, his tone as icy as it was hurt. The hint of jealousy was unmistakable, and several people noticed it, including Tamaki. The entire class was silent for a second until Mineta exclaimed. Some people are so lucky. Kaminari and Siro nodded, sharing the sentiment. I didn't know you liked Midoriya. Sayu said. You never mentioned anything during the internships. It's not that I like him. Nejire stammered, blushing. I just wanted to help him. That's all. Yes, of course. Said Mina, narrowing her eyes with a mischievous expression. She kissed him. Uraraka muttered through gritted teeth, completely flustered. She kissed him. While the class continued its commotion, Mirio was amused by how embarrassed his friend was. But Tamaki, more perceptive, noticed that Nagant had wandered away from the group and went to talk to her. Hey. She said, gently touching his shoulder. I don't know what your relationship with Midoriya is, but you have no reason to be jealous of Nejire. Jealous? Me? Why do you think I'm jealous of her? Kaina tried to hide her discomfort. Anyone with 2 eyes can see it. Tamaki replied in his calm but firm tone, which this time managed to intimidate her. It's not that. It's just that. I know what a jealous person looks like. And you look like one. Tamaki said, with a calmness that resonated deeply. Besides, I've seen the way you look at him. And if I'm honest, Nagant will be the least of your problems. What are you talking about? Kaina asked, confused. She likes Mirio. Tamaki confessed, leaving her frozen. What? Nagant exclaimed, agitated, until Tamaki covered her mouth with a tentacle. Lower your voice, they're going to hear you. I'm sorry. She said, removing the tentacle. It's just that. You can't tell. They just seem like friends. I know. And that's how it is with Mirio. He doesn't understand those things. But Nagant has loved him since their first year. She just never knew how to tell him. I see. But even so, she didn't hesitate to kiss Izuku. It was nice, but that doesn't make a girl in love. Nagant continued, still perplexed. That's true. But Nagant doesn't hesitate when it comes to protecting her friends. Even though she doesn't know Midoriya that well, she knows how important he is to Mirio. And to Eri. She'd do anything for them. I see. That girl is a true hero. Although, now that I think about it, that was her first kiss. Tamaki added thoughtfully. I don't doubt that she was a little curious. You said I wasn't a threat. Nagant shouted, strangling the young man in frustration. Once the villains were contained and the wounded were treated, everyone returned to UA to rethink their strategy. No heroes had fallen, and almost all the villains had been captured. But it was clear that Endeavor's group couldn't continue the raids alone. It was time to join forces with the rest of the academy, rest, and together with the principal and the other heroes, plan the final offensive. Back in the dormitory, the entire Class A, along with the Big Three, All Might and Lady Nagant, were met with a surprise. There was one more room on the girls' side. And why is that? Sayu asked, curious. Cementus made it, it's for you. All Might said, turning to Nagant. If you want to stay, of course. Nagant was surprised. She hadn't expected such hospitality from the heroes, but the idea of staying excited her. After all, she had nowhere else to go, and it wasn't as if she wanted to leave. Of course, but I'll need help decorating my room. She said with a smile, seeking the complicity of the female group. Yes. The girls exclaimed in unison, grabbing her arm and immediately leading her to the new room, where they locked themselves in to decorate it and prepare a surprise for the rest. Wow, I think they get along really well. All Might remarked, amused by the girl's enthusiasm. She's one of us, after all. Iida stated proudly. I see that. The former symbol of peace agreed. I'll let you rest, guys. Have a good night. All Might. Izuku suddenly interrupted. Do you have a moment to talk? Of course, young man. He replied, and they both went to the room where they usually talked in private. Hey. Bakugo protested as he watched them leave. Don't forget about me, no Kaken. We're not going to talk about one for all. Deku said quickly, leaving the others confused. Tamaki, however, seemed to have an idea of what it was and felt more at ease. The Big Three then said their goodbyes to Class A. The boys went to their rooms to change and get comfortable, prepared some dinner, and sat down in the common room to relax. They were soon interrupted by the girls, who excitedly came out to show them Nagant's new and beautifully decorated room. Meanwhile, in the room, Deku was talking to his mentor about a topic that was unusual between them. Then the black whip went out of control again. All Might commented. Yes. Wolfram's thing was. I can imagine how you felt, son. Something similar happened to me when All for One murdered my teacher. The next time I saw him, I couldn't control myself. I know. But I'd never seen someone die, and so close. I could have saved him. Don't blame yourself anymore. As much as we want to save everyone, some decisions are irreversible. He chose a path with an inevitable end. Look at Endeavor, Hawks, yourself. We all risk our lives every day. I know, but still. I wish I had done more. I understand. But don't obsess over it or you'll break inside. All Might advised calmly. Hey. What was it that Bakugo shouldn't know? He asked, raising an eyebrow curiously. Ah. That. Izuku stammered, noticeably nervous. Endeavor mentioned that young Nagant rushed to you to calm you down. It reminded me of young Uraraka when you fought Class B. You clearly have good friends. Did he only tell you that? Midoriya asked, surprised. Was there anything else you needed to tell me? Light replied, with an intrigued smile. He observed his disciple's nervousness. I've been thinking about how he managed to calm the Black Whip. Last time it was thanks to Shinso, but now, it's just that. She kissed me. Izuku confessed, completely blushing. Wow. How clever of young Nagant. She embarrassed you so much that you had no room left for anger. Said All Might, laughing amusedly at the scene. I didn't expect you to say that. Exclaimed Deku, even more embarrassed. What do you mean? All Might asked, still smiling. It was my first kiss. Izuku said, looking down. Really? How old did you say you are? Toshinori asked, genuinely surprised. I know it's weird, you don't have to point it out. Midoriya replied, covering his face in embarrassment. It's just that. I never thought about those things. I wasn't interested in them in middle school, and well, nobody ever noticed me. But now I'm confused. Do you like Miss Nagant? Because you'd make a cute couple. All Might suggested in a friendly tone. That's not it. Midoriya interrupted quickly. I'm so inexperienced. I couldn't say whether I like her or not. But it was my first kiss. And maybe it meant nothing to her. Or maybe it did, and then I don't know what to do. Talk to her. All Might interrupted, giving him a light tap on the cheek with a moderate Texas smash. Don't try to guess what she's thinking. You'd better go and clear things up directly. But nothing. Use the same courage you use to face villains to talk to that girl. Why yes. You're right, All Might. I'll talk to her. Thanks for the advice. Izuku said, running out of the classroom with renewed determination. He's definitely my successor. All Might thought, recalling his own adolescence when he was even more clumsy than Izuku. Chastity was the price of being the symbol of peace. Deku ran towards the third-year dorms and, upon arriving, timidly knocked on the door. To his surprise, the person who answered was exactly who he was looking for. Oh. Hello Deku. How are you? Have your wounds healed yet? Nagant asked, a little nervously. Yes, they weren't serious. Thank you. He replied sincerely, though somewhat apologetically. Sorry for coming at this hour, it's just that. Would you like to take a walk and chat? The girl interrupted, with a gentle smile. Izuku nodded, and they both started walking together. In the dormitories, the rest of the group was having dinner after visiting Nagant's new room. They talked about the decor, training, and, as expected, the topic of romance soon came up. Do you think Nagant really likes Midoriya? Mina asked mischievously. I don't know. She said no, and she's not the type to lie. She's pretty straightforward about everything. Sai remarked. That's true. But perhaps they pressured her too much with the questions, and she didn't want to admit it. Though Koyami added, to the surprise of some. That makes sense. Hagakure said. It's strange that she rushed in to save him like that. And then kissed him, no doubt. Perhaps she was just a good friend. Momo interjected, trying to quell the speculation. Yeah, right. Best friends rush to hug a boy in danger. Right, Uraraka. Mina said with a mischievous smile, causing the girl in question to blush deeply. I agree with Yaoi Rozu. She only wanted to help him, that doesn't mean she likes him. Right. But you didn't kiss him. Aoyama said, adding fuel to the fire. The word stirred jealousy in two of the women present, who were already uncomfortable. Nagant, especially annoyed, looked for any excuse to leave the bedroom and stretch her legs. Do I like him? That was the question echoing in Nagant's mind. She had tried to ignore it, but since Nagant's kiss with the green-haired boy, she couldn't think of anything else. It can't be. For starters, there's at least a 10-year age gap between us. Besides, I met him when he was a kid. I can't be that crazy, I can't take this seriously. And he can't take me seriously either. Besides, the Frenchman was right. There are girls who are interested in him. How could I compete with them? Even if I tried, I wouldn't beat the blue-haired girl. But who says this is love? Maybe I'm just grateful he saved me. Maybe I just like how he makes me feel, how he connects me to a better version of myself. Maybe I like holding his hand because he's the first person to have offered it to me in years. Maybe I like his smiles, his bright eyes. Maybe I would have liked to be the one kissing him, not the other way around. At that moment she put her hands to her head, realizing that she was completely in love with Izuku Midoriya. She couldn't bear the thought of loving that boy, 10 years her junior, in that way. But she also couldn't stand the jealousy or the frustration of not having done more to stop that kiss. So, she decided to take a drastic measure to clear her mind. She plucked a lock of her hair, shaped a blank, loaded it into the chamber of her sniper rifle, and aimed at a wall. Her plan was to make it ricochet and knock herself out, hoping to stop thinking about Midoriya. But just before he pulled the trigger, he saw him. Out of the corner of his eye, he made out his silhouette walking with his flying friend. He aborted the shot and instead decided to stealthily follow them. He observed everything through the scope of his weapon, too far away to hear, but close enough to see their expressions. Thank you for this, Izuku. Nagant said as she savored a caramel apple. It's the least I can do. Today. You really saved me. Izuku replied, still thoughtful. You don't owe me anything, I already told you. We're here to help. She smiled. Was this what you wanted to talk about, or? Who said I wanted to talk? He replied, embarrassed. So you came to my bedroom looking for me. I don't think it was just to give me an apple. Although if it was, it's sweet. She said with a smile, making him sigh. I really did want to talk to you. About today. Specifically, about the kiss. The boy finally clarified, with a touch of assertiveness. The mention made Nagant blush. Ah, that. She lowered her gaze. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. There were few options left, and I saw you suffering. Nagant gave me the idea, and I thought it would be best. I'm sorry if it was sudden. Or if you didn't like it. Don't apologize for saving me. He said, scratching the back of his neck. Actually, it wasn't awkward, it was just weird. I mean, to be honest. It was the first time anyone's ever kissed me. Really? She asked, somewhat surprised. Why? Have you never had a girlfriend? Don't you like girls? Do you have some rare contagious disease? That's not it. Izuku laughed. It's just that I've never paid attention to those things. Until today, of course. I see. She slowed the pace of her questions. To be honest. It was also my first kiss. She confessed, blushing. Really? Why? Have you never had a boyfriend? I don't think. I've never been interested in anyone before. Until now. She blurted out without thinking. Do you like me? Izuku asked, surprised. No, I swear. She said, covering her face in embarrassment. What a relief. Sighed the green-haired boy, now more relaxed. Relief. Why? Because I didn't know if you felt anything for me. And I didn't know how to feel about it. I don't like you either, but I thought that if you liked me I'd have to reciprocate somehow. And I wouldn't have known how to do that. I'm so glad that's not the case. Don't say it like that. She playfully slapped him. Although. We didn't have to get married just because of a kiss, you know. Nagant joked, laughing along with him. Hey. So who do you like? Izuku asked, curious. I'll tell you, but promise me you won't tell anyone. Of course. I'm a tomb. She approached him and whispered her sweetheart's name in his ear. What? Izuku exclaimed. Although now that I think about it. Considering the time you spend together, how well you know each other, and how you act when he's around. It was logical to think you had feelings for him. Mirio probably hasn't even realized it yet, and. You never change, do you? She interrupted, amused. Sorry, it's a habit. He replied, scratching the back of his neck. And you? Is there someone you like? Me? Well. I don't know. For the past few days I've felt different about someone, but I'm not sure what it is. Men. Nagant sighed, smiling. Anyway, I hope things go really well for you with that special someone. You too. You'll see that he'll reciprocate. I hope you're right. She said, floating slightly. Hey. Even though we don't like each other and the timing wasn't great. It wasn't a bad first kiss. That's true. I'm glad it was with such a good friend as you. Izuku replied, with a genuine smile. The pair hugged and said their goodbyes. She went to her dorm, he to his. Something had changed in both of them. Izuku felt more confident and ready to confront his feelings, while Nagant felt something strange. A hint of jealousy as she watched him walk away. I think I made a mistake. She thought. Oh well, this isn't really my fic anyway. It had all happened under the watchful eye of Lady Nagant, who was observing through her peephole. Seeing that intimate scene intensified her jealousy. She quickly returned to the bedroom, locked herself in her room, and this time carried out her plan to knock herself out. Not because she was overwhelmed, but because of the sadness of feeling the green-haired man growing ever more distant from her. The next morning, the boys gathered for breakfast as usual. Midoriya noticed something strange. Nagant hadn't spoken to him once since the previous day. This left him thoughtful throughout the meal. Once they finished, they washed their dishes and went to change. Today was training day. They all knew they couldn't waste a second. If they wanted to prove to Midoriya that they could keep up with him, they had to give it their all now that they had him with them. And what are you going to do, Miss Nagant? Sayu asked. Endeavor hasn't arrived yet. She replied, annoyed. Damn it. Why is he making me wait? Why don't you train with us? Jiru suggested. You have a lot of experience. I'm sure we can learn something. Yes, you're a professional. Hagakure added enthusiastically. Well. If you insist. Nagant said, playing hard to get. Yes. The girls shouted, immediately dragging her to the training field. The ground shook as soon as they arrived. The boys were already training hard and taking things very seriously. As they approached, they saw that everyone was surrounding Midoriya, who had his black whips unfurled. Bakugo was the first to attack him. Use your full power, Izuku. He shouted, activating his quirk. Hiroshima followed up with a direct attack, but Izuku tried to stop him with his black whip. Zero took advantage of the situation to immobilize the whips, while Dark Shadow trapped one of Midoriya's arms and Shoji the other. You're strong, but you can't take on everyone. Kaminari shouted, electrocuting him with a powerful shock. Good job, guys. Said Midoriya, with smoke billowing from his body. No. Bakugo interrupted, frustrated. I refuse. That can't be the full power of one for all. Use it all. You beat the villains with that. You plan to beat Shigaraki with that. Relax, Bakugo. It's just training. If he used his full power, he'd kill us. Zero tried to calm him down. No. If we can't withstand Deku's true power, how are we supposed to be of any use on the battlefield? At that moment, Mirio appeared alongside Tamaki and Najire, already wearing their training outfits. You're right. Tagada said seriously. If they're not on par with the villains Deku faced, they won't be of any use in the upcoming battle. The students lowered their gaze, discouraged, but they also understood the truth in his words. Tagada! Exclaimed Tokoyami. Please, train me. I need to become stronger. Me too. I want to be useful to Midoriya. Mineta pleaded. That's the spirit. Mirio said, laughing and lifting everyone's spirits. Let's get stronger. Most of the class went with the big three, but Todoroki and Bakugo had other plans. I'll train with you, Midoriya. Shoto said firmly. If I want to defeat Tuya, I need to face the strongest. And I won't let you continue to be that. Bakugo added with a competitive smile, without hatred in his eyes. The three of them split up to train amongst themselves. They were different. They were looking for something bigger. To surpass All Might. The girls, meanwhile, watched in awe. They're completely crazy. Nagant muttered. We're going to show them that you've got your own thing going on, too. He adopted a fighting stance. Come on, all of you attack me. All at once. Asui asked, uncertain. Of course. There aren't that many, and it's the only way to learn when your opponent is vastly superior. Aren't you exaggerating a little? Mina said with a defiant smile. Come and see for yourself. Kinda challenged. Mina was the first to attack, using her acid, but Nagant dodged it with astonishing ease, threw her to the ground and immobilized her, with his foot on her chest. If you want to touch me, you'll have to want to kill me. She said with a look that froze the blood. Uraraka went next, using her gun head style, but it wasn't enough either. However, Sayu supported her by using her tongue to trap one of Kaina's arms, and Hagakure managed to land a clean punch to her abdomen. That made her spit out saliva. She had gotten overconfident. That opening was all the girls needed to ignite their passion. Soon they were all fighting with all their might. Later, Nagant was panting slightly, but all the girls were on the ground, sore. They had been beaten to a pulp. Didn't you want to be by Izuku's side? Nagant asked, sternly. If you can't even handle me, how do you plan to protect him? He carries the fate of the world on his shoulders. The least we can do is not be a burden to him. That didn't discourage them. Nagant's words set their hearts ablaze. We'll be by your side, no matter what. Yamamomo shouted, and they all stood up again. Nagant looked at them in amazement. She felt proud, and even something more. That training helped her release tension and let go of some of the weight she carried. She understood that loving Midoriya didn't mean holding him back, but supporting him, even if he was with someone else. She would be his heroine, even if it meant loving in silence. Meanwhile, Midoriya continued to face Bakugo and Todoroki. They were preparing a combined attack, while he charged his pseudo 100% of one for all. But just as they were about to collide, their quirks were erased. Midoriya, who had been coming forward with momentum, crashed face first into a wall. You can't go overboard like this. Aizawa scolded them. There are others around. You can't kill each other over training. I'm sorry, Professor. We got carried away. Midoriya replied, embarrassed. We can't face him without giving it our all. Todoroki declared. I know. Cementus will prepare an exclusive area for you. But for now, rest. The professor ordered. The three agreed, exhausted. Midoriya went to get something to drink, though he was still lost in thought, and someone noticed. Midoriya, can you talk for a moment? Tamaki asked, approaching. Of course, Tamaki. He replied, surprised. You seem pensive. Is it because of Najire? What? I exclaimed, red as a tomato. And no, it's just that. Yes. I needed to talk to her after my power went out of control. Do you like it? No. He shouted, even more nervous. She helped me clear things up, that's all. So why are you like this? I don't know. Is it because of Lady Nagant? Midoriya looked at him in surprise. How did you know? He's acting strange too. Do you know why? No. No idea. He said, scratching his head. He can't be that stupid. Tamaki thought to himself, amused. Well, I have an idea to make her happy. Midoriya said, before running off. So he's not so dumb after all. Tamaki confirmed. Midoriya left the building with a clear mission. On the way, he crossed paths with Endeavor, who was heading to the training grounds. Lady Nagant. He called when she arrived. You finally showed up. I was starting to think you weren't coming. Sorry, we were finalizing details with All Might. What will my role be? I'll tell you later. But for now, I need you to focus on something else. Are you trying to leave me out? No. I still have a score to settle with All for One. I know. But I want you to coach the boys. You're what they need most right now. Me. Be their teacher. Yes. Thank you for what you did earlier when you told them the truth about heroes. You said what I couldn't. Nobody's like All Might, Enji. We all do what we can. Thank you. Endeavor said, walking away. Nagant remained thoughtful, but was interrupted by a familiar voice. Kinda, what did Endeavor tell you? Nagant looked at him. She thought about continuing to be angry with him, but she couldn't. Not after everything she felt. Let me stay with you. Let me train you, you're terrible. He said mockingly. Hey. Don't say that. Just kidding. He laughed. Then he noticed something. What do you have there? Huh? Oh, this. It's silly. It's just that. She took the bag from him with a curious smile. Wait. He tried to stop her, but it was too late. Nagant took out a bouquet of flowers. The same one she had given him in the hospital. She stood motionless, looking at them, until she saw the boy, completely flushed. What is this? He asked, almost breathless. I noticed you only had one, so. I brought more. I couldn't bring a vase, but I can ask Yaoi Rozu for one and. He was interrupted by a strong, warm hug. Thank you, Izu. I'll take good care of them. She said, clinging to him. Midoriya, surprised, also hugged her. I knew it. Mina shouted from afar, with the rest of the class watching intently. They look cute. Todoroki said, appearing out of nowhere. He gave her flowers. Uraraka said, paralyzed with jealousy. You're a pervert, Midoriya. Mineta shouted. An older woman. He was interrupted by a sniper shooting right in his face. Is anyone else going to mention my age? Nagant roared, like a beast. The entire class vanished in the blink of an eye. Mina hid behind Mirio, terrified. But within the chaos, there was happiness. After a few hours, the boys resumed their training, although this time, the strongest decided not to use their quirks to avoid damaging the environment. When they finished, they all went to shower and have lunch. During lunch, they discussed ways to improve, sharing observations they had each made. They were becoming more and more like Midoriya in that respect. Afterward, they went their separate ways. Some sought advice from their teachers, others went to the support class to reinforce their costumes, and one in particular wanted to explore the campus to see how the academy had changed during her years away. The day passed quickly and, as the sun began to set, everyone returned to the dormitory. The girls decided to repeat their girls' night in, but this time in Nagant's room. As soon as they arrived, they locked themselves in to get everything ready. While they were preparing snacks and cushions, Momo created something on a nightstand that caught the sniper's attention. A vase. Kinda asked, confused. Of course, for the bouquet that. You know who gave you? Yaoi Rozu replied with a subtle smile. She remembered the scene during training well, and although she didn't want to make her uncomfortable, she thought it would be a nice gesture. Well. Thank you, you're very thoughtful. Nagant replied, blushing slightly. Meanwhile, the boys also continued training on their own. When they finished, they gathered in the common room to prepare dinner and chat. They first talked about their training progress and then about more trivial matters until Nagant's name came up in the conversation. It seems the girls get along well with her. Iida remarked. I'm glad they're including her. Yes, they'll definitely learn a lot from their experience. Kirishima added. But we're ignoring the elephant in the room. Kaminari interjected mysteriously. That's right, Midoriya. Are you hiding something from us? Mineta asked in his usual suggestive tone. What? No. What am I going to hide? Izuku replied, clearly nervous. Not to be nosy. Todoroki said. But you can't deny that the flower thing was pretty eye-catching. Especially knowing what Mirio told us about you and Mijire. Shoji added. Flowers. What are you talking about? Akiguchi asked, feigning disinterest, although everyone knew he was listening. Midoriya got all romantic today. Shiro explained. When he left in the middle of training, he came back with a bouquet of flowers for Lady Nagant. The boys couldn't believe it. Really? Sato asked, surprised. I didn't know you were one of those, Midoriya. He said, laughing. So you like older women? Kaminari joked. No wonder you never paid any attention to Uraraka. What? What are you talking about? Izuku replied, his face turning redder and more visibly confused. Uraraka. Could she be? It's quite obvious, don't you think, monsieur? Aoyama said with a knowing glint in his eye. It was obvious, Midoriya. Todoroki confirmed, without looking up from his plate. But. Why did he never tell me anything? Deku wondered, visibly confused. You two are very similar. Iida explained. You both have difficulty opening up, especially about things like this. I wouldn't be surprised if he wanted to tell you something, but. Then Shigaraki came along, you left UA, Lady Nagant appeared. And then there was Mijire. A lot happened, maybe he never found the right moment. I see. But then. What should I do? Izuku asked, lost in these matters. So, what is it you want? Todoroki asked seriously. What do I want? He's asking you if you like any of them. Bakugo clarified, somewhat exasperated. Or none, failing that. Aoyama added. Do I like her? I honestly don't know, I'm not sure. I've never been good with that stuff. Izuku admitted. I already talked to Najire because I wanted to clear things up before it got awkward. It turns out neither of us liked each other. She did it to protect me, that's all. What a way to get a free kiss from the prettiest girl in school. Mineta said, almost crying with envy. You know what? Actually, nobody here knows much about this. Kaminari interjected, scratching his head. You're right. Ejiro agreed. I don't think we ever gave the issue much importance. I'll help you, buddy, but promise me you won't make fun of me. Kirishima said, a little embarrassed. The truth is, I kind of like Mina. I'm not entirely sure, but I think so. She inspires me, makes me feel different. Thinking about her motivates me. TSK, I figured as much. Bakugo said, with an expression that, for once, seemed to be one of approval. I have feelings for Yaoi Rozu. Todoroki added. But I hadn't really thought about it much before. Between what happened with my father and now, I don't really know what to do. What refined tastes you have, my friend, said Tokoyami, who secretly loved gossip. And you, Midoriya, what do you feel for those ladies? Aoyama asked, raising an eyebrow. Uraraka is a great friend. She's helped me ever since I entered UA. We've shared so many moments, even exchanged gifts. And without her, I wouldn't have been able to control the Black Whip. She definitely risked her life for me, but I don't see her as anything more than that. A friend. She paused. As for Nagant. When I saw her again, I don't know if it was just the desire to save her, but when I took her hand as she fell, I felt something. Maybe it was just the adrenaline or the excitement of seeing her after so long. But it's a different feeling. Someone's in love. Kaminari said, provoking laughter. Your eyes light up when you talk about her. Sato added. Seriously? Izuku asked, embarrassed. It was obvious. Bakugo interjected. I always knew it, ever since we were kids. That. You talked about her all the time. You even became obsessed for a while, searching for all the information you could find. It was terrifying. Don't say that, Kakin. Deku covered his face with his hands, embarrassed. So what will you do about it, Midoriya? Iida asked. Yes, you can't expect to win her over with just flowers, said Shiro. What if she doesn't feel anything for me? Izuku asked, uncertain. I can assure you, my dear friend. Aoyama interjected theatrically. That's not possible. What do you know, Aoyama? Deku asked, grabbing his shirt. Calm down, Midoriya. Iida intervened, pulling him away. Tell me. Do you remember how you got to your bed the night you returned to UA? Aoyama asked mischievously. Izuku remained silent. He remembered the starry sky, Kaina's hand in his. And then, darkness. He woke up in his bed the next day, but he hadn't thought about how he got there. What are you talking about, Aoyama? Tell us. Mineta demanded. I can't. I promise not to say anything. But there's someone who can. She said, looking at Midoriya. The truth is, that night I went up to the roof to talk to Kaina. Izuku admitted. I wanted to thank her for helping bring me back. We talked, got to know each other better. And I don't know when I fell asleep. The next morning I was back in my bed. I have no idea how it happened, she must have. She must have carried you. Shoji said. She's a professional, after all. And I'm sure you'll. Mineta exclaimed, but was silenced by Shiro's tapes. Show some respect and keep a little dignity. Joked Hanta, causing general laughter. With the atmosphere now more relaxed, they began to imagine what a relationship between Midoriya and his sweetheart would be like. I have a question. Iida said. How old is she? Yes, it's obvious there's a difference. Tokoyami commented. She's 10 years older than me. Izuku replied, looking down. Silence fell over the saga for a few seconds. That shouldn't be a problem. Todoroki opined. There are marriages with bigger differences. But it's not so common when she's the oldest. Ejiro pointed out. You'd be surprised how common it is. Mineta added, to everyone's surprise. And besides. Does it really matter? Kirishima asked. If she feels something too, I doubt age matters to her. Do you think? I met her when she was 5 years old. Don't you think that will make her uncomfortable? You'd be surprised. They like that sometimes. Mineta said, receiving a mixture of disturbed and resigned looks. So, what do I do? Izuku asked, now convinced by his friends. Be a man and talk to him. Bakugo shouted. Yes. Kirishima exclaimed. Don't live with regrets, Midoriya. Let's conquer those women. He said, raising his fist. Izuku and a couple of others bumped fists with his. We will. Todoroki stated with his usual coldness, surprising everyone. Then Mineta climbed onto his head. Let's go for those tea. He tried to shout, but an explosion interrupted him. Shut up already. Bakugo yelled, running after him, causing another round of laughter. The decision had been made. Not everyone knew how to express their feelings, but everyone had someone in mind. The next day, they would begin to act. 3 floors up, Jiro had connected her jack to the ground. She heard the entire conversation. She was confused, but something in particular left a bitter taste in her mouth. Kaminari. He didn't say anything about me. Even Todoroki confessed, and he didn't. I hate that coward. She thought, hurt by her crush's lack of courage. Kyoka's expression caught the attention of the other girls. What's wrong, Jiro? Sayu asked curiously. Yes, why the long face? Uraraka added. Did you hear the boys say anything important? Mina asked, almost rhetorically. And no. She tried to lie, visibly nervous. They were just talking about manly things. None of them fully believed her, but Mina took advantage of the moment to bring up a different topic. Since we're on the subject, do you have someone special? Ashido's question was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Blushes appeared on more than one face, especially on 2 girls who were thinking about the same green-haired boy. Uncomfortable, they avoided each other's gaze until Momo decided to break the silence. Girls. I have a problem. Yayoi Rozu said, being the first to sacrifice herself. That was enough to make them all look at her in surprise. Even those who were in the midst of an internal struggle over their feelings momentarily forgot their situation. Who is it? Mina exclaimed with her usual energy. The guy from Class B who saved you in the forest. Your soulmate Todoroki. Who? Come on, Momo, spill it. Kyoka said, laughing. Your sentence will be less if you confess. Nagant joked conspiratorially. It's Todoroki. She finally said, barely in a whisper. I knew it. Sayu said. They make a cute couple. Do you really believe that? Momo asked timidly. Yes, they are perfect for each other. The frog girl assured with a smile. The thing is, I don't know how to approach him. He's always so cold, serious, focused. She said, unintentionally listing everything that attracted her to him. You're in love. Hagakure exclaimed, laughing. No. Well. Maybe so. She admitted, lowering her head and blushing. Don't overthink it. Nagant interjected confidently. Guys like him like sweet, intelligent, and strong girls. Someone they can respect, admire, but also lean on. You fit that description perfectly. Go and tell him. Sometimes, they just need someone to show them the way. The girls were shocked. It was clear that Kaina spoke from experience. Wow. You really know your stuff. Uraraka said, shrinking back a little at the confidence with which he spoke. Not really. Kaina admitted, scratching the back of her neck. I just think about what I would like. I think I'm a little like him. That makes a lot of sense. Momo acknowledged. So. That's why you like Midoriya. You see all that in him? Mina asked, full of malice. Nagant instantly covered his face, trying to hide a telltale blush. It's not that. He was just being nice to me. He did something thoughtful, and I just thanked him. It's not like I like him. She said, but her tone betrayed her. Besides, he already has Najire. I don't think she's a problem. Asui interjected. Najire doesn't hide her feelings. If she liked Midoriya, we'd know by now. I might not like it. Nagant insisted, unconvincingly. Don't lie, please. Uraraka pleaded with a calm but intense expression. They all looked at her, and Nagant did too. At that moment she understood what that eccentric Frenchman had meant to tell her a few nights before. Achako. Sayu murmured, understanding what was about to happen. After feeling this way for so long, I learned to notice the signs. I know them, because I went through it too. The brunette said, her voice slightly trembling. You like him. And he feels something for you too. Aina stared at her in astonishment. You? Yes. I like Deku too. Uraraka confessed. Although everyone suspected it, saying it out loud shook the group. A heavy silence fell. It wasn't awkward, just heavy with pent-up emotions. I'm not going to interfere. The most important thing is that he's happy. And that you are too. Uraraka finally said, tears streaming down her face. Just promise me something. Whatever. Kaina replied, still shocked. That you'll make him very happy. Ichako whispered before bursting into tears. They all hugged her without hesitation, showering her with affection. Nagant hesitated for a moment, but Asui gestured for her to join in. Touched, she approached as well. It was the first time anyone had done anything like this for her. These girls, much younger than her, were now her true friends. Thank you. Murmured the sniper, moved. Don't thank me. Ichako said, wiping away her tears. They both deserve it. The atmosphere was tense, yet serene. No one knew what to do next, until Kyoka decided to intervene in her own unique way. She plugged her jack into the room's sound system, turned the volume up to maximum, and said, "I secretly love that idiot Kaminari." The scream was so powerful that even those on the lower floors could hear it. "I knew it." Mina squealed, hugging her and laughing as Kyoka covered her face. From below, a voice answered. "Hey Kyoka." Denki shouted. "I don't like being called an idiot, but I love you too." The girls ran to the balcony. Denki was there, red-faced but happy. "You're not an idiot. They were just making a big deal out of it." Kyoka shouted, looking down at the ground. "What? I can't hear you." Kaminari joked, with a knowing smile. Kyoka climbed onto the balcony railing. "Jiru, no." Several of them said in unison. But it was too late. She jumped into the void. The black whip caught her just in time. Deku caught her and gently placed her in Denki's arms. "I know it's late. But, do you want to go on a first date?" Kaminari asked nervously. "Better late than never, my electric boy," she replied, kissing him on the cheek. From above, the others were in shock. "Mina." Kirishima shouted. "I'd like to go on a date with you too. Give me 5 minutes and I'll be right down." The pink-haired girl replied excitedly. "Todoroki." Momo said, gathering her courage. I know. Me too," interrupted the bi-colored one. "I want to spend my days with you, for you to meet my dysfunctional family, and for you to teach me everything about tea. And I want to prepare lots of things with you," Momo replied, running to the elevator. As she got off the bus, she hugged him and planted a kiss on him, which he returned without hesitation. "Wow. Your courage inspires me," Iida said. "I won't live with regrets." And he shot off with his reciprocal burst. The others started making plans too. Aoyama beamed with excitement. Sato went straight to the kitchen. "I'll make desserts to celebrate." "Wait, don't leave me alone with this madness," Mineta said, running after him. Sayu and Tokoyami, Hagakure and Ajiro, several others also came out, each with new ideas in mind. Then Bakugo appeared. "Round face," she said curtly. "I know you're sad, and I know you like Deku. But since she's here," she nodded toward Kaina, "I think he'll be busy. Do you want to do something?" Echako looked at him in surprise, but smiled. "Of course." She took him by the arm. "Don't touch me, round face. Don't call me that, you unbearable arsonist." They got into the elevator arguing. She might have been sad, but everyone knew Uraraka would eventually tame that explosive temper. With Bakugo gone, only Nagant and Izuku remained, staring intently at each other. She knew that, even with everything they had just shared, the boy would struggle to make the first move, so she decided to give him a little nudge. "Isn't there anything you want to tell me?" Nagant asked, with a somewhat mischievous tone. He stammered sadly. "Follow me." Kaina smiled as she climbed onto the roof, disappearing from his sight. Then he used his float to reach her. "Catch me if you can." She challenged him, running across the rooftop. The idea amused the boy. He used his black whip like a slingshot to propel himself toward her, not with too much force. When he reached her, he embraced her, and they both tumbled to the ground until they were on top of each other. They were so close they could feel each other's breath. He blushed and quickly pulled away. She smiled, touched. She knew the boy wouldn't be easy, so she would be the one to do the work. Nagant sat down beside him, while he remained visibly distressed. "I do have something I need to tell you," Kaina said, and he just looked at her in surprise. "Ever since you saved me, I've thought about you a lot. I don't know why, but you're on my mind every day since then. During those weeks I was in the hospital, I kept wondering how you were, if you were still pushing yourself so hard, if you were lonely. If you'd saved another rogue hero," she added with a small laugh. "I don't know when it started, but I don't see you as that kid who needed protection anymore. However." He stood up and walked a few steps away, leaving the boy even more surprised. "This life isn't what you deserve. I'm not what you deserve." "Why not? What makes us different?" exclaimed Izuku. "I'm not a hero anymore," Nagant retorted sharply. "I don't belong in this world anymore, I'm not like you. Besides," she murmured, her gaze lost in the full moon above them. "I want to be with you, but who am I kidding?" she added, causing the green-haired boy, who stared at her in astonishment, to blush. "I'm 10 years older than you, you're barely 17. I have a criminal record, and you're on your way to becoming number 1. You already have Najire, you make a cute couple. It was foolish to think we had a future together." Saying it out loud cost her her life. The girls had previously encouraged her to express her repressed feelings, but now, doing so in front of him, all her insecurities and demons surfaced as well. It was time for the boy to clear away that fog. "Of course we have a future together," Deku exclaimed, surprising her. "I don't like Najire. You're what I want. I know everything seems dark right now, and I know I'm young. But none of that matters. I promise I'll defeat Shigaraki, all for one, and give you a better tomorrow," he said with determination. I promise you'll be free. I promise I'll protect you. Because I love you, my heroine." That moved her deeply. Without thinking twice, she ran to him and gave him a tender kiss on the lips. He was surprised, but didn't pull away. Seconds later, she pulled back slightly, just enough to look him in the eyes. "That gleam," she said, gazing at the green pearl she loved so much. "I promise I'll do everything to protect it. Even if it costs me my life." "I won't let you do that," he replied sincerely. "You're the only life I can imagine after this is over. Promise me you'll live the life you deserve. And that you'll share it with me." "I promise," Kaina said, caught up in his conviction. She had seen that determination in him before, but this side of him was new. "Don't you even think about dying. Or I'll kill you," she added with a small smile. Izuku could only manage to kiss her. She was surprised, but quickly responded. They decided to stay there a while longer. Meanwhile, throughout the rest of UA, students shared the evening with their partners. Some were alone, others holding hands, but all were enjoying a special night. They knew the most important battle of their lives was just around the corner. The loss of their teacher, Midnight, reminded them that no one's return was guaranteed. That's why living without regrets had become their new mantra. Izuku and Kaina, after spending some time together, came down from the roof. In the living room, they found Sato, Mineta, Shiro, Kota and Aoyama, who were cooking various desserts. Todoroki and Yaoi Rozu were chatting happily, so they decided to join them. "See? I told you so," Kaina interrupted, turning to Yamomo. "He wasn't going to say no to you," she added with a giggle, making the young, newly formed couple blush. "So, are you no longer bothered by your age?" Shoto asked, surprising Momo and Izuku, who hadn't expected such a direct answer. Hanging out with Bakugo was definitely having its effects. The question unleashed Nagant's fury, and she lunged at Shoto like a possessed woman, while Yaoi Rozu hugged him and stood between them, laughing. Deku struggled to hold his girl up. After the initial shock, the boys who had been baking brought the desserts to the living room to share with the other four. They were enjoying a cake and a movie as the rest of the class gradually arrived. Some were in pairs, others alone, but all equally happy. Everyone was invited to join in, and so, gathered around Sato's pastries, the evening became even more enjoyable. "When you ran away, who did you go with?" Shoji asked Ida. "I went with Hatsume. I'd wanted to ask her out for a while, but I hadn't had the chance." Tenya confessed. "Isn't she the support girl who used you at the sports festival?" Shoji asked. "The same," Ida replied, chuckling slightly. "It was hard to get her to agree. I had to bring her a couple of coffees to her workshop, but we had a good time." He added with a smile never before seen on him. "And you, where did you go?" "It's a secret," one of them whispered in her ear while eating cake. "A man of few words," Tokoyami interjected, eliciting laughter. Meanwhile, Nagant was chatting with Achako, to whom she was very grateful. Though that didn't stop her from teasing her a little. "So, the explosion guy?" Kaina joked, making the brunette blush. He replied, scratching his head. "He's a great kid. I hope he makes you happy," the sniper said with a smile. Stepping aside had been difficult, but it brought her its own reward. Meanwhile, Todoroki and Deku were trying to make conversation with Bakugo, who looked slightly flushed. "How did it go with your Raka?" Deku asked. "We're not friends. I won't tell you anything," Kaken replied, focused on his cake. "I didn't know you liked it, buddy," Todoroki added, amused. "I'm not your friend," Kitsuki exclaimed, without taking his eyes off his plate. They spent the rest of the night like that. It was a necessary moment. They were teenagers, and amidst the chaos, it was important to attend to that part of their lives. After an hour, they all decided to retire to their rooms. Before going upstairs, Deku went to the bathroom. Nagant, seeing an opportunity, stopped Yaoi Rozu. "How can I help you, miss?" Momo asked. "You see, I need," Kaina said, leaning close to his ear and whispering something. "What?" the girl exclaimed. Nagant immediately covered her mouth. "Calm down, it's not that big of a deal," she said, blushing and somewhat embarrassed. "And have you spoken to him yet or?" "It's a surprise." "I see. Well, you know what you're doing," Momo replied, hesitating a little, but creating what Nagant had asked of her. "Thank you, I'll make it up to you." "There's no need. You've already helped me a lot," Momo said, smiling. "Just enjoy it." Nagant said goodbye and waited. Minutes later, Deku came out of the bathroom. "You didn't have to wait for me," he told her. "There's something I want to show you," she replied, taking his hand and leading him to the elevator. She convinced Deku to go to her room, which he hadn't seen yet. He was surprised by how beautiful the decor was. The purple tones in the sheets, curtains, and carpets. It was so her. A mannequin dressed in the outfit she wore in their battle caught his eye, and he examined it with interest. He also noticed the vase with the bouquet he had given her. He could only smile. I have to go. Izuku said, stroking one of the petals. We have training tomorrow. No. Please, stay. After the kids finally unleashed the feelings they'd been suppressing, they were able to continue their training for the final battle. They gave it their all and sought help from heroes like the Pussycats, the Big Three, Hawks, Lady Nagant, and even Endeavor himself. In doing so, they evolved, developed new techniques, and pushed their quirks to their limits. They were as prepared as humanly possible to face such a critical situation. In the midst of these training sessions, a very observant person began to notice something strange. Hagakure. The invisible girl had seen how, as the day of the operation approached, one of her teammates became increasingly distant and withdrawn. It was Aoyama. Intrigued by his behavior, she discreetly followed him to the woods behind the school, where she overheard a conversation between the young Frenchman and his parents. They were discussing orders they had received from him. There, Hagakure learned the whole truth. Aoyama had been born without a quirk, and his parents had turned to All for One to grant him one. That was why he had always empathized so much with Midoriya. They had both received their quirks from others. That was what he meant when he said his quirk was something his body couldn't handle. Hagakure was in shock. Not only because of what she was hearing, but because of All for One's final order. To assassinate Izuku Midoriya. Aoyama, in tears, cried out to his parents that he couldn't take it anymore. He said he just wanted a normal life, to be a hero like everyone else, and that he thought after All for One's defeat on Kamino, all of that would be possible. But the weight of that debt, that constant threat, was breaking him. At that moment, Izuku appeared. He had noticed his friend's strange behavior and decided to follow him. The Aoyamas were petrified at the sight, but Midoriya showed neither anger nor resentment. On the contrary, he perfectly understood their situation. He had seen with his own eyes that Aoyama had a pure heart. All he wanted was to have his friend back. It was then that Yuga confessed. He was the traitor of Class A. His parents tried to escape, grabbing his arm. Aoyama, desperate to defend them, fired his laser at Midoriya, but Hagakure intervened, refracting the light and deflecting the attack. Izuku, still in tears, used his black whip to capture the entire family, firmly but also with sorrow. They were taken before the teachers and the police, where they would be questioned. Principal Nezu ordered the other students to move away, but many had already gathered after learning that Midoriya had captured his own classmate. The news devastated them. They never imagined that such an eccentric, yet always kind, young man could be the traitor. One person in particular was especially bewildered. Lady Nagant. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind. Anger at the thought of someone trying to harm Izuku, sorrow for a family forced to make a pact with a demon, and, above all, a bitter sense of guilt. She remembered the moment Aoyama confessed his feelings for Midoriya. He had seemed like a sweet, sincere boy. To a certain extent, a barrier between her and the young man she admired so much. But if there was one thing he'd learned from Deku, it was to see the light in others. He wasn't going to let the boy sink alone. Aoyama, his heart breaking, began to speak. All for One showed us the consequences of disobeying him. And yet, Midoriya fought him with everything he had. He wanted to change his destiny, while I didn't even try. I'm not worthy of being called a hero. Then why did you try to save Kaken and Tokoyami at the camp? Interrupted Midoriya, visibly affected, not by anger, but by seeing his friend so broken. They all remembered that moment. When Mr. Compress was taking Bakugo and Tokoyami away, it was Aoyama who, from the shadows, fired his laser, shattering the villain's mask. Thanks to that, they managed to rescue at least one of them. That made them reflect. During the license exam, Iida said, "You sacrificed yourself so I could have a chance." It might seem like a small thing, but if Ingenium's legs are meant to reach everyone, then the can't stop twinkling laser is the beacon that guides us. He said, bursting into tears. Nagant interjected. I knew a heroine. A girl with a fragile heart who was manipulated by him. But she didn't sell her soul completely. Her spirit never broke. She cried, also through tears, as she approached the boy. Take my hand, Aoyama. You can still be a hero. She exclaimed forcefully. Deku, on the verge of tears, watched her. This was the Lady Nagant he admired. And now she wasn't just saving him, but extending a hand to another lost boy. Detective Tsukauchi stopped her. Even if you've performed heroic acts, nothing erases your conspiracy with All for One. He said in a low voice, unable to hide his discomfort. You may be right. Todoroki interjected. But there's always a way to redeem oneself. He added, glancing sideways at his father. We have no clue about the enemy, but now we have a key piece. Not using it would be stupid. And do you really trust him again? President Mick asked. The entire class responded in unison. Yes. It was all in the past. They wanted to fight to get their friend back. Even Izawa participated remotely, giving his approval. Thus, a new plan was formed. A straightforward one, in which they would never again put Deku in unnecessary danger, and whose sole objective was to eliminate All for One and Shigaraki. Once and for all. All Might's plan was simple, but effective. Divide and conquer. Facing both villains together was a death sentence. Separating them was the only option. First, they had to eliminate Dabi and his uncontrollable fire, then Toga, Spinner, and the other high-ranking officers, until they reached the final duo. To that end, Cementus, the support class, and dozens of heroes built a floating fortress, designed so that Aizawa could constantly monitor Shigaraki, neutralizing his quirks. The bait was clear. They used Aoyama and an ace up their sleeve, Shinso. With his voice modifier, they tricked All for One into believing Aoyama would lead him to Midoriya. And it worked. The villains fell for it. Using Kurogiri's quirk, which Monoma had precisely copied, they separated them and sent them to their respective battlefields. Everyone was transported except one. Deku. Something went wrong. Midoriya failed to enter the portal and was transported to the area where Uraraka and Sai were. Along with Himiko Toga. "Don't go, Izuku. I love you." The girl shouted, tears welling in her eyes. Midoriya froze, especially since his danger sensor wasn't activating, even though Toga was holding his syringes. "What do you want from me?" he asked. "I want you to be my boyfriend," she replied bluntly. "What are you talking about?" he exclaimed, completely bewildered. "I loved you from the first moment I saw you," she explained. "You were covered in blood. You looked just like my first love. You were so amazing. I want to be like you, so. Can I suck some of your blood?" Toga. "I don't really understand love. But if the way you express it hurts others, you should reconsider." His words touched her. But what he said next devastated her. "Even if it were different, I would have to reject your love. I'm in love with someone too. And I want to be like her." Toga's heart broke. And the answer came to her immediately. Uraraka. The girls intervened and pulled Toga away, protecting Deku so he could leave. He obeyed and ran at top speed, fueled by One for All and his training with Endeavor. A voice appeared in his mind. "Don't lose your head, kid," said the second wielder of One for All. "Back there. You tried to use my power." "Yes." Deku admitted. "I warned you that's a last resort. You won't be able to control it like I do. My ability isn't what it used to be. It's changed. So don't despair. Especially not now." Izuku gritted his teeth. He ran faster, more determined. Because in the distance, he could already see two figures on the horizon. Lady Nagant was with Aizawa, Monoma and Manuel, waiting for Shigaraki's arrival, which happened almost at the same time as Bakugo, Nagire, Tamaki, Mirko, Edshot, and Best Jeanist. When Shigaraki reacted, he tried to touch the ground, but a piece of it broke off and lifted him into the air, causing him to crash into an electric grid. He then understood the scale of the heroes' preparations. All of them, united, had a single objective: to buy time. Shigaraki attempted to counterattack with one of his nearly limitless quirks, but he was powerless. Aizawa had neutralized him. Nagant capitalized on this surprise, shooting Shigaraki in the chest, severely wounding him and creating an opening that Best Jeanist used to immobilize him. Then, Mirko, Sun Eater, Nagire, and Dynamite unleashed a full-scale attack, sending him flying and crashing into a wall. When he rose and the smoke cleared, the effects of the attacks were clear. His body displayed multiple deformities, which he claimed were adaptations to withstand the strain of so many quirks. And with that twisted body, he began his counterattack. Some heroes suggested moving Deku to the facility, but that would take seconds that Shigaraki could use to activate his quirks, destroy the base, the heroes, and the entire world. There was no other option. They had to hold out until Midoriya arrived. He was the only one who could defeat him. Shigaraki's body distortion spread throughout the base, and although the heroes fought with all their might to contain them, he had the upper hand. It was then that Bakugo, brave as ever, challenged him to a direct clash of power. He activated his heavy suppression mobile unit. A true combat bomber, as he himself called it. To unleash his final attack. Shigaraki accepted the challenge. The explosion was colossal, a brutal impact that shook even the heroes furthest away. Though he may seem impulsive, Katsuki isn't careless. His attack was calculated to harm no one but his enemy. However, when the smoke cleared, both fighters had lost half their faces. The difference was clear. One could regenerate, the other couldn't. Furthermore, Bakugo had a broken arm, a result of Shigaraki's attack, which had taken the brunt of the explosion. Not content with that, Shigaraki separated the other heroes and, to further humiliate Bakugo, told him that the only thing he cared about was his connection to Midoriya. After that, he used him as a punching bag, brutally torturing him. Katsuki was weakened, and there were no heroes left with enough brute strength to rival Shigaraki. Then, a glimmer of hope appeared. Lemillion arrived on the scene, ready to join his best friends in facing the villain. The three greats fought with all their power and experience. Nijire's energy waves, Tamaki's versatile limbs, and above all, Mirio's physical and moral strength combined in perfect synchronization. The blonde not only attacked Shigaraki physically, but also verbally, trying to shake his ideology. Because this society is rotten. The current system has failed miserably in everything it promised. The villain replied. You only say that because you don't have any friends. If you did, you'd know there are things that never break. Mirio exclaimed, combining his punch with Nijire's energy waves, delivering a brutal right hook to Shigaraki's abdomen. I won't let you hurt anyone else until Deku gets here. Best Jeanist took advantage of the Big Three's intervention to recover his disciple. As he tried to stitch Bakugo's broken arm, he observed the immense frustration consuming him, not only from the humiliation he had suffered, but also from his apparent ineffectiveness. However, he was the only one who had actually managed to damage Shigaraki. Jeanist assured him that he had done an excellent job and that he shouldn't continue fighting. Right. Finger. Weak. Bakugo muttered. He seemed to be delirious, but in reality, he was still analyzing his enemy, looking for an opening. Jeanist understood then that he wouldn't give up. Meanwhile, Shigaraki fell for Mirio's provocations. You're wrong. Of course I have real friends. Exclaimed the villain, surprising the hero. I'm sorry. Mirio said sincerely, realizing that he had touched a nerve. All for one's consciousness couldn't understand why Tamura was reacting this way. What was happening to him? Why was he so sensitive? It was then that he found the answer. Tenko Shimura was still alive inside him, and he had more influence than he let on. Shigaraki ignored Mirio. Although the blonde was annoying, his lack of brute strength and his intangible power made him harmless. His new target was Bakugo and Best Jeanist. I'm not going to waste my time with you, he said, preparing to attack. Don't underestimate the power of a hero. Mirio shouted, throwing another right hook powered up by Nijire. This time, however, the pain reflected on Shigaraki's face was different. It worked. The plan we prepared with Lady Nagant worked. Mirio thought, remembering his secret training with the sniper. Are you sure about this? Do you know the risk you're taking? What you're planning requires surgical precision with your quirk, or I'll kill you. Nagant warned doubtfully. I know. Mirio replied, fearful but determined. It's the only way someone like me can hurt Shigaraki. I already have a plan with Nijire and Tamaki, but if that fails, we must use our secret weapon. But Izuku will be with us. He can handle Shigaraki. I know and I trust him, but as you said, we must take as much of the burden off his shoulders as we can. She said with a melancholic smile and a tear running down her face. Nagant, moved by his determination, agreed to train him. The objective was simple but lethal. To synchronize Mirio's punches with Nagant's shots, passing through his body without Shigaraki being able to detect the trajectory. The plan worked. Shigaraki, bewildered, couldn't understand how Mirio had suddenly become so strong. But All for One had warned him. Don't get distracted by the boy and the sniper, Tamura. There's only one person here who can really hurt you. The villain abandoned Mirio and went after Nijire, who, sensing the approach of death, remembered her life. The rejections, the friendships, the training, her first kiss. Everything had led her to this moment. She knew that Tamaki was her last hope. As Tamaki charged his ultimate attack, the cornucopia combination plasma cannon. He also remembered those who had shaped his life. Fat Gum, Kirishima, Tetsutetsu, Nijire, and his beloved Mirio. For the first time, he decided to accept their words of support and believe in himself. The impact was brutal. Shigaraki stumbled back, gravely wounded, and Mirio seized the opportunity to finish him off with another punch powered up by Nijire and a bullet from Nagant. But the villain just laughed. Did you really think that attack could defeat All Might? He mocked. The truth was, the attack had done damage. But All for One, now in command, didn't despair. He coldly observed the heroes. Nijire and Tamaki could no longer continue. Shigaraki was preparing to kill them and steal their quirks. Those gifts, in the right body, will be invincible. He whispered. I won't allow it. Capes are for saving people in danger. Shouted Mirio, covering his friends with his cape as Nagant tried unsuccessfully to stop Shigaraki. Yes, they are. Shouted an explosive voice. Appearing with incredible speed, Bakugo grabbed Mirio's cloak and, with another explosion, covered Shigaraki's face. Then he detonated a brutal explosion in his abdomen, more powerful than the previous one, even without his heavy weaponry. Saving others doesn't mean dying in the attempt, Tagata. Exclaimed Katsuki, his body shattered, his face stained with blood and wounds, but with his classic confident smile. Katsuki's statement left Mirio completely perplexed. His mind inevitably drifted back to the memory. When he tried to save Eri, he hadn't had the power to achieve an undeniable victory, the kind Bakugo so admired. That weakness had forced him to sacrifice himself, and although he hadn't regretted it, it was Eri who had to protect him, and then Deku. And now it was Bakugo who had protected him. Lemillion couldn't allow that to happen again. He wasn't going to fall again. He would achieve an absolute victory, or at least enough strength to protect his friends. All for One, for his part, was stunned by Dynamite's insane speed. For a moment, he recalled one of the former wielders of One for All. One in particular who had also managed to drive him to the brink, just as this explosive blonde was doing now. "You." Kitsuki growled, glaring at Shigaraki with blazing fury. "You're not on my level." And then he launched his attack with a brutality never before seen. Shigaraki had no time to react. He tried to counterattack, but Bakugo's speed was inhuman. He struck him again and again with explosions so powerful that he began to lose control. Why can't I reach him? Shigaraki wondered, overwhelmed, while All for One watched, unable to intervene. Every attack from Kaken was a statement. Shigaraki, in his confusion, couldn't help but recall how Deku had humiliated him at Jaku Hospital, while All for One watched in terror with the same murderous look All Might had once displayed when Nanashimura was killed. There was no doubt. Dynamite was fighting from the depths of his heart. And his determination terrified even the very symbol of evil. Kitsuki didn't waste a second. He began scattering tiny molecules of his explosive sweat across the ground. When Shigaraki touched them, they exploded instantly, forcing him to move relentlessly and limiting his mobility. Meanwhile, the young hero charged his whirlwind of explosions to its maximum capacity. Hotzer. Smash. Bakugo roared, visualizing All Might's legendary victories. He only wanted one, just one undisputed victory, one that would make his hero proud. The explosion was colossal. The entire battlefield shook. The shock wave was so intense that it even reached the heroes fighting on other fronts. "Bakugo." Todoroki whispered, overwhelmed. "This power is insane," exclaimed Tokoyami, shielding himself from the onslaught of energy. "Was that Midoriya?" Sayu asked. "I don't believe it. He couldn't have arrived so soon." Uraraka said anxiously, thinking of a certain blonde boy who had stolen her heart. "Please don't die. I want to have another date with you." She begged silently as a tear rolled down her cheek. "Kaken. We'll get the victory you wanted. Together." Midoriya thought as he approached the floating base at full speed. Aizawa, Monomaa, Manuel, and Lady Nagant watched the scene in disbelief. The explosion had not only transformed the battlefield, but it also altered the weather, drawing in dense clouds that darkened the sky. When the smoke cleared, Shigaraki saw Bakugo, still standing, staring intently at him. That look, that determination, chilled him to the bone. He understood that if Midoriya arrived at that moment and joined forces with him, he wouldn't stand a chance. But he soon noticed that his enemy's murderous glare had disappeared. "We still have a battle to win, Izuku," Kitsuki thought with difficulty. And before collapsing, he left a message for his teacher. "Protect them all." Best Jeanist heard it, and with tears in his eyes, he understood what was happening. The evolution of his quirk allowed Bakugo to condense nitroglycerin into tiny spheres within his body. His extreme and desperate use of this ability caused these microspheres to detonate inside him, increasing his speed to superhuman levels, but also destroying his body. "Even if my body is torn to pieces. That's the path Deku took," the boy reflected, feeling his body collapse. "Tell me, Izuku. Will I ever catch up to you?" Nearby, Najire watched from behind Mirio. "He used too much power," she whispered in amazement. "It was as strong as when Izuku fought Overhaul. He caught up with him," Tamaki stated with conviction. All for One, for his part, couldn't understand it. How could a boy without an inherited power do so much damage? His mind wandered to the second wielder of One for All. The one who was also challenging him from nowhere. On the brink of death, Kaken saw a familiar figure. It was All Might, or at least a remnant of One for All. In his true body, Kitsuki could only spit blood and collapse to the ground. His great heroic heart had exploded. The pro-heroes felt a mixture of rage, helplessness, and despair. A boy of barely 17 years old had been the only one truly capable of standing up to Shigaraki. Mirko and Edshot launched an all-out attack. Meanwhile, Best Jeanist grabbed his apprentice and pulled him away from danger. "Damn brat." Shigaraki growled, staring at his hand in the rain. "But that attack, you would have destroyed my body. If it weren't perfect now." He mocked, still partially under the control of All for One. "What made you think the outcome would be any different?" In another corner of the city, at the UA, the hero's parents were watching the broadcast. The mother of a certain explosive blonde was looking at the weather report with a worried expression. "Kitsuki doesn't like the rain," he murmured. On the battlefield, Aizawa was furious. Seeing his student give his all in full broke his heart. But Nagant tried to hold on to hope. "Calm down, Eraser. He doesn't look dead. We just need to get him out of here." "Bakugo," Monomaa whispered, hurt. Jeanist was desperately trying to stop the bleeding. Mirko and Lemillion kept fighting, giving it their all. And then Edshot had an idea. Mirko. Give it your all. Even if all I had left was my head. I'd bite him to death. Roared the heroine. Genius immediately understood what his partner was planning. If you do this, do you know you won't come back? Throughout this entire war, he has been our only hope. If I must die to become his brave heart, so be it. And so, using his ninja technique, Edshot began to enter Bakugo's body, ready to rebuild his heart from within. Meanwhile, the remaining heroes gave it their all. Nagant shielded Mirio, combining their attacks. Aizawa and Monoma kept Shigaraki's regeneration suppressed. The villain, though brutal, was beginning to suffer. Bakugo's attacks and his own lack of regeneration were wearing him down. He was beatable. Inside Shigaraki's mind, little Tenko Shimura emerged with an innocent yet devastating question. Why do so many heroes risk their lives to save that boy? When I needed it, no one offered me a hand. But soon, hatred consumed him once more. The dark mass emanating from his body intensified, enveloping him like armor and further increasing his strength. Shigaraki unleashed to massacre in his new form, easily dispatching Mirko and two of the big three. You're a nuisance. I just have to ignore you. He told Mirio, who watched him helplessly, unable to hurt him. Shigaraki charged Akatsuki to finish him off. Best Jeanist tried to stop him, but it was no use. And Mirio could only watch. Filled with helplessness, but knowing that behind him, there was someone who could still make a difference. From her position, Lady Nagant began charging a shot with all the power she had left. She knew her cannon would suffer, but she didn't care. It was her last resort to draw the monstrous villain's attention and prevent him from killing those who had fought so hard to stop him. Mirio, understanding the gravity of the moment and true to his master's motto about humor and the world, stepped between Shigaraki and Bakugo, lowering his pants and exposing his buttocks. Hey you, this peach is ripe. Exclaimed the hero, causing a bewildered reaction from Shigaraki. The unexpected distraction worked. Inside Shigaraki's body, the young Tenko Shimura was still present, and that moment of confusion was enough to give the team an opening. Then Mandalay, from the Pussycats, relayed an urgent message to Aizawa and the others. Hold on for just a few more seconds, because they were opening the floodgates. That could only mean one thing. Nagant didn't waste the opportunity. He aimed with surgical precision and fired at full power directly at Shigaraki's face. The projectile partially pierced the mass armor covering him, knocking him down and causing a real dent. The villain, furious, roared. Why won't the damn flies stop swallowing? He yelled and lunged at Nagant in uncontrollable fury. The heroine felt death approaching in leaps and bounds. She knew she probably wouldn't make it out alive, but if she could stop that monster, even for one more second, it would be worth it. Just before Tamura reached her, a brutal smash stopped him dead in his tracks, unleashing a shockwave that shook the battlefield. Shigaraki fell to the ground, and when he looked up, he saw him. Izuku Midoriya had arrived. The wielder of One for All ended with a look of horror. He surveyed the battlefield. The wounded bodies of Mirko, Best Jeanist, Edshot, and his comrades. Tamaki, Najire, Mirio. He suppressed his despair, his rage, but all control vanished when he saw Bakugo. Lying on the ground, covered in blood, half his face shattered, and a gaping wound across his chest. The power began to consume him. The black whip unleashed itself throughout his body, immobilizing him, while fire erupted from his eyes. All for One and Shigaraki saw their opportunity and attacked, ready to paralyze him with a single, decisive blow from behind. But before they could, Lady Nagant appeared like a human bullet, striking Shigaraki with her body and deflecting him. Izuku, still blinded by rage, saw the woman he loved standing before him. Her right arm was swollen from the force of the previous shot. She gasped for breath, and her weapon was cracking. Even so, she was willing to endure the pain to protect him. Shigaraki's silhouette reappeared, walking towards them. I'm starting to lose patience with you, you lovely, stupid Lady Nagant. Growled All for One's voice from inside him. The feeling is mutual, you idiot. She replied, stepping between him and Izuku. You'd better get out of the way, you nuisance. Shigaraki roared, launching his attack. I want to see you try. Nagant retorted, raising his weapon to fire again. When Shigaraki was close enough, Mirio appeared from behind, timing a powerful punch with Nagant's shot, forcing him back again. The sniper's weapon was deteriorating with each passing second, and her body couldn't hold out much longer. You calm him down, I'll distract him. Mirio ordered Kaina. She nodded resolutely. She advanced toward Izuku, who was still struggling to control the black whip and his overflowing rage. Seeing the lengths they were willing to go to for him deeply affected him. When Nagant approached, she fell to her knees, exhausted, and retracted her rifle to cup his face in her hands. Then she kissed him. A tender kiss, the one she had always wanted to give him. Izuku stood motionless, surprised, as he felt his heart begin to calm. I always wanted to do that. I think I was a little jealous. Kaina whispered with a sad smile that broke Izuku's heart. Kaina. was all he managed to say, while Mirio continued to desperately restrain Shigaraki. "You have to go and finish that thing off. Don't worry about us," she said firmly. Edshot is already inside Bakugo's body, trying to save him, and the others will recover. Focus on giving it your all. Her words were a bomb, but they also sounded like a farewell. There's fear in her heart. Izuku thought, observing his beloved's face, finally standing up. Everyone gave their all. Their sweat, their blood, their soul. To stop this monster. I can't allow myself to do less. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Bakugo again. I am the ninth wielder of One for All. The responsibility to destroy All for One rests upon me. He thought as he channeled all his rage into pure power. I am the symbol of peace. Deku was ready. Before him stood the embodiment of evil, but also, behind him, he felt the weight. And the strength. Of all those who believed in him. His classmates, his friends, the pro-heroes, the civilians. All their hearts beat as one with his. He had to channel his rage and transform it into power. The kind of power that would ensure an undeniable victory. But even amidst such devastation, his deepest goal remained unchanged. To reach out to those who had never received one. All for one. Is Shigaraki still there? Deku asked, to the surprise of Mirio and Lady Nagant. Even with all this, she still intends to save him. He's one of a kind. Kinda thought, taking a few steps back so as not to interfere in the impending battle. No. No one by that name exists anymore, at least not within me. All for One replied arrogantly, trying to break Midoriya's resolve. But his voice, though powerful, couldn't diminish the tremor caused by Izuku's aura. Don't believe him, Midoriya. Mirio interjected. When I yelled something hurtful at him earlier, he reacted like a child. It was like someone else was inside him. Then there is still hope. Izuku affirmed, with a determined and fiery look. Words ceased. Both had more than enough motivation to annihilate the other. In the blink of an eye, they launched into combat. Shigaraki charged straight at him, but Izuku swiftly ascended, manipulating the surrounding rubble and striking the villain with two massive blocks. The impact sent him reeling, and Midoriya seized the moment to activate his trump card. He touched his abdomen, and with it, unleashed a new quirk, that of the second wielder of One for All. Gear change. In its original form, this quirk allowed the user to alter the speed of small objects by touching them. Useless against All for One in the past, as it only affected things the size of a bullet. But now, amplified by the accumulated power of One for All, it was capable of modifying the speed of anything. Even Midoriya's own body. Overcoming physical limitations like inertia, even threatening the limits of light. It was a quirk that shattered the logic of the world. He engaged second gear, vanishing before Shigaraki's eyes. Then, immediately, third, and finally top gear. The impact was so brutal that those watching could barely process what had happened. The sound came after the collision. Midoriya was now playing in a different league. With Shigaraki suspended in midair, still stunned by the speed that surpassed even Bakugo's, Deku leaped above him and unleashed a devastating Detroit smash, slamming him violently into the ground. Without giving him a moment's respite, he charged gear shift again and executed another crushing smash directly at All for One. The villain resisted, rising furiously, trying to use Midoriya's acceleration to strike back. But Izuku anticipated it. Gear shift also allowed him to slow down the contact time, dodging with surgical precision, repositioning himself over his enemy, charging not only One for All, but also the Fate technique, combining it all into an attack that, in his own words, unleashed 120% of his total power. As the field trembled from the collision of two titans, Mirio and Lady Nagant raced against time, evacuating as many wounded as they could. The strategy was clear. Clear the way for Deku to unleash his full potential without restraint. Then, Midoriya unleashed a punch so ferocious that it completely pulverized the mass armor All for One had woven around Shigaraki, leaving him exposed and defenseless. But just when it seemed that the coup had marked a definitive turning point, black portals began to open near Monoma, Aizawa, and Manuel. Kurogiri. That could only mean one thing. The heroes protecting the hospital had been defeated. Dozens of twice clones, summoned by Himiko Toga, emerged through the portals. Although Mirio and Kaina tried to arrive in time, they couldn't prevent the inevitable. Monoma was knocked down, and Aizawa, distracted, allowed Shigaraki, for the first time in a long time, to regain access to his quirks. The first thing it did was regenerate. Its severe wounds healed in seconds. Then, it unleashed an electromagnetic pulse that burned out all the systems of the UA's floating base, sending it plummeting at an alarming speed. Chaos reigned in the sky. Both hero and villain lost their footing mid-fall. There was no time for more attacks. They had to prepare for a second round and to survive the impending disaster. But it was then that the thread of hope Izuku had woven in the past proved its worth. Gentle Criminal appeared on the scene, using his quirk amplified by La Brava's love, attempting to restore the systems hacked by Skeptic. Gentle achieved the impossible, cushioning the impact. The base was destroyed, yes, but a fatal outcome was avoided. In the wreckage of the structure, Nagant gathered the wounded while Mirio repositioned Izawa, Manuel, and the unconscious Monoma. Without his sight, there was no way to deactivate Shigaraki's quirks. But Monoma, still unsteady, got to his feet. Even weakened, he managed to nullify the villain's abilities once again, leaving him vulnerable to Deku. Izuku was preparing to finish him off, but then a dark energy filled the air. All for one. It wasn't like before. The villain looked young, almost the same age as Midoriya. A teenager. He'd acquired the rewind quirk. How? If Eri was safe, did he use bullets containing her DNA? Nobody knew. The most chilling thing was what he was carrying in his arms. All Might's body. Alive, but battered. He had been defeated. The worst imaginable scenario was becoming a reality. Shigaraki and All for One, together. I brought you here alive just so you could see how I finish off your disciple, his predecessors. And all of One for All. All for One said with a macabre smile. Midoriya's blood boiled. Without thinking, he activated Gear Shift, delivered a brutal blow to Shigaraki, and then a ferocious kick to the new All for One, reclaiming his master's body. But now there were two enemies. And Monoma, bewildered, didn't know which one to look at. Unable to decide, Shigaraki seized the opportunity and placed a hand on the ground, ready to activate his decay. Izuku noticed it in time. He left All Might and ran with all his might toward him, but just before he hit the ground, a bullet struck him. His hand was torn off by a shot from Lady Nagant, and the second one as well. His weapon creaked and was on the verge of collapse, but she kept holding on, giving Deku the opening he needed. It's useless, Lady Nagant. This is beyond your control. All for One declared mockingly. Even if the brat blocks us, he can't defeat us alone. Tell me. What are you going to do, hero? The villain's speech gave Shigaraki time to regenerate and attempt to use his decay again, but then the ground warped into sharp spikes. Tamura barely managed to jump to dodge them. Mirio tried to intercept him, but someone else beat him to it with a devastating blow. Who said he's alone? Asked a familiar voice. It can't be. Tamura stammered. You can't be so impertinent. Chisaki. He shouted furiously as he was thrown into the air. You messed with the wrong organization. Rappa said, emerging from the rubble. Even if the Yakuza can't be reborn, we're going to bury the League of Villains with you. Overhaul. Midoriya thought, shocked. Tsukauchi. Did you really use that? What Eri had to do to achieve this was unthinkable. But Chisaki dispelled any doubt. Eri's fine, Midoriya. He said. Like I promised, I apologized to her. Giving me back my quirk was her idea, but she made me swear that after seeing my old man, I'd come here. To help you take down this jerk. Midoriya didn't know what to say. He could only think about how much Eri loved him to do something like this. First Nagant. And now him. Eri. She gives everything for me. I can't let her down. And just when it seemed there couldn't be any more surprises, hey Midoriya, shouted a familiar voice among the winds. Today the wind blows in your favor. It was Inasa, the best student of Shiketsu, trapping All for One in a powerful whirlwind of air. We have unfinished business, old man. He declared, with a look that burned with justice. Then a burst of flame combined with a wind from Inasa, scorching the symbol of evil and weakening it considerably. I told you we wouldn't leave you alone. Said an exhausted Todoroki, but still with enough strength to offer one last effort for his friend. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the rubble. It was Bakugo. Against all odds and defying his teacher's warnings, he rose once more. He carried with him a new heart, as unwavering as his will, and a fury that burned brightly for Edshot sacrifice. I swear. Even if it's the last thing I do. I'll send you and your teacher to the other courtyard. He grumbled with difficulty. The final battle took shape. The assembled heroes, now with an unexpected numerical advantage, faced the two greatest villains in history. It wouldn't be easy. The resolution had to happen there. And it had to happen now. Monoma focused exclusively on Shigaraki. He knew that All for One didn't possess the decay quirk, which made him, while still fearsome, a slightly more manageable enemy. Even so, it wouldn't be an easy fight. Rappa, Chisaki, and Mirio rushed at Shigaraki, while Deku, Dynamite, Todoroki, and Inasa focused their attack on All for One. The villain's power was overwhelming, and now he even possessed Hawk's quirk. Fortunately, Todoroki burned away the feathers, and with Inasa's help, he created openings for Deku and Bakugo to attack with greater precision. Bakugo, aware of his limitations, focused on ranged support, using his AP shot to eliminate the multiple limbs created by All for One's quirks, while Izuku faced him directly. Meanwhile, Nagant was helping All Might reunite with Monoma, Manuel, and the few remaining conscious heroes. Including Best Jeanist. I'm sorry I didn't do more. All Might muttered with effort. Don't beat yourself up so much. I could have given more too. Nagant replied, his head bowed. Don't say that. Genist interjected, exhausted but lucid. This battle is no longer human. This is on a godlike level. And among all of us, only one has the leading role. He said, pointing to Monoma, who stood firm, keeping a watchful eye on Shigaraki. Even if I die trying. Monoma said. History books will say that a god fell because of me. He asserted arrogantly, hiding his fear behind a haughty smile. With a versatile hero support, Chisaki and Rappa tried to hold Shigaraki off, but his strength was monstrous. With one blow, he sent Rappa flying, who ended up crashing into Overhaul, leaving Mirio as the only remaining effective front. Sasaki remembered his fight against Mirio, how Lemillion had overcome him despite everything. He knew, in that instant, that he was the one. He just lacked power. But he could fix that. Rappa. I said. Do what you have to do, Chisaki. We'll defeat him no matter what. Rappa replied, surrendering to his leader's plan. Chisaki returned to the fight, pushing Shigaraki back to take Mirio and Rappa by the arm. Lemillion, confused, hesitated for a moment. But Chisaki did his part. He fused Rappa with Mirio, granting him the brute strength he needed. That's it. Now go. And destroy that monster. Chisaki ordered. Mirio felt his new body. Strange, monstrous, yet powerful. Enormous arms, a massive back, a fusion of muscle, rubble, and willpower. He still wasn't used to it, but when Shigaraki charged at him, he reacted with a right hook that took him by surprise. The exchange began. Mirio deflected Shigaraki's attacks with his quirk, landing kicks, punches, and blows to the stomach. They weren't devastating, but they were felt. Meanwhile, All for One kept the four young people at bay, using every second to regain control. He knew his body wasn't ideal for wielding One for All, so he had to help his pupil. He unleashed a massive attack with his claws, pushing the boys back and launching branches directly at Monoma. But just before they reached their target, a katana destroyed them. Someone like you, said the voice of Monoma's savior, who tries to mold the world to his liking and corrupt justice, deserves to die, roared the hero killer, joining the final battle. Flies keep appearing. All for One huffed, irritated. Mirio kept fighting, but the strain was building. His quirk wasn't quite working against Rappa's body, and he was starting to take more direct hits. Finally, he was impaled on rubble manipulated by Shigaraki. Chisaki, also seriously injured, was about to be executed alongside him. Then All Might, using the last booster from his armor, rushed in to push Chisaki out of the villain's reach, taking a stab wound himself in the process. Nagant and Genist watched in horror. Kaina lunged forward to help him, but was overtaken by a flaming figure that flashed past. Endeavor, the #1 hero, burst onto the scene with his signature technique. Jet burn. He roared, shocking the villain. Meanwhile, the young people tried to resist, but All for One's power overwhelmed them. He separated them with a brutal blow and went straight for Monoma. Monoma tried to react, but it was too late. The villain's hand was already touching him, stealing his quirk. The advantage they had was gone. Izuku understood the danger. He used his black whip to grab Shigaraki and lift him up, just like he did at Jaku's hospital. But this time, the villain's resistance was much greater. Just when all seemed lost, the hero killer appeared behind All for One and slashed him, licking his blood and paralyzing him. Bakugo saw his opportunity and, with lightning-fast blasts, launched himself at the villain. Todoroki propelled him forward, and together they lifted All for One into the sky to finish the battle. My hand blasts are powerful. You know that. Kakin said with a sinister smile. Can you imagine one with my whole body? All for One understood the suicide attack. But then, Endeavor pushed him out of the way, initiating a prominence burn like never before. Just when it seemed he would die, All Might appeared with his suit damaged and legs broken. I still have something left inside me, he said calmly. You still have a future. The world needs a new #1. This is all I have left. Why does everyone want to kill themselves today? All for One shouted in despair. Because sometimes. That's what it takes to stop monsters from darkening the world. All Might declared. Forgive me, young Midoriya. She thought as she gazed at the boy in the distance. I wish I could have lived longer with you. But you made every day worthwhile. You reminded me what it means to be a hero. You've grown so much. And you don't need my guidance anymore. This is the last thing I can give you. I love you, young Midoriya. I'll always be with you. Then, when they were high enough, All Might detonated his last resort. A device hidden in his suit with the destructive power of several nuclear bombs. The explosion was brutal. The shockwave knocked everyone down, making it hard to even breathe. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing left. Neither All Might, nor All for One. The symbol of peace, in his final act, eradicated his eternal enemy. The one who killed his mentor, terrorized the world, and caused so much destruction. Finally, All Might had stopped him. At the cost of his own life. Everyone on the battlefield was in shock. No one expected All Might to have such a devastating ace up his sleeve. But, knowing him, it wasn't unreasonable to think he'd do something so crazy. He had eliminated the Demon King with his last breath, greatly relieving the burden on the young fighters who were still holding out, but the battle wasn't over. And without Monoma's quirk, which was stolen by All for One just before his disappearance, the remaining fight would become even more difficult. Shigaraki regenerated his body once more, healing the damage Mirio had inflicted. He was at 100%. On the hero's side, however, only Deku, Dynamite, Shoto, Endeavor and Inasa remained fit to fight. All visibly weakened. Chisaki, Mirio, Rappa, Lady Nagant and even the hero killer were still alive, but their bodies were barely holding on. The fate of all society now rested on the shoulders of the students. The boys were emotionally devastated. All Might had been a profound inspiration to each of them. Inasa felt the same admiration for him as most of the country. Todoroki remembered how his words had helped him overcome the burden of his family. And of course, Midoriya and Bakugo. They had grown up worshipping the #1 hero. He was their role model, their mentor, their ideal. The best teacher they could ever have. Deku was devastated. But he knew one thing for sure. If All for One and Shigaraki were connected by the transfer, then One for All bound him to his master. He felt it inside him. He would never be alone. He had to fight. He had to end all of this. For himself. Shigaraki prepared to attack, but just before he could move, his body froze. An alien consciousness invaded him, this time stronger, more intense. His mind was a hurricane. Once again, the air and the master clashed in an internal war for control. "Master, this is my body, my dream," Shigaraki shouted, resisting. "Tamura, you couldn't have gotten here on your own. Look what an injured All Might did to me. What do you think his successor can do now that he's lost his master?" All for One replied, in a manipulative tone, trying to sow doubt in him. "I don't care. I have your power, you raised me and I thank you for that, but you were weak. I don't need you anymore." Tamura roared furiously. "You're wrong, Shimura. I'm the one who doesn't need you." The symbol of terror whispered in a dark voice. And then it caught him. Countless hands enveloped him, plunging him into his own subconscious. Shigaraki's figure shrank to that of a frightened, lonely, abandoned child. All he could think of, over and over again, was a single name. Midoriya. Control of the body shifted. All for One, whole, reborn, once again mastered the form of his heir. And with a sickly gleam in his eyes, he prepared to continue the battle. The heroes did the same. And although pain pierced them, they were ready to give it their all. All Might gave us one last chance. Let's not waste it. Endeavor shouted, charging forward. Behind him, the others followed. Deku charged forward, filled with rage, unleashing a flurry of punches that the villain easily blocked. But then, bullets from Bakugo's AP machine gun struck him in the face, disorienting him. Deku seized the opportunity and landed a powerful kick that sent him flying, just in time for Inasa to trap him in a whirlwind, transformed into a fiery vortex by Todoroki. This opened the door for Endeavor's Hell Spider attack, which struck him directly. Shigaraki counterattacked. He used a quirk to generate a shockwave that dissipated the wind and fire combination, blocked Bakugo's shots with a mass of hardened flesh, and attacked Deku with dark branching energy blasts. Midoriya, without flinching, responded with his shoot style and a blast powered by Fajin and Inasa's compressed air. Bakugo went on the offensive again with an explosion right in the villain's face, followed by a jet burn from Endeavor. But the villain, relentless, struck back with even more force, launching a direct beam from his fingertips that struck Inasa, knocking him down. Todoroki launched his special ice attack, which was immediately destroyed. However, that was the plan. Together with Inasa, they concentrated the freezing air and then rapidly heated it, causing an internal thermal explosion. For the first time, Shigaraki visibly bled. No. It can't be. Not again. All for One thought, confused. This body is perfect. Why isn't it regenerating anymore? He hadn't known. The gifts, though divine, were still physical abilities. They had their limits. Bakugo's wild explosions, Deku's unlocking, Mirio's attacks, Chisaki's, Mirko's fury, the Todoroki brothers' fire, Inasa's wind. It had all started to accumulate. Finally. It was starting to truly hurt him. Shigaraki tried to activate his decay as he fell, but Chisaki warped the ground around him, forcing him to dodge. That gave Endeavor just enough time to trap his hands with another Hell Spider. Bakugo launched him into the air with an explosion, and then Deku unleashed everything. Black Whip, Fajin, One for All, Fake 100%. Manchester Smash. A sharp blow to the abdomen that made him spit blood. He was fed up. He was starting to despair. He needed to devise a way to take control again. Todoroki and Inasa prepared for another combo, but Shigaraki anticipated them with increased speed. He grabbed Shoto by the hair and arm and brutally threw him at Inasa, who barely managed to catch him, falling to the ground. Endeavor attacked, but All For One blocked his flames and, with precise blows, used his injuries to knock him out of the fight. Bakugo tried to help him, but the villain grabbed him and placed a hand on his face. He was going to steal his quirk. Then Deku appeared, faster, in gear second. He landed a blow. Then a third. He was about to activate his ultimate. But Endeavor moved first. He used a prominence burn, weakened but effective. Shigaraki responded with branching blasts that pierced the number one hero. Endeavor fell. Silence. Todoroki, furious at his father's downfall, unleashed his phosphorus attack, superheating Shigaraki's body to inhuman levels. The exertion left him on the verge of collapse. The villain, about to steal his quirk, was interrupted by a whirlwind of Inasa. But All For One countered the wind and lunged at him to take away his quirk as well. Just as his hand was about to touch the boy's head, Deku appeared with Fajin, unleashing a brutal blow that slammed him to the ground. Immediately afterward, he used his full power and delivered another blow, this time at 120% of One For All, trying to finish him off. United States of. He shouted, preparing for the end. But he was interrupted. All For One's hand grabbed his face. The villain was trying to steal One For All. Inside the quirk, Izuku encountered All For One and Shigaraki once again. The latter was growing weaker. Izuku extended his hand once more, but Tamura refused to take it. He still distrusted him. All For One, laughing, launched an attack to separate them. "Did you really think I'd shake your hand?" he shouted, drunk with power. "I'll try as many times as it takes." Izuku roared, launching himself once more towards Shigaraki. The villain didn't understand. Shigaraki did. That stubbornness. That desire to save him. It made him hesitate, it shook him. But before he could decide, the connection was abruptly severed. Lady Nagant, her body shattered, propelled herself forward with a final powerful shot. The cannon on her arm broke. The speed she reached was enough to get in the way. She pushed Deku out of the villain's reach, and All For One activated his decay, placing him directly over the broken cannon. Fortunately, he couldn't destroy her completely because Bakugo launched himself with his explosions, hitting the villain head-on and pushing him away from the finally crowned heroine. "Nagant," Izuku shouted, horrified to see that the sniper's arm was gone. "Relax. I've been hurt worse," she said with a weak smile, trying to calm him down. But she silenced him gently, placing the index finger of her only hand on her lips. "Help your friend before he kills himself again," she pleaded, her voice trembling, a sorrowful smile on her face. Izuku nodded, his eyes brimming with tears, turned his back on her, and, charging his gear shift once more, launched his attack. As he retreated, she silently watched the slow deterioration creeping into his body. Bakugo continued to relentlessly pressure All For One, but it became increasingly difficult for him to keep up. Finally, an opening opened up, which Shigaraki exploited to close the gap. But then Deku appeared, unleashing a brutal Gear 3rd powered Detroit smash that knocked the villain down and finally set the stage for his final blow. "United States of Smash," roared Deku, summoning every fragment of power he had left. One for all, Black Whip, Gear Maximum, Fajin, Float. He used everything, absolutely everything. "Finish him off, Midoriya," shouted the crowd, placing their last hopes on Izuku. But he did something no one expected. Midoriya took the hand of a collapsing Shigaraki and placed it over his own face, forcing All For One to instinctively activate his quirk. As he had anticipated, this granted him access to the quirk realm, and once inside, Izuku launched a direct attack. The other holders didn't understand what he was trying to do at first, until they saw the enraged Midoriya destroying All For One's quirks one by one. Deterioration, regeneration, absorption, branching, all of them. "He's destroying the gifts," said the Black Whip wielder in surprise. "There's no other way," replied the hazard sensor operator. "Does that mean?" Nanashimura asked, almost in a whisper. "It's the only option if you want to save him, teacher," added the essence of All Might, appearing as the imposing symbol of peace. The mere sight said it all. Nana couldn't hold back her tears. Izuku advanced, crushing quirk after quirk with his smashes. Though he knew many were innocent minds, he was determined to end this once and for all. Among the quirks destroyed were those stolen from Monoma, Ragdoll, and Hawks. Little by little, only one remained. A weakened, trembling All For One. "Kid, you don't know what you're doing," the villain shouted desperately. "If you eliminate me, you'll eliminate One For All." Izuku hesitated for a moment, but not for long. "Do it, young Midoriya. You know it's the right thing to do," said his master, now deceased, who was now one with One For All. "But I'll lose them all forever. You have to choose. Save that little boy, or let All For One live," said All Might, pointing to the infant Tenko Shimura, now free from the hands that had bound him all his life. The decision was clear. "I love you all. Thank you for everything," Izuku said, tears streaming down his face. And he leaped, delivering a brutal final kick that made the villain disappear forever. Without All for One, the plane crumbled. A great chasm opened between Izuku and Tenko. The latter, now free and small, extended his hand. Midoriya tried to reach him, but his jump wasn't enough. Until Tenko jumped too, taking his hand. Izuku hugged him tightly. They both burst into tears as the spiritual plane of One for All vanished. When they returned to the real world, they were both falling. Shigaraki was unconscious, and Izuku, no longer sensing any quirk, tried to find a way to break their fall. Even so, he took Tamura's hand and thought about how to stop their descent. Then, a tremendous slap stopped him in his tracks, saving both him and his enemy. When he opened his eyes, he recognized his savior. "Uraraka," Midoriya said, still in shock. "Did you beat him?" she asked in a firm voice. Yes, I did," he replied, his gaze distant. But he was awakened by a hand on his shoulder. "Go see her before it's too late," Bakugo said seriously. Izuku looked at him, confused at first, but soon understood. He ran off with everything he had left, now without the help of his quirks. When he arrived, he saw Nagant, increasingly frail. He knelt down and took her in his arms. Kaina, please, stay with me," she cried, tears streaming down her face. "Did you do it?" "We did it, Kaina. All of this was thanks to you," he said with a sad smile. "Don't give me too much credit," she replied with a touch of humor. Her voice was weak. "I think I ran out of time." No, Izuku shouted desperately. "I refuse. I already lost you once. I'm not willing to do it again. I too would have liked to stay longer with you. But I couldn't imagine a world without you," she said, with nostalgia and sweetness. "And I can't imagine life without you, Kaina. I know you will. You always pull through. This time it's different. I don't have All Might anymore. And my quirk is gone too," he murmured, his head bowed. She sighed tenderly. "My gift was for a long time the scourge of innocence. The sword with which I unjustly took many lives," she said, gently taking his chin, forcing him to look into her eyes. "Thanks to you, it is now the shield that protected the one who saved the world. If your gift is gone, it is gone as the salvation of the free world. I won't be able to enjoy that world. With or without a gift, nothing matters if you're not in it. Of course, you'll make me matter. I was nothing, and you made me special. Thank you for letting me be a part of your life. You are the love of my life, how could I not let you be a part of?" Izuku was interrupted by a tender kiss on the lips. The last one the sniper would give him in his life. "I love you. I'll always be with you," she whispered, handing him one of the flowers he used to give her. "I love you too, my heroine," he said, clutching the flower, preventing the decay from touching it as his beloved faded away in his arms. Izuku stood desolate in the middle of the battlefield, holding a beautiful flower. The last gift from his beloved, who had sacrificed her life to save his. Little by little, more students from Class A, along with pro heroes, began to arrive, drawn by the sounds of the final battle. Bakugo approached Deku, accompanied by Uraraka. The explosive boy placed his hand on his friend's shoulder in a gesture of silent support. Izuku's classmates quickly gathered around him, wanting to comfort him in his grief. "Midoriya," Kirishima called. "You did it, right?" Yes, I did it. I expected nothing less from the strongest hero," Iida said, smiling and congratulating his friend. "That's true, but..." "Deku," Uraraka tried to say, unable to articulate her words properly. "My gift," Izuku managed to murmur, with a lump in his throat. "What happened to One for All?" Mineta asked, confused. "He disappeared. Along with All for One," Bakugo interjected, with a hint of regret, aware of the connection they both shared with that power. "What?" exclaimed the entire class in unison, unable to fully process it. "When I defeated All for One, I lost my connection to One for All," Izuku confessed, his gaze distant. Silence fell over the group. They didn't know what to say, but they all wanted to cheer him up somehow. "That doesn't matter," Yaoirozu interjected. "The important thing is that everyone is safe, right?" "Yes, Mirio and the others have some injuries, but nothing that can't be healed," Todoroki added. "Although, Nagant and All Might." "That's right, where is Miss Kaina?" Sayu asked, worried. "She," Izuku murmured, drawing everyone's attention before bursting into tears again. Then, they noticed the flower he was clutching tightly in his hands. A heavy silence fell over the group. No one knew how to react. They looked around, finding no trace of their teachers, which only increased their anguish. Seeing the flower, many understood the truth and they couldn't hold back their tears. They tried to maintain their composure so as not to worsen the situation, but the pain was too great. Another loss, like Midnight's. Their hearts ached and their hands trembled. Some even wished they had been the ones to take their place. Meanwhile, Tenko Shimura was beginning to regain consciousness. He felt disoriented. The last thing he remembered was Midoriya extending his hand. Slowly, memories of the plane beyond the physical world returned to his mind. He picked up a rock and tried to activate his decay. But nothing happened. He tried other quirks. None responded. All he had left was his physical strength, granted by the doctor's experiments. And there he was, lying on the ground, surrounded by ruins, without his teacher's voice echoing in his head, without the uncontrollable urge to destroy. For the first time in a long time, his thoughts were clear. He brought a hand to his neck, where he no longer felt the usual irritation. Had Midoriya really given up his quirk? For him. I had to find out. Midoriya. The former villain struggled to his feet and began walking through the wreckage. He spotted Deku quickly. He was surrounded by his friends, while pro-heroes tended to the wounded. Even so, he needed answers. He needed to talk to him. He approached, listening to the young hero's words. She protected me from all for one until the very end. And I couldn't save her. Izuku said, tearfully, hugged by Kirishima, who was trying to comfort him. Don't be so hard on yourself, buddy. You did what you could. Besides. Irideed was saying, until an unexpected voice interrupted them. It was my fault. I'm sorry. Tenko stammered, struggling to speak. He didn't know how to feel. For perhaps the first time in his life, he felt empathy. Seeing the boy who had saved him in such a painful state simply affected him deeply. He wanted to apologize, even though he knew it wouldn't be well received. Tamura. Was all Deku managed to say. Shigaraki. Exclaimed almost the entire class, reacting with alarm. Several prepared to attack him, but Bakugo took the lead, launching himself with an explosion to place himself between his classmates and the former villain. What are you doing, Bakugo? Iida asked, confused. Endeavor, still badly wounded, also tried to launch an attack with a jet burn, but Todoroki intervened, stopping his father. Midoriya defeated him. He decides what we do with Shigaraki. Bakugo and Todoroki's words surprised everyone, but they were true. If anyone had the right to decide the villain's fate, it was Deku. Izuku, still processing his grief, could barely think about it. We'll talk later. The boy said, offering a faint, sad smile to Tenko. A smile that sought reassurance. Endeavor understood. He ordered Tiger and Best Jeanist to escort Tamura and secure him with a maiden. To the surprise of many, the former villain offered no resistance. He knew he would have to wait for answers, and this time, he was prepared to do so. Meanwhile, the heroes continued evacuating and treating the wounded, quickly transporting them to the central hospital. Class A, aware of Izuku's emotional state, gave him space during the transfer. Once at the hospital, they were separated and received proper care. Half an hour later, Eri arrived in desperation, searching for her heroes. Almost simultaneously, Kitsuma Shimano arrived from an island south of Japan, accompanied by his sister and father. It had taken some convincing, but watching the battle on television had inspired them to support those who had once protected them. The hospital was in chaos. Doctors and nurses were running around with gurneys, the corridors were overcrowded, and the rooms were about to fill up. I'm looking for. What was his name again, son? Izuku Midoriya. His name is Izuku Midoriya. Kitsuma said urgently. The nurse showed them the room where he was, along with his classmates and some students from Shiketsu, like Inasa. The boy ran with all his heart. Izuku. He shouted as he burst into the room. Kitsuma. What are you doing here? Deku asked, surprised by the visit. We saw the battle on television and wanted to come and help. The older sister explained. Yes, it's the least we could do. Added the father. So, who needs help? Kitsuma asked with determination, eliciting a slight smile from both Bakugo and Midoriya. The little boy used his cellular activation to heal everyone present, no matter how minor their injuries. He ended up exhausted, but happy to have been able to do something for his heroes. Eri, meanwhile, was guided by friends of the Big Three to the intensive care unit, where Endeavor, Jeanist, Manuel and Rock Lock were watching over the most injured heroes. Mirko, Hawks, Monoma, Chisaki, Stain and Izawa. The girl's presence surprised the number one hero. Yuri, aren't you? What brings you here, little one? Endeavor asked kindly. I have to save them. She said firmly, with a gleam of determination in her eyes. The hero led her by the hand to the cots. The girl paled at the sight of her protectors. Nijire had a serious wound in her abdomen, Tamaki was completely exhausted, and Mirio was barely recognizable after the fusion with Rappa and the damage he sustained. Is any of them? She asked fearfully. No. Jeanist replied calmly. They're all yours. With the adult's approval, Eri began her task. First, she rewound Mirio, the most seriously injured. As she did so, his body separated from Rappa's, and his smile, though faint, brightened. You saved me again, Eri. He said tenderly. I don't know how to repay you. Just don't do anything stupid again. The girl replied, crying, as she hugged him tightly. Mirio, surprised, put his arms around her, comforting her. One by one, Eri healed them all. Eri. As Awa exclaimed, waking up with a start. What are you doing here? Saving the day again. Mirio replied with a smile. The professor then looked at Monoma, worried. Could Eri do the same to him? When the boy woke up, he was disoriented, but tears welled up as he remembered what had happened with his quirk. Endeavor approached him. Touch my hand, he said. Monoma obeyed. Now try using my flames. The young man did it. And a warm glow emerged from his hand. Monoma smiled through tears before rushing to embrace Eri, who was surprised but happily returned the hug. Once she had finished with everyone, Eri asked Endeavor to take her to Deku. The hero nodded. When they arrived, they found a father leaving the room with what appeared to be his 2 children. The group was a little puzzled but decided not to say anything and went inside. To their surprise, everyone inside was fine. Deku, you're okay, exclaimed the little girl, visibly relieved. Yes, a friend came to help us, he replied with a weak smile. But since you're here, Bakugo interjected. Please, rewind Deku a little, I'm begging you. The request surprised those present, but they understood her intention. Everyone joined in the plea. Eri, still confused, looked at Midoriya seeking approval. He nodded gently, so she obeyed and activated her power. So? Kaminari asked. Do you feel different? Momo asked. No. Midoriya replied after a moment of silence. Try using one of the gifts, anyone. Iida insisted. Deku tried everything. Black whip, float, smoke, breaking his arm to test his strength, shifting gears, accumulating kinetic energy. But nothing worked. One for all was gone. It was undoubtedly such a transcendent quirk that not even Eri's power could restore it. The class grew disheartened, but the little girl still didn't understand what was happening. Endeavor, meanwhile, was beginning to put 2 and 2 together. Eri, worried, noticed another absence. Where is Lady Nagant? He asked innocently. His question pierced Izuku like a dagger. Bakugo tried to explain. She passed away. What? How? The little girl couldn't process it. Her eyes filled with tears. I didn't want this to happen. I just wanted you to take care of me. She protected me until the very end, Midoriya said, tenderly caressing her face. She kept her promise. He smiled to comfort her, though he couldn't stop his own tears from flowing. The little girl hugged him tightly, and the others gathered around them, creating a scene brimming with emotion. After a while, Endeavor took care of the arrangements for everyone to be discharged. They knew that other people needed that room more than they did. As they left, they ran into the Shimano family again. This time, the little boy was using his cellular activation to heal as many people as he could. Without a doubt, he had a great future as a hero. Upon returning to UA, they found the building had sustained minimal damage. Cementus was working diligently on the repairs. When they arrived, Principal Nezu, President Mick, Ectoplasm, and other heroes were organizing the civilians. Despite the destruction in the city, the mood was hopeful. Society was determined to rebuild. The students were allowed to stay in their dormitories. All the classes gathered, and the joy was immense, even more so when they discovered that Eri had managed to restore Monoma's gift. I'm sorry about Nagant, mate, the blonde man said, looking downcast. I could have done more. Don't worry, Monoma, Todoroki interjected. Without you, no one would have survived. Even so, I feel I could have done more. I don't think so, Bakugo added, surprisingly calm. You did what your role required. To be the star. Monoma looked at him with watery eyes and, without saying a word, hugged the 3 of them in a gesture quite unlike him. I still can't believe Chisaki helped you fight Shigaraki, Amajiki said incredulously. It was strange to see him on the battlefield, Mirio admitted. But he came with the intention of helping, and that's what counts. But Izuku must be very sad about Lady Nagant, Nijire murmured thoughtfully. Yes, but it's best to leave him alone for a while. He needs to process it. And so it was. No one mentioned the subject again for a week. During that time, all they did was take care of Izuku. Call him for meals, ask if he was alright, offer him smiles every time he left his room. But he barely did. He slept. He cried. He thought. Sometimes he went to the room Cementus had built for Kaina, lost in memories. He couldn't accept that she was gone. If only I had been stronger, he thought. If only I hadn't tried to save Shigaraki that time. He tortured himself with every decision. If only One for All were still with him, if only All Might were still there. One day, Endeavor appeared alongside Hawks. Now with his quirk restored. And Detective Tsukauchi. They were looking for Midoriya. We need to talk to Deku. It's very important, Endeavor said. Midoriya isn't at his best right now, Todoroki explained. I don't think it's a good idea. It's about Shigaraki. He wants to talk, Hawks explained. Everyone fell silent. Deku had saved him. Would he be ready to face him again? Then, a weary voice broke in. Tomorrow. I'll go talk to him. Deku, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. Iida said. He's still a dangerous villain. Kaminari added. I know. Deku replied. But when the battle was over, he could have attacked us. And he didn't. He just apologized, knowing that Endeavor would tear him to pieces the moment he saw him. You defeated him, you decide what we will do with him. Endeavor said. I want to. Talk to him. Then we'll go with you. Todoroki interjected. There were no objections. The entire Class A was taken to Tartarus. To their surprise, the prison had already been completely rebuilt. Scientists from Island had worked tirelessly to restore it in record time. They were escorted to the deepest levels. Deku was taken to Shigaraki's cell, while the others watched from the camera room. If he says anything out of line, I'll blow him up. Bakugo said, putting a hand on his shoulder. I have no doubt you will. Izuku replied, flashing a smile. Shigaraki jumped as he entered. He had been waiting for this moment. Izuku sat down across from him. His face reflected sadness and exhaustion, and his swollen eyes showed recent tears. They looked at each other, but neither knew how to begin. I'm sorry about your girlfriend. It wasn't my intention. Said Tamara. I know. Izuku interrupted. It wasn't your fault. Yes, it was. It was my body that was moving. But it was all for one who was controlling it, right? Yes. But I still hurt your friends. Bakugo, All Might. They all decided to fight. They did what was necessary to stop him. And we succeeded. But at what price? You lost one for all. Yes. But all for one disappeared too. And you're still here. That's what I wanted to ask you. Shigaraki said, surprising him. When we were there, in whatever that place was. You saved me. Why? Because that's what a hero does, Tamara. Izuku said, starting to cry. And? You had the face of someone who wanted to be saved. The word struck him deeply. All his life he had hated heroes. But this one truly wanted to save him. When I was a child, no hero ever lent me a hand. Tamara whispered. The only one was my teacher. Someone once told me that heroes can't reach everyone. But you just needed someone who made an effort to reach you. It wasn't your place. Heroes should be nosy. Izuku said with a smile. But without your power, how would you save others? It's true, I wanted to be number one. To be the symbol of peace. But none of that compares to having been able to save you. Shigaraki didn't know how to respond. He just lowered his head. On camera, everyone watched in silence. The conversation resonated deeply. That boy. Endeavor murmured, letting a tear fall. He will be sorely missed by heroism. Izuku had given up everything. His dream, his power. To save someone like Tamara. And that was precisely what made him a true hero. Time ran out. They asked him to leave. Wait. Shigaraki said. Will you come back? Of course. There's still a lot I want to talk to you about. Izuku replied, smiling like in the old days. Shigaraki offered a small, almost imperceptible, but genuine smile. For the first time in a long time. He felt at peace. The boy left the room and was quickly surrounded by his classmates, who showered him with praise. They reminded him how wonderful he was. Not just anyone would be willing to risk everything to save a villain. But Deku didn't seem regretful. On the contrary, his expression was calm. Perhaps, at last, the burden was beginning to lighten. They all returned to UA, but this time Midoriya didn't shut himself in his room. He wanted to socialize, to share that rare moment of peace. The conversation with Shigaraki had been the first step toward a new stage, a new normal. They cooked, played games, talked about everything and nothing, trying to bring Deku back some of the joy he so deserved. He, in turn, appreciated every gesture. Then the big three arrived along with Eri and Izawa. The little girl ran to hug Izuku, who beamed with a genuine smile for the first time in days. Hours passed, and eventually the visitors had to leave. But before they did, Mirio asked for a moment alone with Deku. Midoriya, do you have a moment to talk? Oh, of course, Tagada. He replied, accompanying him. What none of them noticed was that Bakugo had also followed them, at a safe distance. He, too, had something important to tell Deku. Mirio took Izuku to the roof of UA. From there, the sunset painted the ruins of a city under reconstruction in gold. Despite everything, hope remained. And? What will you do now? Mirio asked calmly. I've been thinking. Maybe it would be best to leave UA. But deep down, I want to finish my studies, even if it's in a general studies class or something like that. You should continue on the hero course, even without a gift. Your skill, your tactical mind. You're far above average. You still have a lot to offer. I know. Izuku said, letting out a small laugh. Besides, someone has to look after Eri now that you guys won't be around. If you decide to join an agency, Night Eyes has its doors open for you. It would be an honor to have you there. Mirio said, with a genuine smile, looking him straight in the eyes. Thank you Tagata. Izuku replied, shaking his hand firmly. I have to go, Nagire can't take care of Eri alone. I'll see you soon, friend. Mirio said, disappearing with his ability. Izuku stayed a while longer, gazing at the horizon. Then, someone knocked on the rooftop door. It was Bakugo. So you're going with Tintin? Don't call him that. Izuku replied, laughing. I can't believe you gave up one for all to save that kid. You're an idiot. I mean, a hero. That took Deku by surprise. Thank you Kaken. But you did a lot too. You held off all for one while I was gone. Thanks to you, no one died. I just kept my promise. To be there when you couldn't be. I hope that one day they name you #1 hero. There's no one better than you for that position. Bakugo lowered his gaze, slightly embarrassed. I'd like to. But that place belongs to you. Not without a Kasei, Kaken. Let me finish. Itsuki growled, interrupting him. For a while now. I've been having strange dreams. They started after our battle on that island with the brat. I don't remember exactly what happened. But in those dreams there are people I don't know. And you're always there. Yes. But you haven't shown up for a week now. And I feel out of place. Like I don't belong. Kaken. I don't know where you're going with this. Let me finish. He shouted again, his face contorted with anger. When I was about to die, I felt All Might was with me. But he was fighting somewhere else. It doesn't make sense. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm sure it has something to do with One for All. There's something I never told you. About our battle against 9. What thing? When we were about to lose, I made a desperate decision. I transferred One for All to you. We both had open wounds, and the blood allowed the transfer. What? I had One for All. Yes. Although the transfer was incomplete. At the time I didn't understand why, but during the battle at the hospital I understood. The previous holders are alive within the quirk. They resisted when All for One tried to steal it. It was their decision that I keep it. So. They lent it to me. Something like that. But in the end, they chose for me to keep it. And why did they let it get destroyed afterward? And why do I keep having these dreams? Nothing makes sense, you damn nerd. Bakugo growled, grabbing him by the shoulders and shaking him. I don't know, Kaken. I only have theories. One for All has always been complex. Remember, All Might still had a spark of the power when he passed it on to me. Yes, but he could use it. Why couldn't I? Perhaps it's not enough. Or perhaps. There's still something more we don't know. Bakugo remained silent for a moment, processing everything. Then, an idea crossed his mind. You said the bearers chose to stay with you, right? Yes, but what does that mean? I have an idea. Kitsuki interrupted, plucking out a hair and looking at him intently. There's only one way to find out. What are you doing? Eat it. Izuku stared at him, incredulous. He remembered the time All Might had asked him to do the same. The situation was absurd, but Bakugo looked completely serious. And deep down, Izuku wanted to know too. Without saying a word, he took the hair. And swallowed it. So. Do you feel anything? Bakugo asked anxiously. Izuku tried to activate one of his quirks. Nothing. There was no change whatsoever. No. I don't feel anything. He said, a little discouraged. It was a possibility. At least we tried. Bakugo said, equally disappointed. Thanks for trying, Kaken. Izuku said, smiling sincerely. That pleased the explosive blonde more than he cared to admit. Don't take too long to come down. The others are waiting for you. Sure. I'm coming. Bakugo opened the door and left. Izuku stayed for a second longer, gripping the handle. But suddenly, his eyes rolled back. His body gave way, and he fell backward. Deku. Bakugo yelled, rushing back to catch him before he hit the ground. Hey, snap out of it. Wake up, you damn nerd. Bakugo's voice faded as Midoriya sank deeper and deeper into his own mind. When he came to, he awoke in a place that felt strangely familiar. He looked at his hands. Shrouded in mist once more. He didn't understand what was happening, but then he heard an unmistakable laugh, followed by a loud crash from a powerful landing. Ha ha ha. Everything's alright now. Could it be? Izuku thought as the fog began to dissipate. Why? Because young Midoriya is here. All Might. Izuku murmured, his eyes brimming with tears, as he ran to hug his idol. Toshinori, in his muscular form and clad in his glory suit, lifted him under his arms and spun him around in the air, overflowing with joy. It's good to see you again, young man. He said with a smile, noticing that Izuku couldn't speak. Oh, I see, you're still too stiff. That's normal. It's not easy getting used to having it again, Tashi. Said a female voice beside him, surprising the boy. I can imagine. He must be in shock. Added the bearer of the Fajin, with an understanding smile. Thank goodness we didn't let the explosive kid use any of his powers. he would have been torn to shreds. The black whip user interjected. I still believe it was a mistake to use him as a temporary container. Opined the smoke bearer. Perhaps, but he would have accepted. The second carrier said calmly. So, they used Kaken. Izuku finally managed to say, now with his mouth visible. Yes, we're sorry about that, Nanashimura explained. When you transferred the power to him, we decided to leave a spark in him. Call it emergency insurance. Is that why he was able to stand up to Shigaraki? He asked, even more astonished. No. All Might interrupted. Bakugo did it on his own. I always knew he had extraordinary potential. But what he did was simply colossal. I agree. Added the wielder of the danger sensor. That's precisely why he couldn't use the gift. It would have detonated more than just his heart. I see. He's an amazing person. Deku murmured thoughtfully. It is. The first wielder confirmed. But it's not a vessel compatible with One for All. Besides, this power is already yours, Izuku Midoriya. The young hero clung tightly to his master, tears overflowing from his eyes. Tashi. Nana interjected. He has to go too. Oh, that's right. How could I have forgotten? Said All Might, lowering Izuku to the ground. What are you talking about? There's someone else here who wants to see you. The teacher said enigmatically. Is that Kaken? No. And I hope you don't see him around here for a very, very long time. All Might replied with a forced smile. So who? He's someone you shared a lot with? Said the wielder of the black whip, somewhat uncomfortably. That's right. Shimura added. They shared so much that it allowed the transfer. We wanted to make sure nothing happened to One for All. But go see her, young Midoriya. She's waiting for you. All Might said, pointing a path. Without hesitation, Izuku took off running. He looked around, but found no one. Even the miraculous holders had vanished. Silence filled the air until he sensed a presence. The purple essence slowly began to materialize before him. She flinched at the sight, almost trembling. Instinctively, Izuku took her hand to calm her, and they both gently fell to the ground. The essence appeared distressed, as if engulfed by a storm of emotions. Without thinking, he cupped what seemed to be her face in his hands. She did the same. Gradually, the figure began to take shape, revealing familiar features, until finally she was fully revealed to him. Izuku. Is that you? Asked a soft, trembling female voice. The young man couldn't hold back. He wept like a child. Memories flooded his mind. The first time he touched her, when she told him he could be a hero, their reunion, their first kiss, their first time. And all the times that followed. All of it was there, throbbing in his chest. Izuku could barely speak, but what he said was the purest thing he felt at that moment. Kinda. My heroine. We've reached the end of the story. But before we wrap up the video, there is an alternative ending. If you're curious to see it, stick around. Endeavor attacked, but All for One blocked his flames and, with precise blows, used his injuries to knock him out of the fight. Bakugo tried to help him, but the villain grabbed him and placed a hand on his face. He was going to steal his quirk. Then Deku appeared, faster, in gear second. He landed a blow. Then a third. He was about to activate his ultimate form, but Endeavor moved first. He used a prominence burn, weakened but effective. Shigaraki responded with branching blasts that pierced the number one hero. Endeavor fell. Silence. Todoroki, furious at his father's downfall, unleashed his phosphorus attack, superheating Shigaraki's body to inhuman levels. The exertion left him on the verge of collapse. The villain, about to steal his quirk, was interrupted by a whirlwind from Inasa. All for One countered the wind and lunged at him to take his quirk as well. Just as his hand was about to touch the boy's head, Deku appeared with Fajin, delivering a brutal blow that slammed him to the ground. Immediately afterward, he used his full power and struck again, this time at 120% of One for All, trying to finish him off. United States of. He shouted, preparing for the end. But he was interrupted. All for One's hand grabbed his face. The villain was trying to steal One for All. That dark energy erupted everywhere, about to touch Izuku's face. The energy of the remnants began to vibrate within him. The shadows of the former wielders saw the gates of that dream world open. Then, Deku. A hoarse voice shouted. Bakugo appeared. Wounded, bleeding, his face shadowed, he launched himself with all his might, placing himself between All for One's hand and Izuku's face. In that instant, the villain changed his target. That spark of power was easier to absorb. No, Kaken. Midoriya shouted, stretching out his arm. Dynamite screamed as he felt the emptiness. His quirk, explosion, his very identity, was being absorbed by All for One. It was an eternity until Izuku separated them, landing a precise right hook to the villain's face, then chased after him to finish him off. Nagant rushed to the blonde boy's aid, who felt his body drain away. Izuku felt the energy return to him. The remnants reacted to the sacrifice. One for all roared with fury and compassion. Like a final heartbeat, Midoriya gritted his teeth, propelled himself with the last reserve of Fajin, launched Shigaraki's body into the air with the black whip, and struck with everything he had. United States of Smash. The brutal impact. The ground fractured, the air shattered, the horizon warped for an instant. All for One was hurled into the sky like an upside-down meteor, fragmenting, collapsing, vanishing in a scream muffled by the light. Shigaraki felt himself become one with the wind, and for once, amidst that thunderous impact, he felt peace. The green-haired boy fell to his knees, utterly exhausted. The battle was finally over. As soon as the dust settled, Bakugo ran to find his friend, followed by everyone else searching for their symbol. Deku. Katsuki shouted, picking him up. Nagant came in behind him. Kaken. Your power. Are you okay? Yes. But. So. I'm fine too. Damn nerd. Katsuki whispered, with a broken smile. Izuku wept. He hugged him as if it were the last time. Nagant, slightly injured, approached. She placed a hand on Deku's shoulder. Her eyes spoke louder than words. They had survived. They had won. The central hospital looked like a battlefield. Outside, the distant wail of sirens mingled with the shouts of doctors and nurses rushing back and forth, carrying stretchers, IV bags, and blood bags. The air smelled of disinfectant, but it couldn't quite mask the metallic scent of blood and gunpowder. The corridors were crowded. Some heroes, still in their torn and blackened uniforms, helped move the wounded, while others sat against a wall, staring blankly, trying to process that the fighting was over. In a secluded room, dim light filtered through the curtains, dimly illuminating a bed. A faint constant beep accompanied Izuku Midoriya's quiet breathing. He opened his eyes slowly, feeling the familiar pressure of the bandages on his body. A pang of nostalgia pierced him. This scene was as much a part of him as his own scars. How many times had he woken up like this, wondering if the world outside had changed while he was unconscious? This time, however, it was different. It was all over. He turned his head and then he saw her. Nagant was there, sitting in the chair by his bed, her back against the wall, her hair disheveled. It was clear she hadn't moved all night, as if she'd been afraid he would disappear if she looked away. She was holding Deku's hand tightly in hers. A slight movement from him was enough to wake her. She blinked a couple of times, and as soon as she realized he was looking at her, her eyes lit up as if the tension of days had suddenly lifted. Kinda. Izuku. You're okay. Her voice trembled, but she didn't bother to hide it. You're really okay. A small but sincere smile formed on Deku's lips. Thank you. For staying with me. She shook her head, as if such gratitude were unnecessary, and squeezed his hand a little tighter. Before he could reply, the door opened with a soft knock. There it is. Kaminari's voice broke the moment. The rest of Class 1 began to enter one by one, with tired smiles and eyes still red from lack of sleep. Uraraka let out a stifled laugh when she saw them holding hands, while Mina whispered something in Jiro's ear that made her giggle. Iida was the first to approach with an exaggerated bow, as if he wanted to lend solemnity to the moment. Midoriya, we're glad to see you conscious. The situation is critical, but… Her voice faltered for a second. You made it. And… the others? She asked, her voice somewhat subdued but full of concern. Mirio, Najair, Tamaki, and Dever. Nagant gave a small smile. Wounded, yes. But they're all alive. They're going to recover. Izuku sighed in relief, feeling a weight lifted from his chest. Immediately, the next question slipped out almost reflexively. And… Kaken. The sniper hesitated for a moment. That's fine too, but… Uraraka, who had remained silent until now, looked away. She had a strange expression, as if the words were stuck in her throat. The silence was broken in her memory. The brunette gently pushed open Bakugo's bedroom door, followed by Kirishima. They had gone in to tidy up and leave some water on the nightstand in case he woke up. But the blonde stirred in bed, slowly opening his eyes. Kaken. Uraraka exclaimed, letting out a mixture of surprise and relief. Bakugo. Kirishima added, his voice trembling with pure excitement. They both approached him immediately, invading his personal space without a second thought. He blinked a couple of times, overwhelmed by their effusiveness. He wasn't used to it. But, inwardly, he appreciated the welcome. A faint smile, as fleeting as it was sincere, touched his lips. The warmth of the moment was broken when Uraraka and Kirishima exchanged a worried look. Bakugo, your quirk? Kirishima asked, with a lump in his throat. Katsuki frowned and raised his hand, searching for that familiar tingling sensation in his palms. He concentrated, but nothing came out. Not even a spark. A heavy silence fell over the room. Hiroshima was the first to break it, his voice trembling but hopeful. Wait. We could ask Eri to give it back to you. Just like she did with Tagada. No. Bakugo interrupted without thinking. Uraraka stepped forward. Kaken. You don't have to. I made my decision. She interrupted, firm but without anger. When I stood between All for One and Deku, I knew what I was risking. I'm not going to take shortcuts. Especially now that I know number one is okay. There was nothing more to say. The room was filled with a different kind of silence, heavy but respectful. Izuku lay motionless on his bed, staring blankly, trying to process what he had just heard. The impact of his friend's words hit him hard. The hospital corridors were filled with murmurs, hurried footsteps, and the smell of disinfectant. Izuku, his body still aching, walked leaning on Nagant, who held him firmly by the waist. Midoriya, you should rest. Ida insisted from behind. No. Izuku replied without pausing. Not now. He ignored everyone. Nagant didn't even try to stop him. He understood why he had to go. Without knocking, Izuku pushed open Bakugo's bedroom door. The blonde looked up from his bed, surprised by the entrance. What? He managed to say. Izuku approached, his eyes glassy and his expression one of pure despair. You can't not want to regain your power. Her voice broke the air. Kaken. Your power has always been a beacon for me, a beacon I've followed for as long as I can remember. You were always someone I admired, and when we became equals, you were the one who pushed me to go further. Her voice trembled, but she continued. I lost All Might. And I didn't know how to deal with it. I can't lose Dynamite too. Bakugo looked at him silently for a second. Then, in an equally intense tone, he replied. You're not going to lose me. His words resonated deeply, but they didn't soften the green-haired boy's expression. The blonde boy then lowered his gaze slightly, letting out a sigh. It's true. Ever since I was a kid, my power was always my best quality. And because of that, I thought I should live as if that was all that mattered. That without it, I was nothing. That made me arrogant. It made me treat you like trash. And when I found out I wasn't All Might's chosen one, it hurt more than I could admit. He paused for a moment, clenching his fists. But the moment I lost him, I realized I can't keep thinking I'm just a walking explosion. I want to know what else is inside me. And about All Might. Yes, he's gone. But he left someone who will fill his shoes far better than anyone else ever could. He knew that, which is why he wasn't afraid to leave. Izuku couldn't hold back his tears. He stepped forward and hugged him tightly, as if he never wanted to let go. Bakugo, surprised, froze for a second, but slowly raised his hand and placed it on his shoulder. Thanks to you we have a morning, murmured the blonde man. Nagant, who had remained at the door watching, smiled gently. Thanks to everyone, we have it tomorrow. At that moment, even the hospital corridor seemed brighter. The sky above the rebuilt UA Academy was clear, as if the weather itself wanted to celebrate the day. Months of work, sweat, and effort had restored the academy to its former glory, and now the enormous central courtyard vibrated with applause, cheers, and the occasional tear. On the main stage, Mirio Tagada, Tamaki Amajiki, and Nijire Hato took their final steps as students. Class 3B, who had shared so many missions, laughter, and injuries with Class 1A, descended from the platform with a mixture of pride and nostalgia. Each carried their diploma in hand, but they also carried something more in their hearts. The certainty of having survived and grown in the most turbulent era for young heroes. The moment their feet touched the ground, they were greeted by a wave of smiles and hugs. Class 1A, now proudly 2A, swarmed them as if they hadn't seen them in years. Among them all, one small figure stood out, with a little horn and a look of pure joy. Congratulations. Eri exclaimed, clutching her dress tightly, as if trying to contain her excitement. Midoriya stood beside her, leading the entire class in the congratulations. Mirio said nothing at first. He simply bent down, picked her up, and spun her around, eliciting a crystalline laugh from the girl. You know something, Eri? He said with his unmistakable smile. We wouldn't have gotten this far without you. She looked at him in surprise, as if she didn't understand how a little girl could have helped such great heroes. So, Tagada continued, his tone solemn but quickly turning playful. I think this deserves a celebration. Let's buy the biggest caramel apple we can find. For everyone. Added Nijire, raising her arm as if starting a special mission. Tamaki, with his usual shyness, nodded and murmured something about them also getting takoyaki, which was celebrated by everyone. Amid laughter, hugs, and plans for the rest of the afternoon, the lively atmosphere spread across the courtyard. It was a new year, and although the past had left scars, it had also given them the strength to carry on. In the UA side courtyard, Nezu waited alongside Nagant, while Cementus finished deconstructing the small room they had built in the Hyde Alliance. It's done, announced the professor, dusting his hands. You don't have to leave permanently. We could build you a place on the outskirts of the academy. No one would have to know. You'd have privacy and security. She smiled, with that serene expression that had replaced the coldness of yesteryear. I really appreciate the gesture. But I want to go on my own. I need to see the world with my own eyes, to return to the world on my own terms. At that moment, a group of girls from class 2 came running up, led by Uraraka and Jiru. Don't forget about us. Mina said, hugging her without reservation. You have to visit us. Momo added, with a genuine smile. Nagant returned the hug, looking at each one with gratitude. Thank you for making me feel part of something. Of a family. As she picked up her suitcases, some murmurs began among the boys. Midoriya is shameless. Mineta whispered. Not only does he get a girlfriend older than him, but he leaves her alone the day he leaves. He's been up to his neck in paperwork and press conferences with the top heroes. Kaminari defended. It's only logical. It's not official, but he's number one. Bakugo added, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. But before they could continue, a familiar voice interrupted. Aina. Izuku appeared at full speed next to Hawks, visibly out of breath, as if he had run from the other side of the city. She blinked, surprised. Honey. You didn't have to come. I know you don't have time and I wasn't going to leave you alone. He replied, breathless. She tried to calm him down. Okay, I know you'll visit me as soon as you can. No. He smiled, his eyes shining with determination. I don't intend to leave you alone. Never. Then he took out a couple of documents and handed them over. My file. What are you doing with this? Look at the backrest. He indicated. This is the presidential pardon seal. His eyes widened in shock. That's right. It was a long conversation. But your participation in the war convinced them. Officially, you're free. Nagant stared at him silently, unable to fully process what had happened. When she looked up from the document, she saw him pull something else from his jacket. A small box. Her heart skipped a beat. She took it with trembling hands, met his nervous smile, and opened it to find a silver key. I want you to live with me. He said, his voice barely breaking. The class erupted in a chorus of exclamations and hisses. Nagant was completely flushed, and he continued, looking at the floor for a moment before looking up again. I know you were thinking of leaving town for a while. I know I'm younger. I know I haven't even graduated yet. But I don't want anything else in my life but to be with you. I don't know how someone as amazing as you ever noticed someone like me. And I know I have a lot of responsibilities as a hero, but I'm going to do my best to make you happy. She looked at him for a few seconds that seemed like an eternity, and then kissed him forcefully, not caring about the audience. You're already so much more than I deserve, Izuku. She whispered, her forehead still pressed to his. I accept. Without you, I wasn't going anywhere. Thank you for letting me be a part of your life. I'll strive to be everything you deserve. The entire class roared with applause and cheers, while Hawk smiled sideways. Wow. I think they just broke a record at UA. He murmured. The apartment door creaked open, letting Izuku in first, followed by Nagant right behind him. Inko, who was in the kitchen making tea, looked up and nearly dropped the cup she was holding. The woman in front of her wasn't what she expected. Taller, with a commanding presence, a striking physique, and an age that contrasted sharply with her son's. But what caught her attention most wasn't the age difference, but the way her eyes searched for Izuku, as if he were her anchor. Mom. This is Kaina Tsutsumi. The boy said with a slight nervous smile. My partner. Inko felt like the world was asking her for a moment to process everything. Not so long ago, her son was a child full of dreams, his eyes shining whenever he spoke of heroes, one in particular. A child with such a big heart that, somehow, fate decided he was worthy of wielding the power to achieve them. And, without realizing it, that child had grown up much faster than she would have liked. But that was the path he chose, and she always knew she could do nothing but support him. The mother approached slowly, closely observing the woman before her. Nagant stood erect, tense, as if afraid of not being accepted. Inko saw, without anyone telling her, the scars she bore. Not just the physical ones. She knew who this woman was, even though he hadn't introduced them before. She saw the battle, saw how she had stood by his side. She saw them from afar, working together on the reconstruction. She knew she had fallen into darkness, but also that she had let Izuku take her hand and guide her back to the light. And that said a lot. It's a pleasure to meet you. Inko finally said, offering a warm smile. I know what was said about you until recently. But all that matters to me is that, if my son chose you, it's because he loves you with all his heart. And if you love him the same way, you're already part of this family. Izuku looked at her in surprise and kinda barely bowed her head in thanks, as if that gesture carried more weight than any official recognition. Inko stepped aside, letting them both into the dining room, but deep down she felt something she couldn't suppress. Pride. Pride in the man her son had become, and in the woman he had chosen to walk with. The routine at the academy had resumed, though Midoriya's absence was noticeable. In the gym, Mr. Izawa was overseeing a team training session. Iida, after a resistance exercise, sighed as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's a shame Midoriya isn't here. Being late for class isn't something to be taken lightly, he remarked, with that characteristic mix of concern and discipline. Kirishima, still shaken by the activity, nodded. Yes. Although I know he has his reasons, I already miss him training by my side. Yayoi Rozu, adjusting her training gloves, calmly intervened. That's understandable. Given his position, he has more responsibilities every day. It's inevitable that he can't always be here. Mina, who was stretching her arms energetically, smiled. That's precisely why we must support him. No matter where he is, he's still part of this class. Izawa, a few steps away, understood every word. He didn't say it aloud, but a small smile appeared on his face, one that his students rarely had the chance to see. The next part of the training involved overcoming an obstacle course that demanded the strategic use of quirks. Bakugo, despite his usual determination, was clearly struggling. The lack of his powerful blasts was leaving him behind the best at every stage. Todoroki, who had already passed the halfway point, stopped and extended his hand. Come on, Bakugo. Damn it. He grumbled, though this time he accepted Todoroki's encouragement to climb a slippery wall. Izawa approached from the side, with his hands in his pockets. If you want to take a break, that's fine. It's not a defeat. You're not used to your current situation yet. Itsuki, panting, looked at him with a mixture of fury and pride. Not a chance. And without another word, he launched himself into the next section, using every last ounce of strength he had left. He clung on, climbed, and overcame the final obstacle. Reaching the top, his uniform torn and sweat streaming down his face, he raised his fist. No matter how much it costs me. I'm getting my damn diploma. My way. From below, the rest of the class watched. Kirishima grinned from ear to ear, Iida stood tall with pride, Mina clapped enthusiastically, and even Todoroki let out a half smile. His fire burned brighter than ever. The muffled echo of blows reverberated through the nearly empty gym. Bakugo was shirtless, his torso covered in sweat, each breath heavy, as if he wanted to tear through the silence. He had been training non-stop for over an hour, unleashing his strength against a punching bag that swung precariously, its chain about to snap. Since losing his quirk, he didn't allow himself a single day of rest. If he couldn't excel with explosions, he would do so with his body. He had been trying out different disciplines, and boxing was the martial art that seemed best suited to harnessing his instinct, reflexes, and brute strength. A creak in the door made him stop for a moment. Uraraka entered the gym, wearing her gym uniform and with her hair tied back. She didn't seem surprised to see him there, as if she had already expected it. What are you doing here? Bakugo frowned. I thought this place was empty at this hour. She smiled, ignoring the tone. She walked over to the sack and, without asking permission, held it so it wouldn't move around so much. You've improved. But it's still not enough. He snorted, taking a step back. TSK, as if you could tell me what enough is. But before he could finish inflating his ego, Uraraka stepped forward and threw a couple of quick combinations at the heavy bag, precise and with the impeccable posture of someone who had received real training. Kitsuki said nothing, but the way he clenched his jaw gave him away. See? She said, still holding the sack. It's not about strength, it's technique. That's why, even if you train, you still can't catch me. He snorted. Come and show me that technique then. He demanded with his usual bloodlust. She rolled her eyes and agreed. They both got into position, and when Bakugo threw the first jab, she grabbed his arm and threw him to the ground, applying a hold to immobilize him. That's not fair. It's not even boxing. I told you it was about technique. He laughed. She let go of him and offered him a hand to help him up. His pride wouldn't let him take it, but he did accept a bottle of water. She hit the punching bag a couple more times, then spoke. I'm telling you, you've improved. But you still have a long way to go. And another thing. He added, dropping the bag and crossing his arms. You haven't even made time for us to see each other again. That silenced him for a few seconds. They both sat down on a side bench. Bakugo rested his forearms on his knees, staring at the ground. She watched him silently, letting the words take effect. He was right. Even though he said he didn't care, that he wasn't the same anymore, he was still chasing the same old thing. Becoming stronger. And in the process, he had let go of something he did want to keep. Then he looked up. Tomorrow. After class. We're going out. Uraraka raised an eyebrow, but a smile slowly spread across her face. I thought you'd never say it. He turned his head away to hide the heat rising to his face. TSK. Don't misunderstand. Deep down, they both wanted to interpret it the same way. The afternoon sun bathed the streets near UA when Midoriya, keys still warm in his hand, stopped in front of a small, light brick building. The apartment he'd found with Nagant wasn't ostentatious, but it exuded an immediate warmth. An older man, a former neighbor, had rented it to him for a surprisingly low price, saying it was the least he could do for the kid who gave his all for everyone. The move quickly turned into a Class 1A-style operation. Mirio carried boxes as if they were made of paper. Todoroki, with his eternally calm expression, used his ice to keep the drinks cold in a makeshift refrigerator in the hallway. Bakugo grumbled every second but wouldn't let go of the TV. Kirishima carried furniture upstairs as if it were just backpacks, cheering everyone on with shouts of plus ultra. And Uraraka, with a mischievous smile, floated a sofa up the stairs to save herself the effort. Amid laughter and gasps, someone couldn't help but comment, "Hey Midoriya, this is a big step, don't you think?" Iida asked, with a half smile. "Yeah, man, living in your own place. It's amazing," Kaminari added. Deku, slightly blushing, shrugged as he carried another box of books downstairs. "I'm just doing my best to reach my girl," he said with complete sincerity. There was a silence of barely a second before all eyes inevitably turned to Kaina. She, who had just entered carrying a plant, felt a sudden heat in her cheeks and looked away, pretending the sun was bothering her. "Well." Mirio broke the tension, giving Midoriya a friendly pat on the back. "The place is great. And the location is amazing. You can get to the academy from here in 5 minutes. We chose it precisely for that reason," Kaina interjected, placing the plant on the windowsill. "That way, he can attend as many classes as possible and stop skipping them." "Hey, that's not fair," protested Deku, his ears turning red. But Kaina's tone, rather than scolding, had a protective quality. This elicited a few smiles from the group. Even Bakugo, who was passing by with a box of dishes, let out an almost amused snort before continuing on his way. The afternoon passed amidst boxes, furniture, and jokes, but for Deku, more than a move, it was like the beginning of a completely new chapter. The weeks became a constant balancing act for Izuku. In the mornings, he sat at his desk at UA, taking notes with the forced concentration of someone who knows that, as soon as class ended, his day would barely begin. Sometimes, Aizawa would surprise him with a dry but sincere comment. "Midoriya, if you keep this up, you're going to make me get used to seeing you without those exaggerated dark circles under your eyes." Izuku just smiled, a little flushed, before copying back the weak point analysis formula that present Mick was explaining. In the afternoons, his school uniform was hung in his closet and replaced by his shiny new hero costume. A couple of recent patrols had led him to team up again with Kamui Woods and Mount Lady. That afternoon, the three of them had intervened in a case of arms smuggling. "Good work, Deku," Wood said, crossing his arms as they watched the police take the culprits away. "Your ability to improvise in confined spaces is commendable." Mount Lady, still dusting herself off her dress, winked at him. "To be honest, you saved us from being trapped in there. Without you, I would have had to destroy the whole place." He laughed. Izuku shrugged, somewhat embarrassed, but inwardly he felt a warm satisfaction. It was good to know that even established heroes trusted his judgment. When they arrived home that night, the contrast couldn't have been greater. Steam from warm water filled the kitchen as dishes clattered gently beneath the suds. Izuku scrubbed energetically, while Nagant rinsed and arranged them on the shelf. It was a simple household routine, and that's why they both valued it like their most precious treasure. She, however, seemed lost in thought. "Izuku," she finally said, her tone breaking the comfortable silence of the room. "There's something I've been thinking about." He looked up, curious. "Is something wrong?" Nagant leaned against the counter, drying his hands with the cloth. "A few days ago, Hawks came to visit me. And Endeavor was with him. It was a strange conversation." Midoriya raised an eyebrow, but did not interrupt. "Hawks told me he was proud of the life I'm building. That he thought it was incredible to see me like this," she explained, with a slight smile that soon faded. "But then Endeavor said something that took me by surprise. He asked me if I'd thought about coming back." The green-haired boy blinked, surprised. "Go back? To being a heroine?" She nodded. "He said we were at a turning point and that no matter how hard he tried, his retirement was getting closer. And then Hawks." Nagant lowered his voice, as if rehearsing each word. "Hawks said he was considering it too. That he'd understand if I never wanted to come back, but even with someone like you as number one. Someone like me would never be superfluous." Izuku felt a knot in his chest. Kinda looked at the ground. "He said I could become a symbol. Living proof that redemption is possible. And that the world needs stories like this. Not for themselves, but for the people who still believe there is no hope left." A brief silence settled over the room. The water ran in the sink, its sound seeming to mark the pulse of the moment. Finally, she looked him straight in the eyes with an intensity he hadn't seen in a long time. "Izuku, I want to come back. I don't just want to be your partner. I want to be your hero again, a hero for everyone." He said nothing at first. His eyes widened, his breathing quickened, and suddenly a huge smile spread across his face. Without thinking, he dropped the dish towel, grabbed her by the waist, and lifted her into the air, spinning her around with a laugh he couldn't contain. "Yes. Of course," she exclaimed, as if she had been waiting for those words all her life. "You have no idea how happy you make me." Nagant let out a short laugh, resting her forehead against his while still in his arms. And in that instant, with the warmth of the kitchen, the gleam of the freshly washed dishes, and the determination in their eyes, they knew this was a big step. The sun slowly peeked over the horizon, painting the city buildings orange. Kitsuki Bakugo watched silently from a table by the window of a small cafe, a steaming cup of coffee in his hand. His features, more defined by time, retained their characteristic intensity, but now accompanied by an unusual serenity. Footsteps made him turn, and Uraraka appeared, her hair a little shorter and a relaxed gleam in her eyes. Without saying a word, she sat down across from him and took a sip from the cup he had ordered for her. "Did you put sugar in it?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "TSK. Sure," he replied, without taking his eyes off the window. "You know exactly how I like it." She smiled, her cheeks tinged with a light pink. They both went for a walk through the city, enjoying the fresh morning air. Between steps and light conversation, Achako leaned towards him with a mischievous smile. "By the way, I heard that Sayu and Tokoyami are dating." Bakugo turned his head with a grimace that mixed surprise and mockery. "The frog and the bat. Wow. I guess I didn't see that coming." She just burst out laughing and he, although he wouldn't admit it, let out a snort that sounded more like laughter than annoyance. A few blocks away, they ran into Mirio, Najire, and Eri. The three of them were walking like a family out for a stroll, carrying shopping bags and sporting easy smiles. "Kaken. Achako." Mirio greeted enthusiastically, raising a hand. Najire approached to give Uraraka a light hug, while Eri greeted her shyly, but affectionately. "Look at him. Smiling and everything." Mirio joked, pointing at Bakugo. "Don't get used to it, Tintin," replied Kitsuki, though with a slight treacherous smile that betrayed his good humor. After chatting for a while, they said goodbye. Shortly after, the brunette's phone vibrated. It was a video call from Todoroki. "Hi Uraraka." Shoto smiled, then nodded toward the side of the screen. "Hi Bakugo. How are you, half and half?" Kitsuki replied casually. The two heroes coordinated details of their upcoming joint mission. Before hanging up, Kitsuki asked. "And the old man? Enjoying the cruise with my mother. She says the buffet is acceptable." Bakugo let out a dry laugh and shook his head. Their walk took them near a modern building with clean lines and spacious balconies. Kitsuki studied it closely. "Wow. This is certainly different from your previous department." "Yes. But they're both celebrities now," Achako commented, admiring the place. As if her presence had been summoned, Kaina Tsutsumi appeared around the corner, with a bag of groceries in one hand and an enthusiastic dog pulling on its leash in the other. "Well, look who it is," he said, smiling at the sight of them. They offered to help her, and amid laughter and comments about the dog, they ended up inside the apartment. The conversation flowed as if time didn't matter. Kitsuki spoke little, but listened attentively. It was Achako who, with a knowing smile, recounted. "By the way, Kaina. Kaken finished his studies and is now a teacher at UA." "Oh, really?" Nagant smiled, genuinely pleased. "Izuku told me you applied, and I'm so glad you got it. With your experience, there's no one better suited to teach there." Bakugo looked away, feigning indifference, though the slight blush on his cheeks betrayed him. The conversation continued, filled with anecdotes, plans, and the aroma of the freshly brewed coffee Kaina had prepared. Outside, the city carried on, but at that moment, despite the years that had passed, everything remained exactly as it had been for them. Then Bakugo, who until that moment had remained discreetly in the background, suddenly spoke, breaking the thread of the conversation with something that no one expected. "And how have you been?" he asked bluntly, with that sincerity typical of him. Nagant looked at him for a moment, as if measuring how much to say, and then nodded with a half smile. "We've tried to maintain a balance." Her eyes softened, though her tone carried an honest weight. "The pressure of being number one. It's palpable. Sometimes, more than I'd like to admit." Kitsuki nodded silently and, after a brief moment, asked again. "And you? How has it been for you being a heroine again?" The woman smiled, this time with a different kind of brightness. "I feel better than ever." Her voice conveyed pride and gratitude. "It's incredible working with today's professionals. And having Izuku and his classmates around always makes everything more enjoyable." Uraraka, who had been listening attentively, tilted her head with a mischievous smile. "What about travel? You always said you wanted to travel the world." Nagant let out a short laugh, as if the memory of that promise was endearing to him. "Yes, of course I'd like to. But it's been a busy time for both of us." She glanced out the window, where the morning light filtered in. I'd love to see what's outside the city, what the world is like out there. She paused briefly and looked back at the two in front of her, her tone softer. But my world is with Izuku. Bakugo watched her for a few seconds, and in that instant, he understood something. Perhaps a break wouldn't hurt his best friend. Not just as a hero, but as a person. The night was silent, barely interrupted by the distant murmur of the city. Bakugo tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. What's wrong? Uraraka murmured, barely opening her eyes. Are you nervous about? It's nothing. He replied, gently stepping back. I just need to get some air. He stepped out onto the small balcony of his suburban home. The cold air enveloped him, and the sky unfolded above him, immense and filled with stars. He remained there for a moment, breathing deeply, as if he wanted to absorb the stillness of the night. Without realizing it, his hand went to his pants pocket. From there he pulled out an all-might trading card, worn at the corners, but the image was intact. He held it for a moment in the dim light coming from the room, and then raised it toward the stars. This is idiotic. He whispered, with a bitter smile. Talking to you like this, as if you could hear me. He remained silent, but the weight on his chest compelled him to continue. I hope that, wherever guys like you end up, you're watching over me. Like you always did. Her fingers tightened a little more around the card. I still haven't gotten used to you not being here. It hurts. Not having made better use of our time. It hurts not getting that signature. She swallowed hard, her voice barely a whisper. But, I'm trying. I'm trying to live well. To live the way you would have wanted. After everything you did for me. Her eyes lowered, and a warm breath escaped her lips. I still have a long way to go. But, with what I'm going to do tomorrow, I hope, to ease the burden on your successor a little. And, to make you proud. Then she felt arms wrap around her waist from behind. Uraraka, her hair loose and her eyes shining in the dim light, rested her forehead against his back. He always was. She whispered with a sweetness that cut through any resistance in him. From you. And from him. Bakugo lowered his head, closed his eyes, and let the silence envelop them again, this time less heavy. The morning light filtered softly through the window. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Nagant's face, serene, bathed in the soft gold that dawn bestowed. He stood there, simply observing her, marveling as he had the first time he could look at her without fear or distance. She awoke to the feeling of his gaze, and those green eyes, as bright as ever, made her smile immediately. Without a word, she leaned in to kiss him, with the same tenderness as always, but also with that quiet certainty that there, with him, was her place. Breakfast was peaceful, filled with sharing plans for the day. Patrols, meetings, training, talks. Between sips of coffee, life, despite being hectic, felt warm and simple. Then Izuku's phone vibrated. A notification. A message with no text, just a location. The sender was unknown. Until he saw the username. Dynamite. His heart skipped a beat. He got up, kissed his girl, and grabbed his hero costume, planning to head over there and then get on with his duties. He hadn't had time to think much when a loud bang shook the air. Instinctively, his danger sensor activated and he twisted his body just in time to dodge an explosion that nearly hit him in the face. I knew that sound. That heat. That concentrated rage. He stood up, adjusting his posture, and through the dust and smoke he saw him. An imposing figure dressed entirely in black, its silhouette stark against the sunlight. Izuku's heart raced, and a smile spread across his face before he could stop it. But the voice that answered was anything but warm. Don't smile, this is a fight, Deku. There was no time for anything else. Bakugo launched himself forward with insane speed, so brutal that Izuku barely had time to react. They exchanged blows and explosions, the air vibrating with each impact. Dust rose with every clash, and for a moment it seemed as if the entire world shrank to this exchange. Two forces that knew each other well despite the years, pushing each other to the limit. Finally, panting, with sweat and adrenaline mingling on his skin, Bakugo spoke. All that control. The damn 100% of one for all. All your perfected quirks. And all the years of head start I gave you. He looked up, his eyes like burning embers. You're getting slow, Izuku. The green-haired boy could no longer contain his emotion. Tears blurred his vision as he gazed at his best friend, his rival, the very god of explosions, Dynamite, standing before him. The sun was already high in the sky when they both finished catching their breath. After an intense session, they sat on a nearby bench, each with a can of cold juice in hand. The metal felt refreshing against their hot skin after the fight. Izuku turned his head towards his friend, still smiling. So, you finally accepted that Eri would give you back your power. Bakugo clicked his tongue and looked away. TSK. Yeah. He took a sip of his drink. I never meant to use the girl for that, okay? But all these years, she and Tagata kept insisting I could. I guess. In the end, she was right. Izuku nodded, with that mixture of relief and admiration. I'm glad to hear it. But then, what was all this about today? Did you want to see if you were still in shape? He chuckled a little. The blond man glanced at him sideways, with that spark of pride and defiance that he had never lost. I wanted to prove something to you. He paused, letting the silence weigh heavily. That, even though I'm not at the level of the heir to one for all, I'm still the strongest man in the country after you. Izuku blinked, almost laughing. Kaken. I've always been clear about that. But I don't understand why you're telling me now. Bakugo stood up without replying and gestured for him to follow. They left the reserve and walked a couple of blocks to a warehouse. Bakugo flung open the door, revealing something that left Izuku speechless. An impressive gleaming motorcycle, ready for the road. What is this? Izuku asked, still processing. A gift. Bakugo crossed his arms. From Ichako and me. For you and Kaina. Izuku narrowed his eyes, anticipating what the blonde boy wanted to tell him. Exactly. I want you to take a break. Her voice was firm, but not harsh. And I know you're stubborn, so you needed peace of mind knowing someone could fill your position. But No, damn it. He interrupted, stepping forward. All Might had to deal with all the evil that came his way alone for a long time. But you're not alone. You have Tagada, Todoroki, me. A whole bunch of heroes who would give their lives to protect the peace you built. So take a vacation. Fulfill your wife's dream, damn it. Tears blurred Izuku's vision, and before he could think, he threw himself into a tight hug with Bakugo. Thank you. Brother. Bakugo said nothing, but his hands gripped Izuku's back tightly, returning the embrace. For a moment, neither of them needed words. Only a few days had passed since that encounter, and now the world seemed to slow down. Izuku and Kaina sat on the sand of a crystal-clear beach, facing a sunset that painted the sky in shades of fire and gold. The motorcycle rested a few meters behind them, still warm from the journey. Izuku gazed at the horizon with an incredulous smile. I still can't believe what they did, she said, shaking her head. A gift like that. Kaina, with a half smile, rested her elbow on her knee and looked at him sideways. Please. It was to be expected. Bakugo is the only person who loves you more than I do. He burst out laughing, unable to contain himself. She joined in, and amidst the laughter, they leaned in for a slow, intimate kiss. So? She asked, a spark in her eyes. Where does the number one hero want to go now? Izuku looked at her with the serenity of someone who needs no more answers in life. Anywhere. As long as it's with my heroine. That's it guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.